right, this is King Bucho. Welcome to BDA Boxing, the boxing debate arena. The countdown show has begun. We're 5 hours away, and we're gonna be just fucking talking about what's gonna be happening later tonight. We have some fights. In a few hours, in maybe 2 hours, 3 hours, we have the Gassiev versus Wallin fight. I don't even know where you can find that shit. And then we have the zone card. And then obviously the pay-per-view, which was quite expensive for some fucking reason. But whatever. Guys, everybody can join. Everybody should join. The link is in the description. The link will be posted in the chat. We're going to be using the link that we always use for the Open Lines Friday show. So, having said that, let me jump in on the Friday panel. And yep, I'm right there. Let me post the link in the chat. Again, the link is in the description. I'm not drinking yet. I'm going to wait a little bit because it's still kind of a long way ahead. You know, like 5 hours, that's kind of a lot. Yeah, I might take off for a while. I'm gonna leave the stream running. All right. So, yeah. All right. Stop the music. So yeah, guys, listen. We're still taking predictions, I guess. We have a long ass fucking list. Don't forget, we're gonna have a post-fight show right after the fight. So we're gonna be taking your phone calls, and I think it's gonna be crazy. I have a feeling something is gonna happen. Something special. You know, something that we're going to be talking about. I don't think this fight will go 12 rounds. I really don't. This is my feeling. I haven't even given my predictions yet, so I'm going to give it now. I think Canelo by stoppage, 10th round. 10th round stoppage. And I'm being kind of generous because I'd like to say like that the stoppage is going to come earlier than that, but I'm just going to play it a little bit safe and say the 10th round. So actually, I'm going to write it down so there's evidence. Here we go. Bucho, Canelo, 10th. All right. All right, we have a BDA here. BDA, you there?
Bucho.
Yes.
Bucho.
Yes.
No.
What?
Okay. I'm a little drunk right now. No, I'm kidding. Now listen, hey, first of all, if you could please lower my volume on the here on the Discord, because I was listening to myself last night from the show from last night. I was too fucking hot because I have to put up the volume, otherwise nobody hears me, but it distorts itself. So just lower it here on the Discord, 3 points or something, so that on YouTube I don't sound distorted. You're picking Canelo by stoppage then?
Yes. Initially, I was gonna play extremely safe and say Canelo by decision, but I don't know. I think Canelo's gonna try and he has something to prove. He wants to prove that he's not on the decline because this is something that a lot of people have been talking about. Charlo has been talking about or discrediting Canelo's boxing skills, so I think that's also a motivation. Canelo wants to show that he has skills and that he still got it, and he wants to knock out Jermell Charlo. So I think he's gonna stop him.
Yeah, because I was talking with Gonzalo after you guys ended the show. We talked a little bit about it because I initially had gone from Canelo decision to Canelo stoppage, and Gonzalo was telling me that Charlo is a little bit of a mix of toughness from John Ryder and Golovkin, but he also has a little bit of Plant and Billy Joe Saunders in that he can stay away when he wants to. And that's why initially I picked him by decision, because I do think his defense is good enough. He's not a defensive master, but when he starts bobbing and weaving and slipping and sliding with the shots, as I mentioned in the film analysis, I think he can make it, man. But again, so I'm going to stick to my initial prediction. I don't know if you have the prediction page open. If you could please change it to Canelo by decision, because that was my first instinct. I do think it might get ugly for Charlo, but I think ultimately he survives. And but again, guys, rewatch the Plant Canelo fight that PBC uploaded 2 weeks ago. You can hear the thoughts in the mix from that broadcast, and fucking Canelo was landing some wallops. So that's what's making me hesitate about whether Charlo can take those punches.
So you said Canelo stoppage, but you didn't give a round. Now you can give a round.
No. Initially, I had said that Canelo by decision, and then I went to stoppage. Now I'm changing back to decision.
Oh. All right, Canelo decision. There you go. A lot of people are. I see. Like, look at this. Canelo 9th round. Canelo 10th. Charlo win. Uncle Charles. Everybody else. Canelo KO 10th. Canelo 11. It's all stoppages.
Well, I see Joe's prediction. He said stoppage, and I see he's here. Joe, what do you think? Do you think it's crazy to pick Canelo by decision instead of stoppage?
Yeah, I think this is going to be a massacre. This is going to be a massacre. A massacre. Dude, he couldn't take Castaño's punches. You saw him buckle. He couldn't take Harrison's punches. Like, come on, Canelo's a real puncher. But the thing is, it's not going to be like, I don't think it's going to be a one-punch knockout. I think he's just going to break him down. He's going to break his arms. He's going to go to the body. This guy's never fought somebody at Canelo's level. He just hasn't. I don't think he's as good. Listen, he's an athlete. He's not a fighter, like Jimmy says, which is an excellent point.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, man. I mean,
he's a fighter. That's what the Blade Merchant said about Pacquiao.
But you know, Joe brings up the good point that Castaño did stun Charlo badly in the first one, shook him up, and in the second one he sort of got his attention. He didn't hurt him as bad as he did in the first one. So you gotta wonder if Canelo starts loading up on those left hooks, is he gonna be able to take it? Because that's essentially what it seemed like he did with Plant. He was hitting him behind the elbows. He was whacking him with those wide hooks. And believe it or not, when you're getting banged on the arms, that's what Marciano was infamous for. He would just fucking hit you in the arms and wear the arms down. So now you can't even hold him up. So you're getting hit more. You're getting worn down more. He keeps applying pressure that tires you out. And on top of that, he hits hard. So eventually he gets through. So that's how I could see him stopping Charlo.
And Canelo, man, he's been fighting since he's been 15 years old. I mean, he's really had such experience. And, dude, the fighters that he's fought, like, I think people don't give him enough credit for the John Ryder fight. Dude, that guy is a big, thick, strong guy, man. Like, that guy doesn't belong fighting in super middleweight. Dude, that guy's like a fucking lightweight. That guy really is a thick, strong guy. And
hey, Joe, you got some background noise. People are saying that you're kite surfing or something. It's like wind.
Okay, yeah, I have a fan on. I'll shut it off. I'm sorry.
No problem.
Yeah.
What were you saying?
I don't think he gets enough credit for the, you know, people give him shit not knocking out Ryder. But you gotta understand, Ryder's really a light heavyweight, dude. That guy's a big, thick, strong guy. I mean, he really is, man. Like, just because he didn't knock him out, I mean, dude, he did serious damage to that guy. But dude, that guy's a big, thick guy. That guy's a big, thick guy, man.
Stop saying thick.
Well, I'm just trying to.
Homo.
You know, yeah. I'll show you homo.
On top of that, you emphasize.
I'll show you homo,
and
bro.
On top of that, you emphasize thick. You go, he's big, ripped, thick. And it's like, come on.
Well, he is, dude. He's a big, thick guy. I mean,
thick and tight is what you're saying, huh?
No, I'm not saying thick and tight.
Well, it sounded like it.
No, I'm
anyway,
just saying
we get the point. We get the point. But now Charlo, I mean, he looked pretty big. People are like, oh, look at the legs. The legs are important. Yeah, the legs are important. I agree. But the upper body.
Yeah, I mean, we all know Charlo should be fighting at middleweight. I mean, come on, bro. Like, this guy's a weight bully. And he's not. He hasn't fighting the level of competition Canelo brings. I'm really surprised. Well, I'm not surprised because it's great money. But this guy's going to get. It's just going to be a massacre. It just. It depends on how Canelo's going to go about it. And he wants to prove a point. These pieces of shit, these twin clowns were talking shit on Showtime. Oh yeah, I could beat him. Dude, he's gonna fucking massacre this guy and put everybody on PBC on notice.
Hey guys, can you comment? Can you guys comment on this statement by Jermel Charlo. Let me just pause the music. Okay, here we go. Oh, wait. Give me 2 seconds because you guys won't be able to listen. Give me 2 seconds.
Oh, there's music.
It's gonna be a celebration.
All right, here we go.
I do this for us, baby. I do this for that culture that they talk about. I do this for the culture that they hate on. Hey, it's time.
Butcher's searching for something here.
Did you guys hear it?
Oh, we're gonna eat
No,
Charlo chorizo tacos later on today, guys. Everyone, be ready. Come to the taqueria. Get something to eat.
All right, perfect. Fuck. I hate multitasking.
Yeah, okay, while you
Why? No.
Should
Here we
look
go.
for
Here we
that.
go.
I do this for us, baby. I do this for that culture that they talk about. I do this for the culture that they hate on. Hey, it's time.
Did you guys hear it?
It looks like someone
Yeah,
just
we
made it
do.
racial again when no one needed to, right?
Yeah, but what does that mean? Like, I'm gonna play it again.
I do this for that culture that they talk about. I do this for the culture that they hate on.
What the hell is he talking about?
So you know how black folks try to say white people ain't got no culture, whoopty whoop. Well, black folks got culture with a K, and when he says I'm doing it for the culture, he's doing it for the culture with a K. You feel me?
Mm. Yeah, he's turning it into something that's like I don't know how to say it. Like,
He's making it racial, bro. He's making they hating on black folks. Like how when Tank Davis was fighting Ryan Garcia, he said this is for all of us. That's what he means. That's what he's saying right there. It's for all of us.
Oh, when it turns into a whole thing about they want to be they mad at us because they can be us and stuff like that. That's a sign of narcissism. That is a narcissistic trait that's embedded in that culture. It's always like, well, we're so good, everyone's against us. Like, man, no one's against you, man. If people root against you, it's probably because you get a victim mentality and you always turn it into that, and it pisses people off.
But Buccio, the word you're looking for, it's a subliminal message. That's what Charlo's doing. Like, wink, wink, I'm doing this for us blacks who've been suppressed. You know what I mean? Saying shit like that. That's what you're looking
like
for.
if he would say I'm doing this
listen,
for
I've been
America,
watching
if he would say I'm doing this for America or something, I'd be like, okay, if for your country or something. But this is not about a country, though.
But let me say something about that, man. I've been watching boxing for more than 20 years. I don't remember things being as racially divisive as they can be sometimes nowadays. Nobody really brought up race before. Now it's why would he need to bring that up? And by the way, Daniel McCarthy in the chat says, "Oh, come on, this is a great matchup. Are we making it racial already? You guys are as much of a problem." So not pointing out then. If we point it out,
That's not a problem. He's taking an L for the culture. That's okay.
Ever since Floyd started his green print, the blacks versus Mexicans always sold. And then you had fucking Adrian Broner with his Mexicans. Just started fucking getting worse after that.
Yeah, Caucasian. Yeah, that bullshit. But,
yeah, Daniel, come on, man. I mean, it's a Mexican. When people say, "Oh, Mexican style," I'm proud of being Mexican, but Mexico's a nation. And you rarely hear a fighter say. I don't remember the last time a Mexican fighter said, "Man, they're always against us. They hating on us and stuff like that." I mean, what's the point of saying that? You're only alienating the people that were neutral already.
Bro, yeah. America is seriously, bro. Like, America has a lot of faults, but why does everyone come here to America? Because if you work hard, dude, you have opportunities. Like, look at Robert Garcia's father, bro. Right? Dude, his family was picking strawberries in the strawberry field. Now look at his sons. Look at his family. Look how well off they are, and that's due to hard work and opportunity. You know what I'm saying? So if he doesn't fucking like it, let him go back to Africa, where his warlord sold him to fucking Europeans. If he doesn't like it.
All right, Timothy Figueroa, thank you for your super chat. He says Jermel is John Henry reincarnated. Who's John Henry?
John Henry.
Who's John Henry?
He's not the dude who was working on the railroad.
I don't know.
Yeah, probably
He was the dude who worked against the machine. Y'all never heard that story about John Henry working against the?
We're not American. We're not all American.
Oh my God, you guys are Mexicans, my bad.
Yeah.
He's a folk hero. Hero. I get it.
Sursayer says, "Oh my God, these N-words, talking racial, but you guys get scared when I talk like this, pussy." Well, I mean, let's not make it racial. We're not making it racial. He made it racial. I'm just pointing it out. I'm not saying.
By the way,
always been
Sir, by the way,
stereotyping, because even when they talk about Mexican fighters, it's always they stereotype by.
Surser is on the prowl for Gonzalo, by the way. He told Gonzalo that if he ever sees him in Georgia, it's on site. And he says, cuídate. Yeah, that's what he said last night.
It's on site.
I'm going to look at the exact quote, man.
And to Pucho and BDA's credit, they would be doing the audience a disservice if they didn't bring this up. I mean, this is what's happening. You know, this is what fucking... No, with Charlo bringing up this racial shit. So it'd be a disservice if we just ignored it and didn't talk about it.
Joe, does this spice the fight a little bit more? Does it add some spiciness?
Yeah, of course it does.
There you go. So this is good for boxing, I guess.
The whole card is Mexican versus black. I like it.
Yeah, Charlo just threw some Cajun seasoning in there when he made that comment. You feel me?
Yeah, exactly.
And he's married to a beautiful Latin broad, but she'll leave him because he's such a fucking head case. After he has a couple losses, she'll leave that loser.
Oh, come on, man.
We'll see after the fight.
I'll make a bet.
Make a bet with Campos. He'll love it, that shit, man.
Yeah. Well, he wouldn't take the bet because he knows it's gonna happen. She doesn't like that guy, bro.
We gotta go higher. All right. Well, that was a comment from Charlo. I'd like to hear from people who are on the ground. A lot of people are going to the fight. I want to see how many people are supporting Charlo. I heard some chants.
I am here. I'm here. I didn't tell you guys.
No.
I'm on ringside.
Where are you?
Turn on your camera. I want to see.
Yeah, where are you? At the hotel or something?
Well, I'm at the hotel right now, but I'll take pictures.
All right.
I brought two strippers with me, so.
Okay, now I don't know if you're kidding, man. Like, you're not there, man.
That's how I roll. That's how I roll.
With Bangkok strippers?
No, some nice, too thick female strippers. Nice and thick.
Man, strippers are trouble, man. So.
I'm just having fun with them, bro. I'm just having
with the double C or ICK?
Don't let them do what they did Chavez Jr., bro. Wake up with all your shit.
There's gonna be a video of this guy all drunk and getting robbed.
I'm leaving them at the airport after. They could get their own ride home.
There you go. That's how it's done, man. That's how it's done. Hey, by the way, who thinks this is gonna be a good fight for as long as it lasts, or is Canelo just gonna dominate from the start?
No, I think it's gonna be closer than what we think, than the knockout predictions that everybody's fucking talking about.
The average. What's your prediction? I don't think I.
Yeah, what's your prediction?
I already gave one. I said if there's a stoppage, the only stoppage I see is Canelo, probably in the late rounds in the fight. But I don't know, probably 12 rounds, bro.
What do you mean you don't know?
I'm looking for your prediction here. Man, we have some. Oh, there it is. Canelo late fight stoppage. That's what you said.
Yep.
It seems
that's a good prediction. That's
like
one of the most like if you average it out, most people are saying late round. More people are going between round 9 and 11, and I think the odds are actually pretty good for that as well. The official odds. So if you play some money on late fight stoppage, I think you get some good money. I think.
How much boxing do you think Charlo is gonna do? Like, you think he's gonna stick just to boxing?
I think so, man.
On his back pedal, pedaling backwards, moving around. Because I've seen his fights, bro. He's nice. I like him more than the Jamal.
That's the only chance he has of winning.
But I think Jamal's the better boxer, right?
Yeah, it's the only way he has a chance of winning is sticking to boxing. Staying away from him.
Maybe not. No, maybe not. Because he won't win a decision fighting like that. Even if he tries to outbox Canelo, in my opinion, he cannot outbox him. So his best chance of winning is fighting like his brother.
You think he's gonna? What do you think? So what are you saying? He has to go for the knockout? A guy who's never been knocked out?
Yes.
No, he has to go on the back.
Yes, he does. Yes, he does. It sounds crazy, but he has to, like, first of all, he has to make Canelo respect him, because he won't be able to just outbox the guy and move around. Like, he needs to, like, throw a nice fucking power shot and make Canelo respect him, or else he's gonna be chasing him the whole time. He won't respect
A
Charlo.
thick power shot?
A thick.
Does he need a thick power shot?
A thick power shot, man.
Yeah. Well, of course he has to throw in some. He's got to have his power be respectful to Canelo obviously has to respect him, but the only chance I see him winning is trying to outbox the guy. I mean,
no, Joe,
he doesn't have the power to knock him out.
Charlo needs to go Peter McNeely on this guy.
Yeah.
No, don't even. It's true. He has to do that shit. No, maybe not.
Well,
let me just clarify.
listen, I
Let me just
respected
clarify.
Peter McNeely. At least I did respect Peter McNeely going right at him. No one thought he was going to. Dude, he went right at him. I respected that. I mean, his fucking trainer fucked up and threw in the towel. I mean, that guy should have been fired on sight.
But Bucho, just to clarify, so you're saying that if he goes at Canelo, he probably gets knocked out, but if he just stays on the outside, it's a certainty that he loses.
Exactly, that's a better worded. Gypsy Boxing Style in the chat says, "Is a sacrificial ceremony for today's sacrifice?" No, sorry, is this a sacrificial ceremony for today's sacrifice? Yes, it is. It's a beginning. The sacrifice comes at like 11 p.m. Eastern time.
I'll say this, man. Don't be surprised if Charlo nearly pulls it off. Anything can happen. What if Canelo shows up less than 100%? Maybe he's got a busted knuckle or something. He hasn't talked. Because again, fighters will never say before the fight, "Oh, I'm injured." They'll always say, "I feel great. This is the best training camp." Blah blah blah. But what if on fight night he shows up? He goes, "I can still beat this guy with one hand," and then it turns out, no, you can't.
Imagine the punch, like Charlo's punches are actually hurting Canelo, like because Charlo's
That's
bigger
what I
now.
was thinking one time. I was thinking, what if Charlo can actually fucking hurt him? Yeah.
Imagine
sounds
he
crazy,
stuns
but
him.
he's
Imagine it's like Trinidad Vargas. Remember the first round when Vargas all of a sudden he's down twice? He's like, what the fuck?
And Jim Lampard was saying, this is
That's
something
a bad
nobody
comparison.
expected. I'm thinking,
Do not compare Vargas to Canelo, bro.
Yeah. Maybe just imagine, man. Like anything.
That would be a trip, though. Like Ronda Rousey when she got smoked by Holly Holm. I was like, damn, what happened?
One of those moments where you go like, what the fuck am I watching? Is this even real?
I knew Holly Holm was going to win that fight. She had so much experience, bro.
Yeah.
remember the
she's much
fucking
better.
the commentator, the one that's no longer there, Goldberg, I think, and he goes, "It takes a lot of energy being a rock star." It's like, what the fuck does that mean? Like she's getting her ass kicked. And he goes, "It takes a lot of energy to be a rock star." It's like, Joe Rogan goes, "That's nothing to do with being a rock star. She's just getting her ass kicked." What the fuck did he mean by that, man?
Maybe Canelo,
Yeah,
I mean,
he's an idiot. Did you ever hear that story about Goldberg with Vince McMahon? How Vince McMahon called him up and offered him. He said, "I'll give you $200,000 if you don't show up for today's pay-per-view." It was like one of the UFC's, and he goes, if you don't show, I'll wire it to your account."
Vince McMahon.
Yeah, when WWE and UFC were kind of competing, Vince McMahon offered him $250,000. He goes, "I'll wire to your account if you don't show up." And he goes, "But you can't." He goes, "You can't call." He goes, "You can't call in sick. I just want you to have a no-show." And
you're talking about the wrestler. You're talking about the wrestler Goldberg.
no, I'm talking about Goldberg, the announcer at UFC.
Yeah. Okay, that makes sense. Yeah, people are in the chat are saying, "Oh, yeah, I understand what you're saying." Wow, I didn't know that shit. But what would what would that change? Like,
well, it would fucking totally fuck the UFC up. I mean, who else would they have to do play-by-play? This was in the beginning of their
okay.
you know.
Yo, on some
By the way,
boxing topic, did you guys
Goldberg's
see
doing
the?
commentating at Pro Box now.
Chael Sonnen told the story. He got it straight from. He told him, Dana White told him that story. That Goldberg confessed to it. He goes, "Hey, listen, Vince McMahon just called me and offered me $250,000 if I did a no-call, no-show for tonight's event."
Oh, yeah, true. That's very true.
And then look at the loyalty they gave Goldberg. They fucking fired him. They didn't even give him like a heads up. They just said,
Why did they fire him?
They didn't renew his contract.
It was they got bought out, so they were cleaning house. They cleaned out a lot of people who used to work there, who were like friends of the owners of the company. They got rid of a lot of them. Like
Yeah.
Chuck Liddell was on a $250,000 a year salary. Got rid of that quick.
Yeah, he was making $30,000 a month. So was it Matt Hughes and who's the other kid? Forrest Whitaker. But
Forrest Griffin?
Yeah, Forrest Griffin. But he still got it because he showed up to work every day. So they said, Ariel, what's his name? The guy that bought it. He ended up keeping him on because he showed up to work every day.
Ari
In
Emanuel.
the chat,
Yeah.
In the chat, Daniel McCarthy says the offer was to Chael Sonnen, not Mike Goldberg.
No, it was Mike Goldberg. He doesn't know what the fuck he's talking about.
right, let's talk
Trust me,
boxing.
it was Mike Goldberg.
Yo,
Trust me.
On this
So-
unboxing talk, what do you guys think about the card for fucking David? It's kind of stacked. They got Morrell fighting Beck. Rey Vargas is fighting Brandon Figueroa. And
David
then-
Morrell is fighting some random ass dude with 9 fights from Uzbekistan or something.
Yeah, he's 10-0 with 8 AKOs. Beck Nurmagomedov.
Who's that?
He's undefeated.
Yeah.
With 9 fights.
With 9 fights.
10 fights. 10
my
I
and
gotta watch. I gotta watch these guys. But
Yeah,
alright,
he's
okay,
on
Morrell, like,
whatever. So
34th?
Morrell is there. Probably will get a knockout, I guess. And then Rey Vargas against Figueroa. Huh.
Hey, but I gotta ask though. Benavides Andre, they announced it right for November. So it's pay-per-view, right?
yeah, that was the
Yeah.
card. So the list of fights I gave you, that's for the whole card.
My
I
goodness,
think fighting
pay-per-view.
Jose on that card too.
Yeah, Jose is the
Yeah,
co-main.
I mean-
He's fighting Jamal.
That's gonna be a banger.
Yeah, I mean, what the fuck, man? Pay-per-view. The planned Benavides pay-per-view did horrible, and now they're putting him again on pay-per-view.
Yeah.
I mean, what's going
They're
on?
done. It's one of the last
But
events.
I would say you see they're trying to stack the cards though a little bit because you see this, and it might be kind of funny when I'm saying trying to stack the cards. But you see this card that they got with Canelo. It's better than most trash pay-per-view cards, and
Yeah,
that
that's-
card that Canelo and Canelo and Jamal going to be on, that's going to be a stacked card, quote unquote, for the PBC because the names that are going to be on it, you know.
This card
Yeah,
is
but that's the
stacked,
thing.
and the last time I saw a stacked card like this that got me excited, it wasn't even boxing, man. I don't know if you guys watched that card, but it was the comeback with GSP. That whole fucking card was
That card was fire, bro.
that was one of the best pay-per-views I've ever bought. And then this one, depending on how all the fights look, I'm gonna have it up there as well with the really, really stacked
Wow.
card.
Yeah, but I think
Oh, wait a
Showtime
minute,
and
wait a minute.
PBC.
The guy
they're-
who's fighting,
Go
the
ahead.
guy who's fighting Morrell, it Beck the Bully. Is that the guy?
No,
No, it's some
Oh,
other
okay.
Uzbek dude. I'm telling you, some unknown guy.
Okay.
Somebody in the chat saying this is the best card of the year.
As far as
Oh,
names
yeah.
are concerned, like big names, yeah, but I mean, we'll see how it pans out.
I think the matchups are good as well, bro. Like the whole card, the main card, the matchups they're nice.
You know what they're really fucked up with, and I forgot who told me this. It was someone in the Discord, bro. But I don't want to take somebody else's credit, but I think it's good that they pointed this out. That Mario Barrios versus Uga should not have been the co-main. It should have been Lubin versus Ramos because that fight is more likely to end in a knockout. It's gonna be more action-packed. Barrios and Ugas are probably gonna. Barrios is probably gonna try to like ass style his way to a decision. You know they're not gonna go at it like that.
But I
Yeah,
thought Ramos
I'm
was
looking
cold.
forward to Lubin's fight. I'm looking forward to Lubin's fight.
That's the co-main
Yeah.
event, no?
Yeah, that is a co-main event.
Barrios
That's how they
versus
have.
Ugas. Barrios versus Ugas is the
No,
co-main.
that's not. No, that's not the
No,
co-main event.
Because I just bought the thing, the card, and it has the list on the Showtime thing of which one's the co-main, and it's Ramos.
Yeah,
And,
yeah.
Lubin
Well,
is
I
the
stand
co-main.
corrected. Thank God, bro, because that Barrios versus Ugas should not have been a
No.
co-main. I thought it was.
Do you
The,
think Ramos
the
gets
thing I like
knocked out?
about the Lubin versus Ramos fight is that because usually these last pay-per-views from the PBC, they've put guys on the undercard that their names, but they hadn't fought in over a year. Like Crowley, Andre, and all those dudes. this time, at least with Lubin and Ramos, they had fights this year. So it should make for a more entertaining fight because they're not going to be that rusty.
You know what I just saw too? Murataya and Asabache. It's on one of the upcoming cards as well, but I can't fucking remember on which one they put it in. I'm not sure if it's on the Shakur and what's his name? Because that one has Vaquero as well, if I'm not mistaken.
It's on the... Fuck, how come I can't find it? What's Asabache's real name?
Ah, fuck, I'm blanking. The one I'm thinking about is the original Asabache, bro.
Yeah, I can't find it on the ESPN. I know like you said, I remember seeing it on the ESPN schedule that he was going to fight this year.
Yeah, because they were supposed to fight in the Errol Spence and Bud, but Murataya had issues and the other dude still fought.
Yeah, it's not on the Janibek card. It's not on the... There's a Montreal card too. Okay, well, they'll announce it
there's
soon.
a card
I guess.
today
Let me see if I can find it, bro.
in Laval.
Well, right now, today, there's going to be... Right now, we're going to get, before in a couple of hours, I guess, Otto Wallin versus Gassiev. And on the Matapia, on another card, on the zone card, taking on a guy that's 6'6" tall, Jordan Thompson. So it should be entertaining, or interesting to see, rather.
Guys, don't forget to hit the like button. Please hit the like. It really helps the channel. Also, you can join the panel. The link is in the chat. The link is in the description.
Guys, what's the PBC gonna do next year when Showtime is closed? I mean, that sucks. That's such a bummer, man.
What?
Well,
You know what my theory on this is, Joe? That my theory is that they've already got some sort of deal that's less than what they have now. So they're going to be selective dates, and it's going to be mostly pay-per-view and stuff like that. They're not going to have as much of a bigger budget to do regular cards. So it's a downgrade. But the reason why I think they're letting these rumors slip out that they're on the out, there's not going to be boxing anymore. That way, when they do announce the lesser deal that they have, it's not going to seem like that much of a loss. They're going to be able to say, haha, see, you guys thought we were gone forever. We're still here. But if they hadn't slipped out those rumors, the downgrade would be more apparent. I don't know if that makes sense what I'm saying. Bucho, if you could maybe word it differently, if you understand.
Yeah,
what I'm
that
saying.
makes sense. But Espinoza should be fired. He should have been fired a long time ago. He's done a terrible job. He totally fucked up.
Well, they're
Why?
trying.
He's
But Joe,
Latino
what I
or
don't
what?
understand.
Go ahead.
Sorry, Average, go ahead, man.
No, it's because he said Espinoza should be fired, and I said, why? Is it because he's Latino and he's not black?
Nah.
But I'm just...
No, he's not.
No, but-
No, because he didn't fucking press on Al Heyman to give the fights that the people wanted. He should have demanded the fight.
Joe. Now, finally, we're getting we're talking about how this is a good card, and that David against Andrade is also a good card. But it's a little bit too late in the game, right? To start.
Yeah.
You know why
cards.
they're good cards? Because they got the fucking the walking economy on their side now. They got Canelo, bro. That dude generates enough money to fucking have the card stacked. Because I mean, if Tank would generate that much money, then the cards he had on pay-per-view would have been stacked.
But
Or
bro, Espinoza should have said to Al Heyman, listen, if you don't start giving us fucking A+ fights, we're gonna cut your contract. We're gonna cancel the contract because you're not living up to it. And that's what he should have done.
Guys, in the Gypsy Boxing Style in the chat says Wallin is giving Murat a bullying lesson. The fight's happening now? Is that fight happening now, guys?
No, I don't think I don't think it started yet.
What is this guy talking? Gypsy, come on.
Who do you guys
Come
got
on,
on
man.
the Bam Rodriguez fight versus is it Sonny Edwards?
I got Sonny Edwards schooling him, bro.
No shit. I might have to bet $20, bro.
Bro, Sonny Edwards might knock him out, dude.
Hell no, you are tripping.
Yeah, stop joking. Man.
I'm playing, bro.
I was gonna say, you
Yeah.
talked about like
Yeah.
Gonzalo yesterday when you
Yeah.
talked about Charlo.
Where?
Sonny Edwards is very good, man. He's very slippery. Even when he's on the ropes, he rolls with the shots. He doesn't do the shoulder roll, which I'm surprised because he seems to be infatuated with that type of style. But he does roll well with the hands up. Bam Rodriguez, though, when he fought Chicharito Gonzalez in his last fight, Gonzalez was fighting, moving a lot, just like Sonny Edwards, and switch hitting, but he was clean. He wasn't clinching every 2 minutes. That's what Sonny Edwards does. He will clinch a lot, and so Bam Rodriguez's team have to tell the ref before the fight, look, this guy calls a lot, man. You gotta watch out for that.
Is Sonny Edwards from Puerto Rico?
No, he's straight. He's straight.
He's-
Aryan, bro.
he's
I thought he was
British.
Brazilian.
What?
No, bro.
Fucking, I don't know.
What are
I'm
you guys?
fucking around.
Oh, yeah, well,
I'm
I don't
fucking
know.
around.
I don't know if people are joking here, but it's good. All right, KO Surge, thank you for your super chat. He says, Kermel is getting upset by the Mexican Flores.
Yo, I thought that Mexican was like a young upcoming. Hell no, that dude is almost 30 years old.
Who is Carmel Moten fighting? Someone told me that they named him Carmel because his name is supposed to be the ghetto way of saying caramel. So his name ain't his name's Kermel.
Okay.
Like imagine a
That's,
country person trying to say caramel.
Terrible name there. Just okay, so it's a ghetto caramel. All right.
Hey,
You
by
guys
the way, I
think he's
think,
talented enough to be?
shout out to the best. I think he posted a link in our Discord, and I think the Walint fight, I think it's gonna. Yeah, I think it's gonna be free on YouTube.
Which one?
Oh no, wait a minute.
Which one?
Doesn't look like a
Grassiev versus
doesn't look like
Wally.
legit.
Oh,
Doesn't
Yeah,
look
let
like a
me know.
legit account though. I think it's a guy that's. I think that's a guy that's just streamed the fight by himself. So I don't know if
is
he's gonna
anybody
get shut
excited
down. or
about
not.
Frank Sanchez? That fight
Oh,
for
man.
free. Yeah.
I'm hyped, bro. I got a hard on for that shit.
Who is Frank Sanchez gonna fight?
Doesn't matter. He's gonna win.
I don't even remember.
He's gonna fight another 45-year-old.
Probably.
I think he's 45 years old.
That's what I'm saying. Another 45-year-old, as in like two
Oh,
45-year-olds.
Yo,
Yeah,
Ugas is
man.
36, right? But his real age is what, 57?
No, I was saying this shit the other day on my stream, bro. When you with the Cuban fighters, you got to take them just like a female. When you ask her, like, how many dudes you fucked, and she says like, let's say 3. You just times that by 3, and that's the real number. So with Cubans, when they tell you their age, you just add 7 years, bro, and that's the real age.
Yeah.
There was a fighter about more than 15 years ago. Remember, guys, Sam Peter. He was a heavyweight,
Yeah.
and Shannon Briggs was on ESPN one time, and he goes. He was talking about possible opponents. He goes, this guy, he's pretty big, but I think I could outbox him, this, blah, blah, blah. Sam Peter, rumor is he's 36. I think the guy was in his 20s, but Shannon Briggs said he was 36. And it's true because apparently Nigeria, certain parts of Nigeria, I think they count their calendar is based on moons,
Yeah,
on
They
the
don't
cycle of the moon. So,
They don't even have birth certificates, bro.
It never sobers. The new number is 5 now, bro. It's
Yeah,
not
five.
3 anymore. It's 5.
You times it by 4, 3. You times it by 5. Okay.
yeah, that's
Yesterday,
crazy.
I wanted to ask Chibi, like, I wanted to hear his breakdown on how Charlo was gonna fucking beat the shit out of Canelo, bro. But goddamn, no,
Carlo's gonna be too fast. Carlo's gonna be too fast for Canelo.
Chibi's a fucking idiot. Says he's gonna
Nah,
get
but come on,
knocked
see,
out
that's
the
the thing
night.
though. Chibi has always comported himself with respect. Yes, his predictions can sometimes be a little far-fetched, but at least he tries to break it down, and he doesn't go around arguing in bad faith. So I don't understand.
Yeah,
why people go up in arms.
you're right. You're right.
Yeah,
You're right.
they were
This guy
attacking
Malik,
that.
He's coming.
this guy Malik wants to tell us how Charles gonna win, bro. Go ahead, man.
Oh, go ahead,
we
go
listen. Bro.
Yeah.
Right, so listen. Canelo is slow as fuck. Charlo's speed's going to be a big problem. Simple as that.
Do you want me to write your prediction down? I'm gonna write it down. What's your prediction?
Charlo win.
But how? Stoppage? Which
You
one?
beat-
Decision, no, it's not stopping Canelo.
Okay. So Charlo by decision. Okay. I got
You
it.
know what? The only problem I have with these theories of Charlo outboxing the shit out of Canelo is this dude hasn't been that for like 6-7 years. I mean, the last time this dude was known for boxing was
You
what,
watch
like
Canelo
2015?
spar, the kind of people he spars. He spars big,
listen,
slow
I'm trying to
fighters.
say that you're trying to take the fighter that was turned into a knockout artist, as they call him. That you're trying
Yeah,
to
and
bring him
he's
back
gonna
to-
come in the same way. He's gonna come in the same way as the last fight, throwing one punch at a time.
Yeah, but you're not.
Yeah, what did you think about Dan Jacobs? Did you think Dan Jacobs was too fast for Canelo?
No,
And that he was going
Danny
to...
Jacobs was weight draining himself to 160.
Yeah, you don't think Dan Jacobs will beat the shit out of Charlo?
Not at this stage.
Are you just saying that to be provocative, or
Daniel Jacobs just lost to Ryder.
All I know is that Canelo
Daniel Jacobs lost to John Ryder. What are you talking about?
Yeah, well, that's
Yeah,
the weight
make
class
that
he
nigga
really
better
shouldn't
than
have been fighting in.
I don't know. You putting money on Charlo? Are you pretty confident in that?
Well, Charlo is like a plus 300.
So
why
would you
not?
bet?
Yes.
Would you bet people
Why
on
not?
here like
No
20, 30
people on
bucks?
here. No, I bet with the casino. Not with run. If you're willing to pay me 3 times, if Canelo wins, I'll give you 1 time the amount of money, and if I win, you pay me back 3 times. How about that?
It just doesn't sound you're very confident in Charlo. Sounds like you just want to be provocative and.
No,
No, he's talking about the
against
money
grain.
line. He's talking about the money line.
Yo, here I got a number for everybody. Here's a bet I'm looking at. Does Canelo land more or less than 158 shots on Charlo?
Depends how long it goes.
Yeah,
Let's see.
That's pretty accurate right there.
more.
Getting it pretty close, right?
Specific,
I would,
yeah.
I
Hey, by
would,
the way,
I would take that bet.
Bucho,
I would take the bet. So
No, over
I would
or
say
under?
you would bet more. Yeah.
Bucho, you need to make Charlo taller in that picture there when you got both guys on the screen.
You think he'll
Canelo's a
have
little
more,
bit too
Peter?
tall.
I think he'll land more than that.
I don't think Jermel can take 158 shots from Canelo.
He might.
You know-
man. He
You know
might.
what? This fight, the bet that I think the bet on as an update, De Los Santos versus Shakur. Or am I tripping?
Ooh,
Take that as
you could do it.
like a good upset.
Yeah, I think he might be able to do it. Why not? I was maybe going for Frank Martin. If that fight actually happened, who gives a fuck? Maybe Frank Martin could have beat Shakur. We don't know what Shakur is yet. He cheated for his toughest fight. Remember that. His toughest
He's
fight
good
was
though, bro.
Pacquiao,
Like
and he cheated.
his skills are good though. I can't. It's because I don't like shitting on boxers.
Okay,
Dog.
then if his skills were so good, why did he blow the weight versus Conceição when he made it for Valdez, like just the fight before? Like that was obviously going to be your toughest fight.
And then Bastard
You have history with this guy in the Olympics. You knew this was going to be a tough task, and you decided to be lazy and blow the weight. Is that because you were lazy, or is that because you need an advantage? Like
You need an advantage for sure.
That's a good
He's not
question.
lazy.
And it's a low blows, bro. No one talks about the low blows, bro.
Rumor has it, Vaquero had signed already to fight him, and that's where he decided to blow weight.
I mean,
Where
there's
did
guys
Charlo's
like
number one
Ruben
fan
Villa
go?
who beat him in the amateurs. Like, I mean, there's plenty of guys. Like, Shakur's not invincible, dude. It's bullshit.
No, I
guess,
let's real quick on this one with Shakur. I'm not going to sit here and say that he's not talented, but this missing link of talent of above everything at today's levels, I don't see. I'm not saying that he's not good. I'm not saying he cannot end up being great, but he doesn't have light feet. He doesn't throw 5, 6, 7 punch combinations. It's a jab and a left to the body and sometimes to the head. It's a predictable attack.
Yeah,
Now, he's beaten everybody's face so far, but Jamal Herring was old. Oscar Valdez was not a junior lightweight. And I'm not trying to diss everything he's done. I'm just pointing out realistically what he's done so far and why there's reason to have good question about him so far. He may be everything and just need that one big fight to prove everyone that's doubting him wrong. But I'm not seeing the silver medalist Marco Carbajal, Roy Jones type situation where he's so much better than everybody else.
Chief, those guys, first of all, Carvajal, those guys were basic compared to the talent, the phenom that is Shakur Stevenson. Listen, everything Chief said is right on the money because with Lomachenko, people root for him against him. A lot of people root against him. And when I would ask people, hey, why do you root against him? Because he's overhyped. Okay, are you telling me Shakur Stevenson isn't being overhyped now? The way people talk about him?
Of
He beats
course.
everybody from 130 to 147.
But
Very
that's
That's what people
biased.
say.
That's
but
over
that's
He doesn't have near the
Yeah,
skills
yeah.
Loma has. He can't jump around and move around like Loma. Not even close.
And Loma's flat-footed now. Loma is flat-footed now. He doesn't really jump around much. He does move his feet well, but he doesn't have that bounce that he used to have at that he had at
Of course,
130
yeah.
and 126. He's pretty much almost like a flat-footed aggressive fighter at 135. He still can move in and out. He has, but it's his boxing IQ and his muscle memory. It's getting there. Those calves just can't shoot in and out like they used to. Especially, he's also 35 with other 400 amateur fights. You add all this together, he can't move like he used to, and he still has better footwork than Shakur Stevens.
By the way, guys,
And
let me just
I'm not trying to trash Stevens, but this hype of this being the next great thing, I haven't seen this awe-inspiring performance that I'm like, yep, oh my goodness. Now, I did give him a lot of credit for beating Valdez because they were both undefeated 2-belt champions at the time. On paper, that was pretty significant. But what has he done since, number one? And what has Valdez done since number two? So, okay, he beat Valdez like that, but Valdez just lost to Navarrete like that, who some people think is extremely limited basic fighter. I'm not saying he is, but a lot of people think that. So if Oscar Valdez just got beat by two guys, one is supposed to be the next great thing, and the other is a very basic, overrated fighter, and he got beat twice similarly by both guys. What does that make Shakur?
That's right.
Give Shakur.
By the way, Joe, let me just quickly read a super chat here by a pig, Benis, with his first super chat. He says, "Viva Mexico, cabrones." Thank you for a super chat. Really appreciate it, pig. Go ahead, guys.
No, but all that you said, bro, because I don't think like that. Like for me to become a fan of a fighter, bro. Before I became a fan of Canelo, I was into his Lara fight. I was like, okay, this motherfucker is actually fighting motherfuckers, you know? Because it took me a while to become a fan of him. Who else? But what I'm trying to say is that dude has fucking skills, bro. He's very skillful. Shakur.
I haven't seen anything
Neither. I haven't seen
extraordinary.
Yeah, but I mean,
I'm not
that's
saying-
because
I'm not
it's
saying
not
he has
his
no
fault that he's more skilled than the fucking opposition in front of him.
Average. Is that how you say
Because when you're trying, because when you're trying to diminish Valdez like he's a fucking scrub just because
I didn't do any of that. What I'm saying,
Hey, bro, he was saying,
No,
just real quick. So he's talking
Valdez
to
is
me.
not good at 130, bro. Valdez
Yeah,
should never been at 130.
Valdez is so much smaller than Stevenson. I don't understand. It's
He's a
just
122
ridiculous.
guy, 126 guy. He's not a
Yeah,
130
Valdez
guy.
wasn't the 130 pounder, and he wasn't that good. Let's just be honest.
was not that good.
That fight against Conceição proved it. And then
And
The fight-
Stevenson
his fight
should be
against
beating him.
Belt was an
yeah,
outlier.
Shakur should be. I'm not saying he shouldn't be. Of course.
Yeah, he should be beating him.
he's
You know what I
better
mean?
than
But you gotta
Valdez is a mental midget.
you gotta take into account the talent in the divisions. Like if he's beating the best talent in the division, he's separating himself from it. Now,
Okay, I'm
let
me straighten something out.
I like
Hold on,
Delos
let me
Santos
finish.
as well.
Let me finish. You're taking this completely out of context in the wrong way. I'm not saying he's not talented. I'm not saying he's not good. I haven't seen this awe-inspiring performance against anyone he's faced so far to let me think he's that much of an upper level on the pound-for-pound list or in the upper echelon of the sport right now. He's won, and he's won in I would say pseudo-impressive fashion, but nothing's taken my breath away so far. And it's not because I don't like the man.
I got a question.
Let me say
I got a
something real
question.
quick.
What do you think is his best fight on his resume right now?
Me personally, I would say Valdez.
Exactly. He's
I
right.
would say Conceição,
Can I
and
say
he
something?
cheated for
Let me
that
clarify
fight.
something here. Yeah, let me clarify something because when a guy like Chief criticizes a fighter, most people out there, especially the fans of the fighter being criticized, they just focus on the criticism and they don't understand that every fighter has room for criticism. Even a guy like Inoue has room for criticism. Believe it or not, Crawford as well, Usyk, everybody. So what Chief is saying is, and he said it from the get-go, he said Shakur Stevenson is good. He can see the skills. He just hasn't seen what a lot of people are saying. And it's not just the fans. It's a lot of experts saying nobody can beat him between 130 and 147. So,
know which one
does-
Chief is saying,
B-Day, you know which one
he
does?
hasn't seen that.
B-Day, you know
But
which
you know
one
what he
does
sounds like
deserve
though, real quick?
criticism? Tyson Fury.
But
I'll play
look,
with you.
but look, he sounds like the same people, like the Mexicans that criticize Canelo. They don't see the greatness because they haven't seen that what this guy's looking from Shakur. It's kind of funny though because sometimes we do it to different fighters and we're not knowing it. Like, you know what I'm saying or not?
Shakur is not that fantastic on the front.
No,
foot.
no. But what I'm trying to
He's
say
really
is like,
not. If they put a guy in there that'll punch back and he's on the front foot with no power, he's going to be in trouble, dude. And then he's going to have to back foot bitch again. And when he was back footing it, he was really, really boring. Like extremely boring. People were turning off the television and he was apologizing after fights.
Yeah,
and
but what I'm trying to say is that you sound like the entire Mexican nation that wants fucking Canelo to do the same thing that you want Shakur to do.
By the way, guys, how you guys doing?
What's up? I don't know what you guys trying to tell us that Shakur is like amazing, but it's not that amazing.
Oh, no, that's not what I'm saying.
I think he's amazing. He's so amazing that he landed so many low blows and didn't get disqualified.
You know what? Listen, he's not a bad. I'll just my opinion. He's not a bad boxer. I'd like to see more. I'm not convinced yet. What I'm hearing is this guy's the next best thing, but I gotta wait and see because I haven't seen it yet. By the way, KO's.
Bucho, I'll read the super chat, but I just want to say, just piggyback of what you're saying. It was the same thing with Inoue. I wasn't convinced until after the Donaire fight. I said, okay, this guy's got balls and he can box. So I got a high standard for a lot of fighters, not just one type of fighter. By the way, shout out to KO Search for his contribution with the super chat. He says, who's buying this fight and don't like cabrones? Shout out to KO Search.
I already bought it.
I already bought it.
I just paid for it. I paid for it before too.
$84.99. $84.99.
This shit was more expensive for me, bro. I paid $92.
Yeah,
I paid in Canadian dollars, but then I converted to US dollars, and it was 100.
Whoa!
Oh man.
Yeah, I paid 92.
Okay,
92
so
fucking dollars.
Everyone's getting screwed somehow.
I didn't pay for this fight.
All right, next.
So I
will be doing a community service. You guys can watch the fight with me.
I want to pay. I want to pay because I want to.
That's right. Never sobers always comes through for the really good family.
I have a really good
Thank you, Never Sober.
I have a really good
one at a time. One at a time. Everyone's talking at the same time. Hold on. Let me finish reading the super chats on top of that. Shout out to Don Robo Crip for his contribution with the super chat. He says Ramos is going undisputed at 154. The size difference between him and the other guy is massive. Zoo is fucking 5'8", tiny.
Isn't Zoo like 5'10" or 5'11" though?
Yeah.
No, he's 5'8".
Are you
he's
sure?
5'8".
No.
Yep.
No. He's tall.
Zoo is 5'8".
Oh, check it out if you don't believe me. Why ask me if you don't believe me? And by the way, shout out to Don Robo Crip for another contribution with the super chat. Excuse me. Shout out to Don Robo Crip for another contribution with the super chat. He says, Chief, correction, Navarrete beat the hell out of Valdez. Not the same thing as Shakur winning off the back foot.
Hey,
all right, shout out to Don Robo Crip. Yes, Tim Zoo is 5'8". And let me tell you something about Tim Zoo. I respect his skills. I respect how he's improved in the last 3 years, the amount of improvement. And Mono Ramos, yeah, he's lacking a little bit in the skill department, but he just keeps coming. And Zoo has been hurt twice in his career badly. So the people that are saying Zoo makes it easy, maybe he does, but don't discount Ramos's power and pressure, man.
Who did he get hurt by again?
He got hurt by Gosha and way before that against some punk. And I'm not saying punk as a bum. I'm saying a guy who looked like a punk, with like a colored hair and everything.
BD, about him getting hurt
by Charlo.
Yeah, he got hurt by Guasha in a flash knockdown the first round, but he did beat the shit out of him for the rest of the fight. And I don't know who had favor in that fight yet, so we'll have to kind of decide.
I think Charlo does.
Guasha is not terrible either, to be honest.
No, he's not.
I think Charlo does Zoo like Wilder does the rest of his opponents.
Charcoal would never go back down to 54. He's going to get destroyed by anybody he fights once Canelo body bags him. So you're telling me, look what happened to Roy Jones Jr. when he went back down to weight. Tarver destroyed him twice. So that
I remember when Guasha
same thing happened to Chad Dawson too. When he went down to 168, just got fucked up.
Do you guys have Tim Zoo beating Brandon
Chad Dawson when he fought Andre Ward and went down to weight?
That's a good fight. Yeah,
you guys.
Mendoza too. That's a good fight.
Yeah, I want to see.
Okay,
I want to see Sora.
Dory, you're right on the money. I'm not trying to talk over you. I just want to agree with you real quick. You're right on the money because when it comes time to the analogy with Roy Jones, because within a couple months of each other, Charlo is about the same age and putting on about the same amount of weight that Roy Jones did. And so to try and take this off of the great Roy Jones, and I don't say that with sarcasm, I say it for whoever really buys into that on how great he was, yes or no, but he was exceptional. We know that. And if that takes that much out of him, how much is it going to take out of an inactive Charlo who's been out for a year and a half, taking off the same amount of weight, is the same age, and has shown nowhere near the same kind of acumen, skill, or IQ?
And people are like automatically assuming Charlo would walk through Tim Tszyu. I mean, it took Charlo 23 rounds to separate himself from Harrison, and Harrison blew the fight by acting like a dumbass. You know, I mean, he was outboxing, winning the fight. Tim Tszyu destroyed Harrison. I mean, Harrison won maybe 1 or 2 rounds. It wasn't even competitive. So for people to say Charlo just blows through Tim Tszyu is fucking retarded. I want to see Tim Tszyu.
He's not going to blow through him. He's not going to blow through him. He's going to get beat up, but then he's going to catch him with something.
No, he's not, dude. Charlo,
bro, he always does that shit, bro. He did it to Castano, bro. Like, Castano was the guy that...
Dude,
yeah.
So Castano walks down his face out at his opponents and has no fucking jab. Like, come on, dude.
By the way, bro. By the way, no, I'm not saying... Tiny. I know, exactly. But how big is Tim Tszyu?
Bigger than 5'9", 5'8.5".
5'8.5". 5'8.5". Okay, so Castano's 5'8.5", or Tim Tszyu is 5'8.5".
5'8.5". Tim Tszyu.
You guys are overrating Castano. Seriously, like Tim Tszyu is no fucking Castano.
Man, Castano's good, bro. I think Castano. You know what Castano? What happened with Castano? Castano, he got like he couldn't knock him out the first time, and he thought he could, so he went overboard. He gassed himself out, and then he got caught. That's what happened with Castano. If Castano did the same thing the first fight, he probably would have had the same result the first one, but they gave him a draw.
I agree with that.
The opposite thing that you can say. The opposite thing you can say is the fact that Charlo didn't show up to do his job the first time. And when he did the second time, he separated the cream from the rest of the milk.
Yep, that's true too.
He still didn't look good in either fight, man. He was backing up against the ropes, getting fucking hit the whole time.
Yeah, I mean, the reality is if Charlo goes down in weight, Tim Tszyu, Harrison, maybe Ramos, or not Harrison, excuse me, Crawford, maybe Ramos, they probably all beat Charlo, especially if he gets beat the fuck up and battered by Canelo. That's just the reality of it. So, I mean, to be honest, I think Charlo should just go to 160 if he plans on fighting anymore, because his brother's going to fight at 68, I'm pretty sure.
I still think his brother is a better boxer than he is.
I think so too. His brother's fight with Drevenchenko was the most impressive fight.
I mean, that should be that should be an indication.
The way Jamal was fighting Drevenchenko was fucking skilled and like powerful. He looked powerful, honestly.
When his brother, exactly.
I think
when the older brother is focused, he is a different beast. I think that's the guy that could have possibly beaten Canelo, possibly. I'm not saying he is going to beat him, but this guy, I mean, he's lacking a lot of shit to be able to beat Canelo. He is going to catch him with a few shots, like what BDA was showing the last time. I was like, he might catch him underneath. He might cook him underneath a couple times here and there, but that's not going to stop Canelo.
I mean, Charlo's only chance he catches him cold, to be honest. Charlo has only chance to catch him cold. I don't see any way he outboxes Canelo at all. Even if he's back
no way, bro. His only chance is to knock him out, and good luck with that shit. Good luck. Good luck.
Guys,
that's not
let me just quickly read a super chat here. Boxing expert, thank you for your super chat. He says, La hermana de Booty Juice tiene las nachas güeras. All right, he's still...
And dude,
come on.
Charlo is lucky he isn't stripped of multiple titles. But by the time let's say he magically goes down to 54 again, it'll be 2 years since he fought in the division.
It's almost 2 years.
He's lucky he didn't get stripped of the IBF. You know, the WBC might end up stripping him. Who knows? And then they might just call Tim Tszyu the unified champ, because that's kind of his fight with Mendoza is a pseudo unification. Like, I'd like to see. I'm assuming Ramos is going to win. I want to see Ramos versus Tim Tszyu. You know, because I think Crawford's got to fight Spence, and then when those four fight, you know, Crawford will probably win, and the winner of Ramos and Tszyu, you know, can fight Crawford at 54. I think that's a great fight.
I think Crawford's trying to shit on Spence and say, I'm not gonna fight you at 154 because he doesn't want to deal with that shit. There's not enough money in the fight probably, and he's just like, I'm not gonna fight you.
He just doesn't want to fight him again. That's why he's doing it.
I think I can see that. I can see him doing this to say, look, I'm gonna do it at 147. Oh, you can't make it. I don't need to fight you anymore anyway. I've proved my point because I obliterated you 7 pounds isn't going to make that much of a difference. So if you don't want to fight me for the titles, then we can both go on with our careers.
Chief, he can sue him, though, right? Spence can sue him.
Because he has to know, because he has to fight at 147. It's Crawford's choice. If Spence doesn't want to do that, then Spence is out of the fight.
He's putting on Spence's choice on if I get to choose the weight, so I'm going to choose 147. If you don't like that, you're vacating your rematch, and then we get to go about our business. Because he can't sue him.
Even being mentioned.
Man, but the thing is, man, that guy can't keep his word, man. At least that's why I like Errol Spence for some reason, because he could keep his word, man. That fool cannot keep his word. He promised him. He said, yeah. I mean, Errol didn't have to. He really genuinely didn't have to fight him. Honestly, he could have just chose not to fight him.
No,
he
that
did
would
have been terrible.
Yeah, that would have been terrible.
But I mean,
that would have been a duck. That would have been straight up duck.
Of course it's a duck. Of course. But he obliged by his rules, like flip the coin, whoever comes out.
His fans talked him into it, man. His fans talked him into it.
I don't know, man. Errol's is a man's man. I think Errol keeps his word.
Errol's a drunk.
He can be a drunk. I think Errol is not a man's man, bro. Stop the cap.
He's a fucking pound drunk, dude.
Man,
Errol took that fight because he thought it was going to be easy.
But dude,
he got an apartment in downtown Dallas just so he couldn't have to drive and go to the walk to the bar.
Gonzalo is a drunk, but we still love him, don't we?
But he's not a professional boxer.
Okay, right.
He's not the top of the top, elite of the elite.
Do you see Gonzalo flipping exotic cars? Do you see him hanging out at the strip club?
No, you know what? You want to know what Gonzalo did?
Gonzalo is a married man. If anyone's a better father figure, it'd be Gonzalo. I don't even want to hear the bullshit.
I didn't say he was the vet. I mean, come on, okay. All right, we're going to the father side now.
Yeah. Well, I mean, you're trying to degrade Gonzalo.
Which one of them is there for the kid?
Look, we're here to talk about
that guy.
By his tendencies,
that guy is a blatant degenerate, man. You're making it seem like he's a good Christian man when he's not.
You've seen the Dubai video, right?
Spence is my kind of guy.
I never said Spence reads the Bible or anything like that. I'm just saying that he kind of keeps his word. I mean, like the other guy doesn't really keep his word. That's what I'm trying to say. Like, at least give him a shot.
The word was, yeah, I guess we can do it at 154 next time. It wasn't, yes, it's definitely going to be there, or I promise it's going to be there, or signed a contract that it was going to be there. And the contract said he got to make up his mind. So he's choosing 147 because all the belts are for. What does it accomplish at 154 when the fight's not going to sell as much? No titles are on the line. It does nothing for his legacy. What is the significance about going to 154 other than the fact that Spence will still get destroyed? Will still get destroyed, but he'll be able to probably have a little more punch resistance because of the 7 pounds. His head movement's not going to get any better with 7 pounds. His foot speed's not going to get better with 7 pounds.
No one's going to buy that fight.
His punch resistance might.
Hey, I gotta ask. Who introduced this subject back on the table, man? Errol Spence Crawford. You guys aren't tired of talking about that? I'm sorry, man. I gotta point that out, man. It's fucking Gypsy, right? It was Gypsy.
Yeah,
it was your fault.
It's my fault.
Yeah, I'm gonna add something. I'm really interested.
I'm gonna go to a separate room, start whipping myself.
Is anyone really interested in seeing? Is anyone really interested in seeing Cripford sell Zoe to Canelo? I'm not personally. It's a mismatch. I want to see Crawford actually do something that a lot of these pound-for-pound fighters are doing. Finally, fight someone bigger than him, longer than him, taller than him, so we can see like if this guy's genuinely that great. Since all the all-time greats don't they have wins over guys bigger than them and shit like that, and quality fighters. And like Terrence Crawford can do that by beating someone like Tim Tszyu, or something like that. Not Jermel, because he's gonna get smashed by Canelo. But it doesn't do Crawford's legacy any favor to go up, aside of money, to go up and get smashed by Canelo Alvarez.
Crawford will eat up Tim Tszyu, bro.
Benavidez, win or lose. Then we have to see the fight.
Yeah, I know, but I'm pretty confident that I'll bet money on it that he will eat up Tim Tszyu. He will just.
Well, the money, you probably wouldn't make much because the money line would probably have Crawford as a 4 or 5 to 1 favorite.
Yeah, I know.
And I wouldn't have him that big of a favorite.
The only way for that fight to make money is to have to go to Australia.
Kind of fights. We don't need him to go up and wait to lose to Canelo Alvarez. That doesn't do anything for him aside of making money and cashing out. Yeah, Tim Tszyu's a very tough fight for Crawford. It's his best win, personally, if he beats him. Not no fucking liquid heroin addict. Been out during 18 months like Spence.
Guys, let me read a chat here from Rider of the Storm. thank you for your super chat. He says, we love Chavez Sr. He was a cokehead and a drunk. All right. Thank you for that super chat.
Yeah, but that was later in his career. To be fair, later in his career, man. It wasn't. That was after he'd gotten done a lot of things already. He accomplished.
Yeah, but he gave us defective sons in the sport. Salieron todos retrasados.
I gotta bring up a point real quick.
Sergey Kovalev, Sergey Kovalev is a smoker and a drinker. Sergey Kovalev, you know.
Hold up, guys. I got a point to bring up. If Canelo mops up Jermell Charlo, which most of us think he is, it's not going to do Crawford any favors to go up there, because then people are going to start to realize weight classes matter, and it's going to be a mismatch. So I would think Canelo David Benavidez will sell more than Canelo Crawford if Canelo goes in there and just dog walks Jermell Charlo, because then who's going to want to see Crawford, who's smaller than Jermell, go up and wait to lose?
I want to see Crawford versus Canelo. I want to see that because styles make fights, bro. It's a different type of fight.
So check it out. What if Canelo murders him? Are you gonna?
I don't give a shit if he murders him. I don't give a shit. I want to see Crawford versus Canelo. That's interesting as fuck to me.
Look, guys, after that Crawford versus Spence fight, there was guys that I was still saying, I know he lost to Crawford, but I still got Spence beating Canelo at 160.
Well,
there was guys still saying
that. Well, some people want to see Gervonta Davis versus Inoue. Why can't people want to see Canelo versus?
I don't want to see that shit.
I don't want to see
Inoue.
I don't want to see Inoue versus Tank right now. I would prefer Inoue moving a couple more weight divisions and then maybe a challenge eventually.
If we're talking about
if Crawford were to fight Canelo and he beats Charlo, say Canelo beats Charlo and he fights Crawford next, that would be undisputed versus undisputed versus undisputed. So then be what, 3 undisputed?
Yeah, but it's a mismatch.
Two undisputed champions that Canelo faced back to back, bro.
It's a mismatch because of weight divisions.
Dora, there's a way to sell it. I understand what you're saying, but there's a way to sell it, and that's the other side of the coin that I hate about the sport.
Yeah,
because you can still sell something and have a product, and people will buy into it.
I mean,
LT, jump on.
for sure.
LT, jump on. I know you're listening, you fucking pussy.
I mean, I think
Pinche
Chapin. What's up, bro?
If Canelo beat Benavidez, that's probably his best win on paper. If you bring in proper context, a prime Benavidez is probably Canelo's best.
That doesn't make sense.
Fuck Benavidez.
Why this infatuation with Benavidez and Canelo? Like, why does he have
One at a time. One at a time.
Hey guys, before we continue, let me just read a super chat. Don Robocop Crip, thank you for your super chat. He says, Showtime PBC is clearly setting up Canelo versus Benavidez for the third fight after Canelo beats the shit out of Terence Crawford.
That's what I'm thinking.
I don't think so. I don't think so, bro.
I want to see them fight. This is a great legacy fight for both of them. If you're a fan of boxing, fuck who wins. It doesn't matter. No one's gonna get shit on. Let's say Canelo loses to Benavidez, who's a fucking natural light heavyweight at 34 years old. No one's gonna fucking shit on. No hardcore fan is gonna shit on him for it. So who cares what these Crip channels have to say in case he loses the fight? And if he wins, it's the best win of his fucking career. Like, he should be willing to do that.
That is not. You are tripping. That is.
No win's gonna top his Triple G wins, bro.
Benavidez.
G was 36. It was a questionable decision. If he convincingly beats David Benavidez at 34 years old, that would be his best win on paper. Not the 40-year-old Triple G, not the 36-year-old Triple G.
Nah, bro, knocking out Crawford will be more significant.
Bro, he's in the later. Listen, guys. He's in the later part of his career, Canelo. Why the fuck does he need to fight the guy? He needs to make the most money possible with the biggest fights possible. Benavidez is not the biggest.
He's already done that.
Why are we asking?
No. Of course he has, but he's looking for bigger fights.
Like, is not a big fight right now.
Exactly. Crawford is the biggest fight in boxing with him.
Exactly.
Really, it is.
Morel. And then get, fight a Morel or some other guy.
Benavidez has been sitting on his hands too long, bro. All this fucking talking, all this fucking waiting. He could have got himself a list of opponents that he had beaten already that would make him undeniable against Canelo. You feel me? He left too much in the air. He left too much in the air. Now Crawford is a bigger fight. Crawford's a bigger money fight than it is with David. David could have made it bigger. David could have made it bigger, but he kept sitting on his hands too much. So that's what it
could have
is, man.
fought Sergio Ramirez. David could have fought Morel. David could probably even try to pull Bivol and tell him to come to 168. Let's make a huge fight.
He needed to go to 175, to be honest.
Yeah, I'm about to say that.
I
You
don't
have to
think
go.
Bivol's going to agree to fight at 168. I think he's going to want him at 175 because he's the bigger name. He beat Canelo, so he's just gonna call him out to get to 175. But Morel, for sure, he could have took it. Zerda Ramirez, he could have took it. There's other guys it doesn't come to mind. He could probably take those guys as well. He could build his fucking name. But what is he doing? Calling out Canelo. Same thing as fucking Golovkin. He did the same thing. Waited on fucking Canelo all day. What is he doing now? What is Golovkin doing right now? He could still fuck now. He's old right now. A couple of years back, he could have fought some decent fucking names, man. All he's doing is, I don't know. He's scared shit. He doesn't have the cojones.
I mean,
like
Triple G
Canelo
did
does.
unify one.
Well, if Gypsy actually followed the timelines, he'd realize half of what he said about Golovkin wasn't true because he had 4 fights fall
Look, I was a Golovkin fan, bro.
Ooh.
I'm a Golovkin. I used to be a Golovkin fan, bro.
I know, but
really
you're not paying attention
man.
about the fact that he had 2 fights with Munguia fall through. He had 2 fights with that Japanese guy fall through. That took 1.5 years off of his career. Fights that were in negotiation and signed to go and fell through. He wasn't sitting on his ass.
Why did he fight Andrade?
I'm curious.
Why did he fight Andrade? Why not Charlo? Why like the older Charlo? Why did he challenge
Andrade
when he
isn't fighting
Shevchenko?
First of all, what does it matter? Why didn't he fight those guys if he already had fights?
There could be a reason. He could have priced himself out. They could have priced themselves out. There's a lot of factors and variables that.
But these were fights that were in negotiation, scheduled to happen, that fell through. And when they fall through, we all know it takes a while these days to put a fight together. So when you have 4 fights with 2 fighters fall through, that takes about 1.5 years off of your career.
Okay.
It's not like he was doing nothing. He was in negotiations, making fights that didn't happen.
Do Eubank. I'm interested to see Eubank, not right now, but like when Eubank was not knocked out, that would have been interesting. I would have liked to see.
Maybe that wouldn't have fallen through. I don't know. But the fights that were there in front of him that were being presented and the offers that were being made, it wasn't his fault they fell through. They fell through. It wasn't like he was sitting doing nothing. He was actually in negotiations trying to make fights, and these fights didn't happen to no fault of his. So he's sitting there doing nothing like the false accusation.
Say that, bro.
Well, how do you know it wasn't his fault or his team?
I know exactly. We can't say that, but one thing we can be sure of is that he had.
Pretty sure he didn't slot him again.
He had the hype. He had the hype. He had everything after the Canelo fights. He could have did massive fights. He could have rematched Shevchenko for crying out loud.
Yeah, that's a good point. Yeah,
Shevchenko got robbed, bro. By that same logic, why didn't Canelo rematch Triple G and they go for the trilogy right away after 2 very close fights? Well, Triple G should have won the first one, and the second fight could have went either way. Why was there not a rematch then immediately?
Because Canelo
everyone would have been interested in that fight.
That's a tough fight for Canelo. You wanted to improve in different aspects and come back and beat him.
It's okay for Triple G to rematch Canelo, but not Chenko? Is that what I'm hearing?
He could have fought Golovkin at 37. He waited until he was 40 years old to separate himself from Gennady Golovkin. That's the reality of it. He could have fought right away.
So then how come he didn't rematch Chenko then?
Exactly. Why didn't he?
Okay, Canelo did, right? He went and fought Charlo. Derevyanchenko went and fought Charlo and lost. But the thing is,
mind you, Triple G was supposed to stop Canelo, and what happened?
What? No,
what's that got to do with it?
There was so much.
It's nothing to do with the fights that fell through. The narrative is the fact that he was sitting around doing nothing.
The narrative that is he's some innocent dude who moved up one time, ended up losing. His best win is a blown up Mexican.
No, you're changing the narrative. Okay, we'll go to that.
No, you're changing the
conversation.
No,
we'll move to that conversation.
Let's be real.
We'll move to that conversation because the conversation was he was sitting around doing nothing.
The dude's overrated.
And I pointed out the fact he had 2 fights.
He's overrated. Exactly.
Who's the best win on Gennady Golovkin's resume, bro? Why didn't he rematch Chenko? Why didn't he rematch Chenko?
Look, he's not overrated, bro. He's not overrated. He just doesn't have the
Canelo does not have to rematch Triple G. See how that shit works?
He gets mad when you pick on Canelo. He gets upset. He gets mad when you pick on
Who is the best name on Triple G's resume, bro?
You dumbass. Like, what do you say? Canelo didn't have to rematch.
The guy who whooped his ass? Yeah.
He lost the first 2 fights. And a lot of fans wanted to see if Canelo could convincingly finally beat Golovkin at 40 years old, and he did. Like, that's what was
so Canelo has to rematch Triple G, but Triple G doesn't have to rematch Chenko.
Exactly.
When would
Who is the
Talk about double standards. Fellas, one at a time.
All right, I want to ask, who is the best name on Triple G's resume?
Exactly. Just tell him, bro. Just tell him.
Who is the best name on Triple G's resume? Danny Jacobs or Kell Brook? Y'all tell me, bro.
He whooped Canelo in the first fight. Dude, I'm a fan of
he don't
both.
got that. He don't got that win. It's a draw. Who's the best win on his resume?
So wrong and all that shit. You want him to fight fucking blown up welterweights and PBC cash out mismatches. David Benavidez and Canelo are the best junior light heavyweights of their era and the best fighters in their division. Win or lose, they should fight. I'm not gonna shit on Canelo if somehow I'd pick Canelo to beat Benavidez. I wouldn't shit on him for losing. But you guys are giving him fucking passes to fight these mismatched, no hope fights. It's garbage.
We all know. Why does Canelo keep getting shit on every time he does some good shit? Every Canelo does some good shit. Let's be real. And every time he gets shit on. Why is
what about when the Triple G got the pass to fight Vanez?
Yeah.
Oh, because it's a last minute replacement bullshit.
Triple G said he would never fight Kell Brook because he's too small.
Oh, see, there you go. See, there's
Guys, can I just
hold on. Y'all remember when they asked Triple G about Kell Brook and he said I wouldn't fight him. He's too small. Why the fuck did he fight him?
Money. But let me just read a super chat, guys. Hold on. Let me read a super chat. This is Bucho. Let me read a super chat. Boxing expert, thank you for your super chat. He says, ahora resulta que ya no puedo hablar de mi morra. He's talking about Burichus. Sí, a ella le gusta darme de comer en la boca. ¿Qué pinche pedo hay? Saludos, futuro cuñado Burichus. All right? He's still going after Burichus. I don't know what's wrong.
I mean, come on, man.
I got a bone to pick with Triple J, whatever his name was, Triple J. He said that Fury's not gonna fight Usyk. Well, I don't know about now. I told him wait till the end of this year. We'll see what happens. He's gonna eat his own words. I can't wait for that shit.
So nobody answered the question I asked. Who's the best name that Triple G's beaten? And don't tell me about the draw between Canelo and he got robbed. Who's the best guy he's beaten, bro?
So he beat Danny Jacobs, who's on 11 or 12 fight knockout streak.
Danny Jacobs.
And Danny Jacobs
hold on.
And decided
we can't say you can't
say it was a good win for Canelo and then not.
If we're talking about
guys, Dora, let BDA talk.
Dora, chill out.
Dora, let BDA talk.
Dora.
No one's talking, bro.
Breathe, motherfucker. Come on.
Yo, what the fuck? I got something to say too, bro. I'm not talking. Let BDA talk.
Hold on. Yeah, we can't say Golovkin sucked because ultimately when he did get the fight he won against Canelo, we all saw what happened in the ring. He beat him the first time.
I never said
I didn't see that.
I didn't say he sucked either. I just said he was overrated. I don't know if you remember, but I don't know if you guys remember, but everyone was talking about how Triple G would have washed Canelo, he would have stopped him, he would have knocked him out.
Yeah, but what is that? Listen.
In the first fight, what happened?
Hey, listen. Hold on. Hey. Stop focusing on what. Listen. Stop focusing on what people said.
Exactly.
He stepped up against
Canelo.
Here's
where I'm going to stop you, BDA. Why do we have to over-criticize one fighter and not the other?
Please. BDA gets to talk over you.
Right? I know that there were people picking Golovkin to stop him. I remember I used to do videos on explaining how Canelo was good, and people were telling me he could knock out Cotto. How's he going to keep Golovkin off of him? So I understand what you're saying, Amok. But what I'm saying is, when the best ended up fighting the best, and Canelo and Golovkin fought, Golovkin should have handily won that fight. Canelo did too much running. He backfoot bitched in that one. I give Canelo credit for not backfoot bitching it in the rematch.
I think Golovkin won by 1 round that first fight. The second one was a draw.
I saw that 7-5 or Triple G, bro. Maybe 8-4.
I saw that fight like 10 times, bro, and every time it was close to a draw, but Golovkin was pulling it off by 1 round. He was doing the better work. In the first fight, the second fight, it was a draw. Huh?
Okay.
Did I watch it with the TV? Yeah,
you watched TV up somewhere.
I did. And then I flipped it back over.
Okay, well here's my issue, BDA. There's blatant bias for one fighter over the other. Canelo obviously won a robbery, but so did Triple G against Chenko, and he never rematched him. So my issue is we got one standard for one fighter and a different standard for another fighter.
Why didn't Canelo
make sense?
rematch
Make it make sense.
Why
I never said, look, Golovkin is not overrated. Golovkin's problem is Golovkin's not overrated. Golovkin's problem is he doesn't have the cojones. He doesn't believe in himself. He has a lot of talent and all that shit, but he doesn't believe in himself. Because if he did, he would have kept. No, he don't. Bro, I'm telling you.
I agree.
You don't know what I'm talking about.
I don't even know what you're talking about. If Triple G had balls, he would have fought Andre Ward. I don't want to hear that shit.
I would have fight Andre Ward. Why would you fight Andre Ward after Why would you fight Andre Ward? Why would you fight Andre Ward in the United States? Why would you fight Andre Ward? Why would you fight? Hold on. Why the fuck would you fight Andre Ward in the United States? All right, we saw what happened when he fought Kovalev. And this guy's dirty as fuck. The referees allow him to do all his dirty fucking shit. I would never fight Andre Ward. Shit, no. It's a risk, big risk, man. You're fighting not only Andre Ward, but the referee.
Kovalev, his friend Kovalev did it, but he doesn't have the balls to do it himself. Come on, man.
Triple
G was supposedly knocking out Kovalev in sparring, but he didn't want to fight Ward. He wanted to fight He wanted to fight Canelo, but he didn't want to fight Andre Ward. That's a pussy, bro. That's a pussy, bro.
How do we know he didn't want to fight Ward?
Because Ward was openly challenging him, and Triple G said, "No, he's too big." Triple G said, "Ward is too big."
Exactly.
Hold on. Now my turn finally.
Did he send him a contract? Did he send him a contract?
It doesn't matter. He comes out on video, BDA, and he says,
"You don't look at the contract."
When you say no on video, there doesn't need to be a contract.
Guys, when it comes to Canelo, hold on. When it comes to Canelo, it's like, well, Benavides, the contract offer, that was bullshit, blah blah blah. But when a guy just calls another guy out, so it was up to Golovkin to initiate the negotiations. I don't get it.
Check it out. Look, Andre Ward was saying his name in interviews over and over and over. Triple G was asked about it. Triple G was asked about it. His answer was no, he's too big. If he really wanted that fight,
that's not what he said, man. That's not what he said.
Triple G would have said send a contract. He didn't want to.
Yeah, bro, I heard that video many times, bro. BDA, he said that. BDA, come on, man.
Okay,
he said Kell Brook was too little, and he still fought him. Why the fuck did he do that?
If people still follow the timeline, when he was calling Triple G out, he was an inactive, injured fighter with no representation. He had no promoter. He had no manager.
Why didn't Triple G pull his card then? Why the fuck did he say he's too big?
Yeah, why did you say that? Exactly. You shouldn't be saying that.
He should have pulled his card. He said, well, then step in the ring.
Wait, bro. Hold on. It's like Canelo saying to Benavides, you're too big. Have you heard Canelo ever say, Benavides, you're too big, bro. I ain't going to fight you.
You know what could have happened, though? And I don't blame. Two things. First of all, Super Chat. Boxing expert. Thank you. He says, Triple G, con esos comentarios, el BDA ya no. I don't know what that means. Umbrella and water. Boxing expert, thanks for the super chat. Okay, I was gonna say that Canelo. I know yours. Okay, yeah, probably. I was gonna say, yeah, Triple G. He knew that there was a potential fight with Canelo, right? So he's like, why would I move up and fight Triple? I'm not saying I'm not defending if it's a doctor. I'm just saying, logically speaking, he wanted that Canelo fight. He started chasing that Canelo fight, and everybody does that, though. Everybody chases Canelo because that's where the money's at. So that's probably what happened.
Maybe you're right, Bucho. That's a reasonable case. That's a reasonable case.
It's reasonable.
Yeah.
The thing about, hold on, we got away from the whole conversation. The whole conversation was, well, who's Triple G's best win? As if he was this overrated fighter. When he fought Canelo the first time, he beat him handedly. You can bring up the rematch all you want. When push comes to shove, he beat him and he got robbed. So he proved that he was that.
He was supposed to beat him, and on top of that, he was supposed to stop him.
So then on top of that,
when it comes to I'm really tired at 32, bro.
Hold on. Hey, let me finish. You keep bringing up all these straw men that other people do against you.
This
You
is
just
not a
brought up-
straw man.
you just
There's a
brought up-
lot of videos on YouTube
yeah,
because of it.
Because you're saying we're talking you and me and people in the panel, and you keep bringing up the fucking Golovkin fans that kept saying that he was supposed to stop him. That doesn't help your argument.
There's lots.
What we're talking about, no, that doesn't help your argument.
There's a lot of videos.
Canelo, the way these motherfuckers were talking, the way Golovkin was talking, the way everybody was talking, he was supposed to KO Canelo. I don't know what.
Yeah, but Canelo said he's doing the rematch. He did it himself. We all give you
Hold on.
The fucking straw man argument,
We went
dude.
from Golovkin. Hold on. We went from Golovkin is overrated to he was supposed to stop him. So therefore, he was overrated. Well, I mean, he took on a guy that we all know is good in Canelo, who has a lot of ability, and he beat him 8-4.
Well, BDA, at the same time, people will mention.
You never beat him 8-4.
Hold on, let me finish. I've been trying to say something for 5 minutes. Just give me a second. We've been saying that Daniel Jacobs is a good win for Canelo, but when we bring up the best win for Triple G, all of a sudden, Amok's got this problem that that's an overrated performance. And yet he's the one talking about double standards. So look in the mirror for a second. And then get your stuff together and come up with a good argument.
Well, everybody's stuck up on the first fight. Everybody's stuck up on the. I'm saying, Canelo. In my opinion, Canelo beat Triple G in the second. Canelo beat Triple G in the second fight. Canelo beat Triple G in the second. And even if he was a draw or whatever, in that fight you can see Canelo's skill level. It's above Crawford. It's above anybody, man. That's one. I never even seen Crawford in a fight like against an opponent like Golovkin.
Exactly.
Canelo did it, and he stood in 12 rounds, man. Tough rounds. And boxing skills to the max, man. Boxing skills to the max.
Nobody's shitting on Canelo over here at this point. They're shitting on Golovkin. At this point, it's not Canelo. We're talking about Golovkin. And
Golovkin's a very good boxer. He's an extremely good boxer.
He's not overhyped or whatever. That's not what it was about Golovkin. We're talking about he doesn't have the cojones to do what is necessary to be where Canelo is at. He had the ability. He had the Mexican fan base behind him, and he chose to fight fucking tomato cans. After the last fight he fought that was worth mentioning was Devinchenko, and he didn't even rematch him when he arguably lost.
I don't want to shit on Golovkin. In my opinion, that's kind of here's the thing. That's Canelo's biggest win.
And he beat Murata. Murata had 2 losses on paper.
Shitting on Canelo at the same time, right?
Didn't Devinchenko lose to Charlo right after that?
Yes, he did. But if he did,
so you're
then
saying he
fight
deserved an automatic rematch?
No,
yeah,
fighting the Charlos, bro. That old fucking Charlo, then. If Charlo's too much of a pussy to fight you, then fight Devinchenko in a rematch. None of that made sense. It's about a revenge match. Let's say, hypothetically speaking, Bibble goes in and gets his ass knocked out by somebody right now.
Because he was afraid of the Eastern.
Canelo is going to want that rematch again because of the revenge. That's all it is. It's a revenge thing. This is the difference between Canelo and Golovkin. There's a huge difference.
How come Gypsy boxing style sounds fucking
loud, though? Why did Canelo walk away from the trilogy after getting a decision in the second fight? At most, he won 7 rounds against Golovkin. You talk about revenge. Why the fuck did he walk away? You said Triple G was offered. He wanted the fight. You said Canelo wants his revenge for his losses. Triple G wanted the fight after barely losing to Canelo. And that was questionable itself. Why did he walk away from it?
And did the zone win that fight?
Danny Jacobs top 5 win in Canelo Alvarez's resume. I mean, you should have, bro. You're saying a bunch of bullshit, bro. You're saying that the fight didn't happen right after when it fucking did, bro.
Yeah, it's a bunch of narratives. It's crazy because he never rematched Chenko, and he got a pass through it.
Listen, Canelo didn't go the third automatically. It's because maybe let's assume that he expected it's going to be the same shit. It's going to be close to a fucking draw. Let's move on, come back later, get better, then fight him again.
Okay.
Maybe that's what
boxing history has happened automatically.
Yeah, that's my explanation. He lost the Bibble, right? I'll give you an example. He lost the Bibble, right? He wanted an automatic rematch. Even though we all think that he was going to outwork his ass, he still wants that rematch, right? Why? Because he thinks he can do better. Because he thinks
Bivol was willing to give it to him, but Canelo didn't want to give up. Canelo gave up more money to rematch Golovkin, but he didn't give up more money to rematch Bivol. He wasn't willing to come to the negotiation. When he got beat 9-3,
the reason why the Bivol fight didn't happen, it's not because of money. It's because if 168 pounds is where Bivol wants to fight him, so he could take all his belts away. And he's like,
okay, he earned that right. He
that was
beat him once he defended his title. He earned that right.
Well, he can't even get a fucking fight because he ain't worth shit, bro.
Yeah, because Bivol ain't shit either.
Let me say this: both Canelo and Golovkin get a bad rap. Those guys put on 3. Well, I mean, especially the second one. The third one, not so much. The second one, that was 2 ice cubes. Those fucking 2 glaciers going at it. That was one of the best fights for the last 15 years.
Yeah, they're great.
I
give
those.
If Bibble's worth so much, why can't he get a fucking fight, bro? Because he ain't worth shit, bro. Let's keep it 100, bro. Stop fucking lying about his fucking value.
As much as I like Bivol,
and all this fucking bullshit that you guys fucking claim.
The problem is Mauricio Sulaiman is the WBC unify with Bivol because he's Russian. So the biggest fight in boxing, or the best fight, on paper in boxing, can't occur. That's just the reality of it. And nobody wants to see Bivol.
It can happen. It can happen, bro. You can fight, bro. It's just not gonna be for the WBC. But who gives a shit, bro? If they really wanted to fight, they'll be fighting already. But they don't want to, bro.
The fucking unified titles or the.
Fuck the WBC.
That's the reality of it.
They could still fight without the WBC. They could still fight. They could still fight without the
WBC.
Yeah, so Don and Dor, you both have a point.
The WBC, bro.
Yo, let's keep it real, bro. When we talk about Triple G, his career is gonna revolve around losing to Canelo, bro. That's his legacy, dog.
Because it's always about him and Canelo. It's not about him and someone else neither. It could have been him and Andre Ward. It could have been him and fucking Grove. He could have picked on Grove too at the time.
Yeah, but also let's remember Golovkin's career really started to get attention when he was in like 33, 34, I think, or maybe 35. So I mean,
there wasn't a lot of 33, yeah. You know what I'm saying? Like, he was fighting fucking bombs, bro, that no one knew who the fuck they were. And he was knocking them down like he should have. And then they were saying, oh, this guy is a real guy.
So you don't watch
Never Sober. You sound like an LDBC guy, Never Sobers. I think you're just doing this.
How do I sound like, hey, bro,
you're like a fan.
So who's the high-level guys he fought? How come Joe Brooks?
You know why Golovkin never moved up in weight?
Hey, bro, how come Joe Brooks is one of the best names on Triple G's resume, dog?
That's a good point.
Hold on. I mean, just because you don't know, hold on. Hey, you don't.
I know who he's been fighting, bro. Kell Brooks, one of the best names he's fought.
You know who Martin Murray was. You know who Daniel.
Give me 5 names better.
EDA is trying to talk.
All you're saying.
Stop Murray.
All you're saying is.
Murray.
All you're saying is these guys are bombs. That guy's a bomb. People do the same thing. People do the same thing to Canelo. Oh, these guys are bomb. That guy, he fought a bomb. Everyone's a bomb apparently, but you really got to break it down because anybody can just qualify somebody as a bomb. Look at what Golovkin was
doing. Bomb, bro. It's saying that he's really fighting.
You didn't say that. You didn't say that. He said it.
These are no-name guys who are not proven, who are not champions, bro. They're older dudes.
Murray was middleweight in the world when Triple G knocked him out.
Hold on. Let Never Sobers finish. Let Never Sobers finish. Hold on. I was jumping over here. Go ahead, Never Sobers.
Y'all go ahead, bro. Y'all was finna say something. Go ahead.
All right. Well,
so, I think Golovkin's record is not impressive. Can I just say something? Golovkin's record, it's not like he doesn't have stellar names or anything like that. Like Kell Brook, yes, one could say it's a big win because we all knew who Kell Brook was, right, at the welterweight division. But there's other wins that sometimes go overlooked. You know, he fought guys like Martin Murray. Murray went to Germany and fought. He was a good man. He beat Sergio Martinez. If you think about it, like It's Martin Murray, this great superstar. No, but he was a tough contender. He got completely destroyed by Golovkin. So Golovkin was an extremely good middleweight. He was doing what Terence Crawford's doing. Like if you look at Terence Crawford's career, who's his biggest win? You were like, okay, Spence recently, Sean Porter, who retired after that, and then after that, it's a whole like who Postol, Gamboa. You know, it's very difficult. So he's on that same level now. Is he an all-time great or whatever? I don't know, but he's not a bomb. By the way, don't robo crip. Thank you for your super chat. Triple G was. He said Triple G was scared to fight bigger guys. He would never fight Benavidez. When Canelo fights him, let's state that. But we'll see, man. I mean, I think Canelo will fight Benavidez.
You know why? You know why the guy said that? Like whoever commented, is because Golovkin is defensively not that good as Canelo. Canelo's head movement, all that shit. Canelo wasn't wary fighting bigger men.
That's because he's a counterpuncher.
Yeah, but they're both counterpunchers in certain ways.
No, they're not.
No, in certain ways. No, Golovkin can set you up just like any other fighter. But Canelo is the top tier counterpuncher. That's the difference. That's what I'm trying to get at. And the reason why Canelo was comfortable moving up in weight is because he's defensively much more sound, and Golovkin's offensively better than Canelo is, but defensively was lacking where Canelo was at, and that's why he was confident enough
the same kind of fighter whatsoever. It's a crazy.
So I think the reason why he stayed where he did so long is
I just need to add something real quick. So Sergio Martinez probably lost to Murray, right? Murray got shafted in Argentina. It took over a year later, Sergio Martinez, who was then shot, lost to Miguel Cotto. Miguel Cotto then defended against Daniel Gill, who a year previously had been knocked out by Gennady Golovkin. So you guys consider, what's his name? Canelo or Miguel Cotto is one of Canelo's best wins. However, some of his best wins at middleweight had came by guys that had beaten Martinez and Golovkin, who had beaten Gill a year before Cotto did. So you guys don't know fucking shit.
Gill was a two-weight champ.
So how come Triple G never fought Andre Ward, bro?
Oh my God! Now we're talking about
Let me give you the best name.
Let me get this straight. So the barometer for a great fighter is he absolutely must fight in weight. He can't beat everybody in his division. He has to fight. He has to move up in weight before he clears out his division.
If your name's Triple G, yes, according to this panel.
Yeah, and Marvin Hauser.
Yeah, somehow Tourage is not a great fighter, though he's beat 7 world champions. I guess Tourage is not great.
Here, let me drop Triple G's best names, bro. Marco Antonio Rubio, Martin Murray, David Lemieux, Derevchenko, and I'm gonna give him I'm gonna say Jacobs. That's 5 names.
And Murray was pseudo undefeated because he got fucked over by Martinez. So
I'm just gonna say that. Can I just say about David Lemieux? David Lemieux at that point was IBF champion. He was like, I would consider him on the same level as Caleb Plant in a sense. What he was accomplishing. Because now we've seen Caleb Plant lose against Benavidez, and then after Lemieux lost to Triple G, we saw him lose against. Who did he lose? Billy Joe Saunders later on, I think.
Yeah.
Well, my point is that Lemieux at that point was he was knocking everybody out, and he was a champion. That was a unification fight, so it was a good win.
I'm saying those are his best wins.
No
yeah, but they're not. I
I
agree with Eversober that his wins are not like fucking like big ass fucking names. But in this day and age, I don't even think anybody has like a very good record.
Canelo has
a good record. I'm not comparing him to Canelo.
Notice that we went from his only big win was Jacobson Brook to now all of a sudden we're finding out that you look at his resume, it's pretty good. Is it better than Canelo?
Right, bro.
No, I don't think it's better than Canelo. It's not better than Canelo. That's not the question. That's the thing. That's not the question.
It's not about whether it's good or not. It's decent.
Yeah, that's what we were saying. People were saying that Golovkin's record sucks because he never moved up in weight. He fought a bunch of nobodies. Now we're starting to find out, if you really massage the issue,
he was a middleweight champion. He was.
I never said that he was better than Canelo, so I don't understand. Now we're saying he's not better than Canelo. Is that what we're discussing?
And when we talk about
we're talking about where it could have been.
Martinez Cotto never wanted to fight Gennady Golovkin, even though he was a knockout artist and was starting to become a name. They didn't want to fight him. They never took a chance because they would have got fucking stopped, and they knew it. That's why they didn't fight him. I'm not going to shit on Cotto because he's like a natural junior middleweight anyways, but Martinez could have fought Gennady Golovkin. He chose not to. What would happen to him? That's just reality.
Why did Canelo hide out at one point?
What happens when a guy can't get a fight in his weight class because everyone's scared? He gets his fucking balls, he ties them up, and he goes up to the next weight class and fights the champion there.
Yeah, but all these
he doesn't wait around for some guys to have their weight class and come up to his and then challenge them.
The mistake of everybody's defending Triple G, but you have Chenko who fought him once and you don't even want to rematch him?
You know, I'm glad. You know what? I'm glad Triple. I need to read a super chat, but before I read a super chat, I'm glad Triple G didn't fight Andre Ward because Andre Ward doesn't deserve that fucking payday. Average boxing fan, thank you for your super chat. He says Charlo's interview with the Zone boxing built in what? Charlo's interview with the Zone boxing built in excuse. Oh, he said an excuse. Tell me what the excuse was, Average. All right,
Charles interview with his own boxing built-in excuse. I mean, I haven't really heard him. He's saying he's sharp. He's got his brother in his camp. Everything's going fantastic. He feels great.
Yeah, there's no excuses. I haven't heard an excuse.
Right. So anyway, BDA, the original conversation went the fact that Golovkin was sitting around doing nothing, and when I pointed out that he had these fights fall through, everything went sideways, and everything went all sorts of ways of. Canelo, I mean, GGG is like not good. This overrated, double standard, blah 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 blah.
Chief, I got something to tell you. I got something. You said
I'm not fucking finished, man.
All right, sorry. Okay, go.
All right. So another reason why people don't move up is because some people, I don't know, say Marvin Hagler, Carlos Monzon, great fighters, have an idea of breaking records of title defenses in their own weight class, which Triple G was overly open about the fact that's what he wanted to do. Undisputed, break the record. Going up isn't going to help him accomplish that.
That's in an era where there's less bouts, same day weigh-ins, and less weight classes.
It's a different boxing. That's a different boxing world, bro.
Yep.
Look, Chief. You're saying that Devinchenko fought Charlo, right? The reason why Devinchenko fought Charlo is because there was no rematch with Golovkin. There was no.
He was also a mandatory contender. He was also a mandatory contender.
Yeah, Golovkin could have still asked for that rematch.
Canelo could have rematched Lara.
Okay,
Why didn't he do it? That was a close fight.
He had a chance at another title. He was a mandatory contender. What's his name? Charlo gave him the shot. He lost, and now you're still holding that. And so he's no longer anyone's mandatory.
Is the title
in the meantime, wait a minute. In the meantime,
money.
While he lost his status again, between Munguia and a unification fight with Murata, again, these two fights were scheduled 4 times. So during the time, this is my thing with you, because this conversation originally was between me and you about him sitting around doing nothing. And I told you, he fought Devinchenko. He didn't give him a rematch. Okay, fine. But Devinchenko was number 1 for Charlo's belt, and he lost. So he wasn't even a contender anymore. And even on this panel, we were saying he's a long in the tooth now. He's really not world-class level anymore because he wasn't. Not because he wasn't a good fighter, it's because he was old, he'd been in a lot of tough fights, and he really wasn't that relevant anymore. And on top of that, young guys like Munguia, who has been exposed to being avoiding fights, but at the time was a junior middleweight moving up, and Murata, who was the WBA champion, were trying to get fights with Triple G. This is what was happening in the timeline of reality. That's what my issue was with you. So Devinchenko wasn't even a factor of what was going on at the time because he lost to Charlo. That is literally what happened.
But the Charlo fight never could have taken place after that. Like it was impossible to happen. But after he beat Devinchenko, he was looking for Canelo instead, right? Is that what was going on?
Well, Triple G did become his own guy. He didn't have a promotional team anymore. When that usually happens, Charlo's promotional team would be the one sending the contract to Triple G, which never happened.
All right, so can we move on from this? I'm talking.
I feel like it's excuses, but
okay.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like it's excuses, bro. But it's okay.
How's an excuse when Charlo's people didn't send him a contract?
I'm not saying it's your side excuse. I'm saying excuses on his side. I'm not talking about you.
Yeah.
I feel like it's excuses on that side. Like, I didn't have this, I didn't have that, and that's why this doesn't happen.
Yeah, I didn't have a contract offer, so I can't have a fight. That's just an excuse. That's called reality.
I'll say this, man. I'll say this. After 2018, when Golovkin lost to Canelo in the rematch, we were on the show, and I said he should move up and fight Callum Smith, because I think at around that time, or maybe a little bit afterwards, Callum Smith won the tournament.
Yeah, that's a good
I was saying on the show. I was saying he could have easily beaten not easily, but I think he would have beaten Callum Smith. But instead, he decided to stay and chase a third fight. Which, can I blame him for chasing the money? Not really. But after the second fight, yeah, I agree. That's when he should have maybe said, okay, I'll just pick up in another division. But he didn't seem to want to.
That's what I'm saying. He doesn't have the cojones, because if he knows he can knock out or beat up on Caleb Smith, that would make the fight even more spicier with Canelo at 168. And where do they fight at? 168, where his iron chin is even more of an iron chin at 168 than it is on 160. I think he has the best chin, even better than Canelo. Canelo's just defensively defensively so good that it makes it look like his chin is just the same level as Golovkin's. It's not. Golovkin's chin is on a different level.
It's just a bunch of excuses for Triple G, bro. To be honest with you, a bunch of black fanboys in this panel for him, bro. Straight up.
It is
right.
Before
Not getting a contract sent to you is an excuse.
Canelo fanboy.
Yeah, there's so much Triple G fanboying on right here, man. It's crazy.
Right, because I'm not presenting facts.
Mexicans can't keep it a buck.
I got one question.
Don't you agree, BDA, that Yashenko versus Triple G was a close fight? That shit was a close fight. They should have done the rematch.
Yeah,
you should have done the rematch. Triple G don't have balls like that, bro. Motherfuckers don't
we bring it up about. I bring it up.
That's Triple G's record is lackluster. It doesn't have big names because he doesn't have the balls, bro. Cut the crap with the excuses already.
Let me say this. Before the first fight, I remember I would do a video about Golovkin, and the Canelo fanboys would go after me. Then I would do a video about Canelo, and the Golovkin fans would go after me, saying, "Nah, man, Canelo sucks. He doesn't have punching power to keep him off." And then what happened? The fights were, even the first one was, Golovkin had to work for it to win that one. So
I chill about Canelo, he won, but he's fighting Charlo today.
Sometimes
Triple G never did nothing like that, bro.
No, sometimes no matter what you do, you're always gonna get criticized.
Yeah, you don't go. You don't.
What the Triple G do for a special PDA since you wanna bring this up?
Okay,
let me say this. Don't you guess? We just spent an hour talking about it. So rewind it and you'll see the answer. I'm not gonna rehash.
Well, that's because he did nothing. He beat Jacobs and that's it.
Rewind.
I don't
need to rewind, bro. I saw the Triple G fight. So I was a Triple G fan, bro. I was a Triple G fan, bro. I still am, but I'm not gonna fucking lie. I'm not gonna
screaming over each other. This is crazy.
Exactly, and they try to make it seem like you're like so biased for Canelo, bro. This shit's so fucking bullshit.
Your whole argument, Amok, your whole argument was, but people said Golovkin was gonna knock him out, and that's your whole argument. That's strawman. So stop talking about how we're all biased and blah blah blah.
Because you say it's a strawman.
Triple G lost. Look at the record.
You understand
Triple G lost. There's no excuses.
Go read another Logic 101.
I'm saying that it was a strong man.
Nobody can understand you guys.
Who's making excuses for fucking Canelo on the Triple G fight? Nobody, because Canelo won, bro. Get over it.
I know, but if you guys want a good stream for the Walling Gassy fight, it's undercard. It's undercard _ boxing.
No. Don't do that. Don't do that kind of stuff, bro. Like, no stream. That's legal.
Gassia versus Otto Wallin. It's a Russian stream in Turkey. There's no network television in the United States, brother. So I don't know how else are you gonna watch it.
All right.
So, what the fuck? Be quiet. Fucking quiet, dude. Yeah, I'm
looking out for the best interest of Bucho and BDA over here.
BDA is trying to.
You don't think I would have thought about that before? I've been here a little longer than you, bro.
I don't know about longer, but okay, for sure. All right.
Okay, both of you. BDA is trying to talk.
No. That's what he answered the question. Thanks. He answered. He was gonna post it on the Discord.
Roger.
All right. Well, all I'm saying is that you can't just say it's a strongman argument without even providing evidence that it's a strongman argument.
Yes, I can, because it is.
How?
I gotta explain to you what it's. Okay, because you keep saying we're talking about whether Golovkin's good or not. You go, well, people said he was gonna knock him out. I never said that. We're sticking to what he did in the ring. But you keep going back to, well, people said that he was gonna knock him out.
People say a lot of stupid shit. I'm not gonna use that as a reference.
That's not a strongman.
That's your argument.
That's not a strongman argument.
Yes, it is. When
say that, though. You have to understand the context.
These people were stupid. Who was saying he was gonna get? The LDBC was saying that shit. I would never quote these motherfuckers for anything. Like, it's ridiculous.
Mayweather said Golovkin was gonna knock him out. So I mean, that's the type of.
He doesn't know shit.
Gorlovsky people were saying fucking Triple G was gonna knock him. Everybody was saying Triple. I thought Triple G was gonna knock Canelo out, but he couldn't fucking do it, bro.
Exactly, same here.
Well, so I didn't think that. I mean, why would he? Like, Canelo was a big 154-pounder anyways. He couldn't even make 154 anymore. He was fighting at 155. He was fighting at 155. Remember, for a bunch of he wasn't a midget. His skills were underrated.
That's why I'm saying it's a strong. That's why I'm saying it's a strongman argument, because I never said Golovkin was going to whitewash him, going to knock him out.
Who cares what these people say?
The Golovkin fans were going after. Excuse me. The Golovkin fans were going after me.
The trainer said that shit too, bro. If Sanchez says if you don't run on the second fight, Golovkin is gonna fucking knock you out. And stop running. He kept repeating that shit on the fucking.
People are getting away from the issue. The argument was Golovkin wasn't that good, so we started talking about that. And the counter argument to Golovkin being good was, yeah, but people said he was going to knock him out. Whether people could have said that Golovkin was going to fly in the rematch or get killed and then come back to life in the third round. Whether anybody said that is immaterial. The fact of the matter is Golovkin was good, and you saw it in the first fight. That's my argument.
Golovkin was great, bro, at the time.
Bro, that's what I'm saying. That's a great win for Canelo because I had Canelo winning the second fight. You could even say maybe so. Like people that want to shit on Golovkin for no reason, they're crazy, man. Golovkin's like a great fucking fighter. He's more impressive than Crawford, in my opinion. And people are gonna go, "Oh, you're crazy." Crawford beat Spence, and that's it. Let's be honest.
Well, but he's moved up 3-weight divisions, bro. It's not like
I don't care. Okay, but. That way Golovkin was dominating his opponents. Hold on, Crawford's a great fighter, but Golovkin is on that level even better. Why? The way he was dominating those fighters. Then somebody's gonna say, "Oh no, but Crawford fought better opposition." That's where I disagree. I don't think he fought better opposition. Well, go ahead.
I'm not gonna. I mean, when I think about, I haven't actually thought about this. I have to literally think.
I agree. He moved up 3 weight divisions. I agree, and that's something that you gotta be credit to. You gotta give credit to Crawford for moving 3 weight divisions, but. He was a guy that was had like, let's say Golovkin couldn't move up to light heavyweight. That's 3 divisions. He doesn't have the frame to do that. So. You know, we can't say, "Oh, Golovkin should have done the same thing, move up to light heavyweight." Like, no,
he could have.
The two most impressive.
No, he could not. No,
the two most impressive wins on the two most impressive wins on Crawford's resume is in 147, and that is him not finishing off Sean Porter and finishing off Errol Spence. What's the two most impressive victories of?
Man, you're taking too long for this. See, I'm telling you.
Yeah, what's Golovkin's 2 impressive wins in 160? Most impressive
Danny
wins.
Jacobs, I think he beat Canelo the first time. I think he beat Canelo the first time, Triple G, Jacobs, and then
Mark Murray.
No, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. It doesn't.
Man, it couldn't matter at that point. It couldn't matter.
I mentioned earlier, Triple G was completely dominating all these contenders, top contenders in the division. Now, they might not have been these big names that they are promoted by the PBC or whatever, but they were big names in Europe and they were contenders, and they got destroyed. And Golovkin wasn't losing a round in those fights. He wasn't like Deontay Wilder, where like he's losing the whole fight and all of a sudden, he throws a right hand and wins the fight. No, this guy was completely dominating these guys. That you have to give him credit for that. And then Canelo managed to like stay in a close fight with Golovkin. He beat him the second in the fight and the third one. So. These 2 guys are great boxers. I don't understand why we have to shit on one. Like on Golovkin.
Hey, everybody. We're saying that one doesn't have cojones and the other one does. That's all we're saying.
What are you saying? What?
Look, Busho, I always hear the excuse that Canelo held Triple G's career back, bro, which I think that fucking narrative is retarded. And the narrative is that Canelo waited for Triple G to fight him the first time, the second time.
Fictitious weight class for 2 years. What the fuck are you talking about? It doesn't make sense at all.
What do you mean?
Yeah, but like, wait, that's
can you actually wait a minute? Give me a sec. Can you actually hate on Canelo for waiting on Golovkin to get old when he's moving up in weight? He's the one going up from 154 to 160. He's a smaller man. He's a smaller man going up to fight like a man.
Listen, Canelo fought Golovkin at 160. There wasn't a 155 one at catch weight. So to me, you gotta give credit for that because I remember Pacquiao fighting Miguel Cotto at 157 or some. No, sorry, 146 or some crazy 145. 145. Why would you do that? 145. Marquez against Mayweather. Mayweather doesn't even respect the catchweight agreement that they had. So these guys try to do this type of bullshit. But when it came to Golovkin and Canelo, it was a full 160. So okay, maybe Canelo was fighting at 155, but he didn't fight Golovkin at 155. That fight that actually mattered.
No, but why did he wait there so long? Is my point.
I would blame De La Hoya. I blame De La Hoya for that. I blame De La Hoya. I blame De La Hoya. You don't think Canelo wanted to fight Golovkin? I think it was De La Hoya. You can blame De La Hoya. I wouldn't blame Canelo because I think this guy willing to fight anybody. And I'm not a Canelo fanboy. Like I'm crazy fanatical, but like Canelo actually, I mean Canelo decided to fight Bivol. Canelo decided. Hold on, Gypsy. Canelo decided to fight Bivol, and he decided to fight Mayweather when he was young. He decided to fight Lara when everybody said Lara was like this crazy guy. He fought the Austin Trout when Canelo was supposed to fight Cotto, but then Cotto lost to Austin Trout, and then even De La Hoya told Canelo, no, you still gotta fight Cotto even though he lost because it's a fight that we wanted. And Canelo said, no, I want Austin Trout because he beat Cotto. So and then you're gonna tell me that all of a sudden Canelo's afraid of Golovkin. I know. I think that was Oscar De La Hoya. That's just my opinion. I think De La Hoya didn't want that fight.
That sounds pretty reasonable.
Yeah.
You also got to put into consideration that Canelo had no experience at 160 against anyone credible at 160.
Well, that's how it
But he
works
carried
when
the weight
you-
well. He carried it
How it
well.
works. You're
He
not
carried it
you don't
really
have
well.
experience.
He carried it really. He carried the weight really well at 160 though. He was really good at it.
It really comes down to the double standards of you guys saying Canelo should have moved up, but when it comes to Triple G, oh no, he doesn't have the frame for 168. He doesn't have the frame for 175. But when it comes to Canelo, he should have moved up when he was 21. He should have moved up when he was 22. He should have moved up when he was 23. No, Canelo was like 26 when he fought Triple G the first time. He was
Canelo
still a
gets
young
so much
fucking
hate,
fighter.
it's ridiculous. Canelo gets so much hate, it's ridiculous, man.
I don't hate Canelo. I'm gonna be real with you. I'm gonna be real with you.
I'm doing the same thing.
Canelo has an amazing resume. I think he's probably one of the. If you look at everybody's resumes in boxing right now, I mean, Canelo has the best, man. I mean, he's fought some legends and Hall of Famers, man. I mean,
Hall of Famer, bro. He's a 100%
like he's a Hall of Famer. He's a legend.
I don't know why. I think you guys gonna come
he doesn't
crazy,
get enough
but
credit, you know.
Listen. Okay, people have Inoue number one pound for pound. That's fine, but I think Canelo should be number two because I still have Canelo above Crawford. I don't know why. Seriously, just because he lost.
Bro.
Why? Because he lost to Bivol. Because he lost to Bivol. I mean, what? So what do you want? Okay, so no credit. People don't want to give credit to Canelo. People
don't give him credit.
Buche, it's not about I don't want to give Canelo credit. I'm a huge fan of Canelo. It's not that. It's because based on the performances. Come on, shut up, bro. I'm not a fucking hater of Canelo, bro. I like Canelo. I'm a huge fan of Canelo. I actually.
You're a hater, bro.
Yeah, I'm a hater. Yeah, of course. But the reason why I don't put them as number two and I have Inoue and Crawford up there is because of what I see in their skills and their boxing skills and what they're capable of doing. To me, Crawford and Inoue are more versatile and have more abilities.
Who cares? No, sorry. I'm sorry.
Let me just tell you something, bro. The smaller weight class fighters are supposed to move better than the higher weight class fighters, bro. You expect the heavyweight to look like a flyweight? That's retarded.
No. Let me finish. Let me finish and let me say my piece, and then you guys can say whatever you want. The reason why I say it is because to me, guys like Crawford and Inoue, see, they're also like one of them is moved 4 weight divisions, the other one is moved 3 weight divisions. Yes, Canelo has also moved 4 weight divisions, but it looks like their style. It could be more versatile. They could do a lot more than what Canelo can do with his. Not the shit on Canelo. I love how he fights and I love watching his fights. Everything I enjoy it. I still put Canelo in the top 5. If you don't have him in your top 5, you're a fucking idiot. You shouldn't be watching boxing.
I'll say this. Man. I'll say this. This whole discussion. Listen, if anybody shits on, because I hate when people just go, well, they do it for Golovkin and Canelo. They go, these guys are who have they fought? Who have they fought? And then you tell them who they fought, and they go, "Well, that's a guy's a bum." So that is pretty lazy arguing. If anybody would have said that about Canelo, I know. But I'm saying is when people argue about Golovkin, both guys especially Canelo. After 2019, he surged ahead from Golovkin, and people can say Kovalev was old, blah blah blah. I've said it before. If you give me, and I've done this just as an exercise, I said, okay, let me discredit Sugar Ray Leonard's record. Let's discredit Sugar Ray Leonard's record. Okay, he lost to a lightweight in Duran. He beat Wilfred Benitez, but Benitez didn't even train for that fight. And he barely beat him. He had to stop him late that the fight was pretty even going in. He was losing to Hearns. and then he ended up stopping him. But he was losing that fight. So see how I can start building up a resume saying that he was overrated. But when you look at it, everyone's resume can be dissected one way or the other. But let's give credit where it's due.
BDA, what I was trying to tell you is his resume is decent. Yeah, I'm sorry. This is the last time.
You sound very loud. I don't know why.
I'm sorry. This last time. I know it's what it is. I was gonna say the reason why I look at Golovkin's resume, I said it's decent, but whatever it could have been, what it could have been. Yeah, it's what it could have been and what it is. That's what I'm trying to tell you.
Redundant.
Oh my god!
It's good. It's good. It could have been a better resume, but it's a decent, good resume. I mean, he could. I think he's going to go into the Hall of Fame. I think he's one of the best middleweights of all time.
He's going in the Hall of Fame for sure, bro. Triple G for sure. He's going to be
Triple G.
Yeah.
I mean, he's no slouch. I mean, dude was great, man. He's a career and pounder. I mean, dude. I mean, his chin, it's just crazy, man. I think he has the best chin that I've ever seen in boxing, man.
Guys,
Like,
people who want to put Crawford above Canelo, listen, Golovkin is way tougher and much more skilled than Errol Spence Jr.
Well, the reason why I have Crawford at number one.
Before we continue with the boxing, Joe, are you okay, man?
Excuse me?
Yeah, I'm sorry about that. I thought I had her on mute. My apologies.
I can't hear Joe.
You were choking.
He's got COVID. He's got COVID 20.
The reason why I have Crawford over Canelo, like Canelo's in my top 5 pound for pound, but Crawford's number 1 for me. But the reason why, I mean, this is the only thing. Canelo, he has come up short. And I don't think there's really no denying that. I mean, Canelo is amazing, but in his biggest fights, he has come up short.
All right, guys, can I just read a super chat? Earl Stevens says Triple G is 8 years older than Canelo, so they wanted 22-year-old 54-pounder Canelo fighting a prime 30-year-old 60-pounder. That's crazy. Triple G fan speaking on a smaller guy. He wasn't 30 though. He was like.
Hold on. Nobody wanted 22-year-old Canelo. Yeah, nobody wanted 2011 Canelo to fight Golovkin. I mean, that's
At that time, he was even fight Floyd.
It wasn't until Canelo after the Mayweather fight, and he started to resurge, and he started it was obvious that he was going to go up in weight. That's when people were like, "Yo, Triple G, Canelo should fight. It would be a big fight." Now, of course, if they would have fought right away, probably Triple G beats him easy. But that's not what happened. What happened was Canelo obviously he wanted to wait some time, and he waited for the right time probably for him, where it was still a dangerous fight because he lost that first fight. He may have gotten a draw, but nobody who scores boxing thought that fight was a draw. Nobody, you're not arguing in good faith. If you're like, oh yeah, I agree, it was a draw. No, you're not.
Yeah, I agree. I had Golovkin by split decision in the first fight.
Yeah, but how can you have it by split decision? You're just one person. Who do you think won the fight?
I think Golovkin won over.
Yeah. Okay, so there you go. That's what I'm saying. Because
it was a close fight. Golovkin edged it. I think he did just enough to edge it out.
You can't judge it either way.
But to beat Canelo, you don't edge it. You beat him by 2 to 3 rounds to take it away from him.
Well, I thought he won. I
thought Castillo beat the shit out of fucking Mayweather, but everybody tells me bullshit every time I bring that up, bro. So the same applies to fucking
the Mayweather fight.
Yeah, but most people believe Castillo won that fight, though. Everybody, not everybody.
Come on, man.
How do you Canelo did win the second fight with Triple G, honestly. I think he really did win the second fight, though.
If you're being honest with the Mayweather fight, Mayweather drained Canelo. Stop it. Come on, bro. He fucking drained him.
I don't think so.
Yes, he did. He drained him.
Hey, I have a video on my channel. I have a video on my channel still, very old video where you see. I have a video on my channel. You see the weigh-in, and when they show up for the weigh-in, Canelo's sitting down. He's too weak to even stand up, and Floyd fucking notices it, and he starts jumping around, up and down, and walking out, showing, look, I'm fresh. You can't even stand up. It's on record. It's on the video, man. It's recorded, man. Fuck.
Andre Ward is on record.
The best thing that happened to Canelo.
Andre Ward was on record saying that doesn't look good. He said, I think Mayweather should be able to stop him in the later rounds. He's talking about Canelo at the weigh-in. He said that didn't look good at all. Everybody saw it. They were like, yo, he's pale. He's like smacking on his lips.
Yo, recognize. I know that he was drained, but the thing is, do you believe that would have made a huge difference if he wasn't drained?
No, I know. Mayweather would have beat him. I think.
It makes a huge difference.
First of all, listen,
he was
maybe
pretty much handicapped, bro. That's a handicap.
I'm gonna say this. I'm gonna say I don't know because he drained him. No matter what he did, no matter how you see it, he drained him. And he's
a big man.
Not only that, Canelo was green too. Canelo was also green.
Canelo didn't win one round. He won like
Canelo would have done better if there was no rehydration clause or no fucking all that losses, bro. That's a fact.
There's a reason why Mayweather.
I agree.
There's a reason why.
Well, why would you do that? No, recognize. Why would you even add like you're fighting a guy that's 20? He just turned 23 at that time, and on top of that, you're like, no, you gotta fight. You gotta do a 152 fight. And he knew that Canelo was struggling because I remember Canelo almost didn't make weight when he fought Ricky Hatton's brother or whatever his name was.
Yeah.
And he was a whole scandal there. So Floyd knew exactly what he was doing. Like this guy never takes risks. By the way, here's a super chat from Earl Stevens again. My point for the primes don't match what? My point was their primes don't match. Either Canelo got him old or Triple G got him young. Canelo did what he had to do, being smaller and bringing up in the money.
I
agree with Earl Stevens, bro.
No matter how
I agree with Earl Stevens because just real quick, I agree with Earl Stevens because Golovkin was 30. In 2015 he was 32, and way 33. Before, a couple of years before that.
Damn, he was that old?
Yeah, I think so.
I didn't know he was.
He started pro like at 25, like a dumbass. That's his personal problem, bro. He should have fucking won pro earlier, bro. Honestly.
Ucho, you said why I have Terrence Crawford above Canelo. Well, let me explain you why. Do you believe that Terrence Crawford, if let's say you bring prime Floyd back, right, put him in 147, and do you think Terrence Crawford won't beat Floyd?
Yeah, he would probably beat him.
Exactly. That's why I have. That's because when you see the green version of
Canelo beats Floyd now.
Hypotheticals though.
Canelo beats Floyd now.
Yeah, I know it's hypotheticals, but
it's
that's
hypothetical. This is a what if. What if I go to the store and I win the lottery the next day? Like,
I don't even know what Floyd's your standard. I don't even know what you use Floyd as a standard. I don't even know what you use Floyd as a standard. I don't get I think Floyd was overrated.
If Venetian was getting fucking Crawford, imagine fucking Floyd would have done it even worse.
Floyd technically lost to Maidana.
If fucking Sean Porter was beating fucking Crawford, bro.
And he fought an old Oscar De La Hoya, and if Oscar wasn't as old as he was, he would probably beat him because that was a close fight. It was a one-round difference.
Exactly. That's always what I would go to, man. I said Mayweather, De La Hoya from 1999. Beats Floyd at 147.
Floyd did get better, but surprisingly, because of the roids and all the shit that he took, he's saying he never took. He did get better at certain points, and he was actually better than when he was before when he fought Oscar De La Hoya, which is surprising. And he keeps saying that I wasn't the man 20 years ago, 10 years ago. No, he was actually got to a certain point at some age. I forgot the age exactly, 30 something, that he was actually at his best. And I think the best I've ever seen him was when he fought Canelo. Surprisingly, it was even though he trained him, it was his best. That was his best. And that version, I think even that version, Terrence would fucking probably not knock his ass up, but beat him for 12 rounds.
You figure him out.
Run jab, fucking shoulder roll, and win a fucking decision on fucking Crawford, bro.
You're talking about the guy who's the master of taking calculated risk. Floyd would have waited for the perfect moment to fight Crawford and then end up beating him.
Who's the master of taking calculated risks?
Floyd Mayweather Jr.
Yeah, I could agree with that.
He's the master at that.
Well, I mean,
that's why I would pick Floyd beating Crawford, because he would wait for the perfect time and moment.
Right. But Gypsy asked if they fought now, though. If they fought right now, like that 36-year-old Mayweather or 35.
But let's be honest, a lot of these superstar fighters, because
Sorry,
there's so
I'm in the
much
middle of a
money.
call.
There's so much money riding on them. They kind of like encouraged to take calculated risk. You know what I'm saying? Because now Mayweather just did it on his own. That was just his own shit. But all these like A-level fighters that bring in so much money, they have to take calculated risk because there's a lot of money riding on them. That's my true. That's
the managers. The managers. They are the ones that are responsible for this. Like I think Canelo wanted to fight Golovkin. I just think De La Hoya didn't want to.
Of course, yeah.
And I have a precedent.
Yeah.
And like I said before, I remember that Canelo was supposed to fight Miguel Cotto, but Cotto lost against Trout. And then De La Hoya, even though Cotto lost, De La Hoya still wanted to make that fight. And Canelo said, "No, I want Austin Trout." And he pushed for that fight, and he got it. So. You know, but when it came to Golovkin, I guess no. I mean, the life was like, no.
They're just fighters. They don't see it the way we see it. Like they just say, well, I could beat that guy. Like they be like, yo, listen, man, you don't know the ins and outs. That guy got more experience. He's a little stronger than you. Everything is not working out. It looks like you'll lose this fight and you'll lose it bad too. That's how they see it.
I feel you on that. But also, if you want your fighter to grow, and go ahead, man. I want the best to fight the best, and that's.
I
all agree.
I agree with that. I agree with that.
Yeah, I want the best to fight the best at their best.
Yes.
Yeah, listen. If they're at their best and they both are like the perfect age, like I'm all for it. But there's going to be scenarios like a Triple G. Like Golovkin, where one guy's 7 or 8 years older, there's never going to be a perfect moment. You know what I'm saying? One guy's always going to have this like.
You mean like Triple G and Canelo? Because you said Triple G and Golovkin.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Yeah, Triple G and Canelo. Exactly. One guy is 33 at his best. The other guy, 24, whatever age he was, who was just coming off a loss of Mayweather, where I think he was taken advantage of. Where he's trying to find a weight class where he could excel at, and so if you were to put them right there now, like nobody knows what's going to happen exactly because it didn't happen that way. But like logic tells you, Triple G would have had the favor and more likely would have beat him easier than the way I thought he beat him in the first fight.
Yo, Canelo's had some hard fights, man. Looking back on his career, dude he's had some hard fights, man. He's fought some good opponents, man.
He's having one today, bro. Charlo's a hard fight. People are thinking Charlo's easy. I don't know why, but fuck. I think it's a hard. I'm worried for Canelo on this one, bro. But let's put it that way.
You ain't got nothing to worry about. Canelo, I think people are underestimating Canelo at this point. They take one fight. What I don't like about boxing, one person look a little bit less than spectacular in their last fight, and then they'll judge him off of that last fight, like, oh yeah, he's slipping, he's that. No, man, I think Canelo was just kind of in cruise control with the John Ryder fight, man. I don't think Canelo was, I think he was just kind of filling himself out. Dude was coming off an injury. He's gonna smoke Charlo, bro. Charlo don't stand a chance, man. Charlo, he's gonna look good. Charlo's gonna look good at certain points in the fight, but he ain't beating no damn Canelo, man. And then Charlo's all docile and shit right now. He's talking real soft. It's like, man, talk all that shit you was talking before, bro. Where's all that shit you was talking? Man, Charlo know he gonna lose.
Hey guys, I gotta go.
You're right, bro.
I'm gonna start making drinks and shit. I gotta shower and then make a drink and then come back. So, guys, if you see a super chat, can you please do me the favor of reading it? And Don Chingazos, I am your leader and recognize the metrics. You guys have wrenches, basically, your moderator. So if there's any fucking troublemaker, just kick him out, please. All right, I'll be back.
Hey, they're saying Lions only, bro, on the chat.
Yeah, man. The Charlos ain't really like that, bro. They over here getting smacked up at events and shit. And they're not really like that, man.
Charlo, that was the other brother, though, the one that got slapped.
Well, they both got smacked because Jared Hurd had smacked Jamel, and then Caleb Plant had smacked Jamal. You don't remember, like, last year, Jared Hurd had smacked Jamel at one of, I forget which match, but they was at a boxing match, and he had smacked him in the audience. Like, they're not built like that, man. They just sell wolf tickets, bro. They're not They're good, but Jamal's good. Jamal is just I don't have any faith in Jamal.
Yeah, I missed fucking Jared Hurts slapping the shit out of Jamal, bro. I'll probably go look at the replay later on, but I haven't seen it.
Yeah, Jared Hurd was the first one to take their manhood, and then I think it was Danny Jacobs. Yeah,
Danny Jacobs also. Yeah,
Danny
he ran up on Jamal when Jamal was in the middle of talking shit in the hallway, and then when Danny Jacobs had ran up to him, Jamal didn't have anything to say. He said everything, but let's fight.
What if it's a close fight, though? That's what gets me worried, bro. I'm under the impression that if Canelo versus Charlo happens to be a close fight, which could be for whatever reason, the nature of this fight, right? Two fucking great fighters going at it. That I think we're gonna favor fucking Charlo, bro, over Canelo, because it's the PBC, bro.
If Charlo had power, then I'd be a little, worried. But I think he was at 154 because he couldn't crack at 160 or 168 where he's supposed to be. So I think he was just weight bowling at 154. I doubt his power is going to come up 2 weight classes, personally.
That's hard to say, man. That's difficult to say. How much weight he's putting out? 12 pounds? Was it? How much? No, I saw 12. Is it?
I mean, he's not really putting any weight. He's just not fucking dehydrating himself like before. You get me?
14 pounds? Is that what it is? 14 pounds? I mean, he's not going to be muscle, but he kind of looked like he was, he had like, his lats were filled up with some shit. Whether that's muscle. Yeah. We'll see how that works out for him when he comes on to punching, because he's obviously weighing more. If he weighs more, he's going to of course, he's going to hit a little bit harder. How much more harder, that's the question.
Yo, nobody's talking about how good Canelo looked, though. Canelo looked phenomenal. I haven't seen Canelo look this good in years, man. Dude, Canelo knows what he's getting into. He's not taking Charlo lightly. That's why I say, honestly, to be real with you, I think he might stop Charlo probably in 10.
Yeah,
I think he's at least
I'm saying 9, bro. I think he stops at 9.
From the way I like the way Canelo was looking, bro, like a little bit skinnier, right? A little bit more slick type of fucking body type instead of all bulky. I mean, that's gonna benefit him because Charlo's supposed to be the fast fighter in there, right? So Canelo needs speed in this fight. So I liked what I saw in the weigh-ins.
Did you guys notice the first sign of fear from Charlo in the weigh-in when they were staring down?
Yes,
that was the first sign of Charlo just literally backing up. He didn't want. You feel like you showing it. His like facial features, everything. The way he turned his eye away, and Canelo still staring him down. Because he was doing that initially. He did that like in the press conference. Canelo was like, yeah, whatever, and he shook his head like, are you okay? And then they turned around and had the pictures with the belts and everything. But when the weigh-in came around, that's when like Canelo like turned it up on him, like, oh, you're gonna eat me up, or like, whose dog is bigger? I'm gonna eat you up, bitch, and all that. And then he just turned his head around, like he didn't want none of that shit. Like he's like, oh shit, what did I get myself into?
He's never had big weigh-ins like that with a big crowd or any of that shit, so maybe that was a little bit overwhelming for him. He was like,
of
oh,
course
shit,
it was. I think so. Of course, man. His only pay-per-view fight was during COVID, and it was like 20 people were in there. He hasn't been in a crowd like this.
Yeah, especially not for a fucking weigh-in, you get me? Like, usually nobody has weigh-ins where it's a crowd out there. And in Las Vegas, when it's a Canelo fight, I guess they make them public or something, so there's a big crowd in that motherfucker.
Nah, man, Canelo just not that many fans, bro. The Mexicans, they back Canelo heavy, man. They show up and show out for Canelo, which they should.
Canelo haters don't get that this is a revenge match. They just don't get it. They don't understand it. And initially when I heard this fight, I was like, yeah, it's not the older brother that sucks. It's the younger one. But this is still a revenge match because both the brothers are talking shit for a long, long time, bro. It's like years they've been saying shit that like
grudge match.
Yeah, it's a grudge match, bro. It's him putting him in his place, and his brother, if he gets a chance to with the brother, if the brother comes back and is normal and everything, he is where he was before. That's a huge. I mean, this will sell more than the Benavidez fight.
There's a lot of brothers picking Charlo. If you haven't noticed.
Yeah, of course. That's a given. I mean, of course.
I'm a brother. I'm a brother, and I ain't picking no damn Charlo. Charlo, he's too docile, bro. Like he acting like, man, I don't trust Charlo, man. He's just they both sell too many wolf tickets, man. They talk all
You're
this
a real
shit.
boxing fan. You don't really put emotions into it.
Yeah, man, you gotta really look at it from a factual standpoint. Like Charlo, like if anybody thinks it's probably gonna be competitive as long as it lasts, but dude, if I was to pick Charlo to beat Canelo, dude, that's such a dumb pick, man. I don't even think it's gonna be close.
I'll only go with the older brother. I never thought this younger brother would ever pull that off, ever. I've always thought the older brother had.
He doesn't have a good output. He gets backed up against the ropes. He can crack at 154, but I doubt he's going to crack at 168. What is he going to do? He can't go up against the ropes like he did versus Castano against Canelo. That's not going to work. He might get out of there early.
I think
he doesn't keep moving.
Yeah,
they say that Mel is the better brother, though.
He's not going to be able to take those. I thought Jamal's performance, like I said earlier, against Drevenchenko was the best out of either twin.
Yeah.
That was a match.
Easily. That was a really good
J-Rock,
fight.
too. I thought he fought J-Rock, yeah.
Yeah,
I actually like the way he fought him out.
The way the older brother moves, his feet and everything, even though he's not as active and not as his resume right now is not really moving anywhere, he is the better boxer. It doesn't change shit, man. Like he moves better than him, he jabs better than him, he sets up shots better than him. I mean, what's setting up shots?
Jamal's going to be able to come back. I don't think so. I've been watching interviews. I've been seeing how he looks. Jamal, I think, is kind of he's done. He's on the back end of his career. I don't know what he's going through.
Right now, he's gone, man. Who knows where that guy is mentally? So he's not getting in the ring anytime soon. He
has a fight coming up against Benavidez Jr.
He's gonna pull out. Watch. He's pulled out of everything else. I doubt he's gonna be fighting.
I mean, why would he pull out of that one though? That's an easy fucking cherry pick.
I know.
The guy's crippled, bro.
Out of all these other situations, I just don't think.
Because they're not crippled like Benavidez Jr., bro.
Benavidez Jr.
Benavidez Jr.
Is the Demetrius Andrade, David Benavidez all done? Signed deal?
Yeah.
That's a terrible fight. Let's be real.
What I heard, yeah. Also, Fury versus Usyk is supposed to be signed already. That's the rumors.
It's already signed. It's the only thing that is left.
Where is the Andrade David Benavidez fight where is it taking place?
Oh, I'm not talking about yeah, it was good. I was talking about Fury versus Thing is signed. Usyk is signed, which means that they've agreed to whatever purse split they're gonna get, and if there is a purse split, because they're getting Saudi money, so who knows what they're getting on each side. And the only thing that's left is where they're gonna do it, and that will depend on after the fight with Francis Ngannou, which is a joke of a fight. She's gonna play with him, and after that, Usyk and Fury is next. It's just gonna happen.
Yeah, I believe it now because even Usyk's promoters are like saying like it's happening, and they're even saying good things about Fury now, like good shit for taking the fight. So,
bro, it's been a year, man. They're promoting it. Yeah, I mean, it's a way of promotion. It's been a year. It's not.
I know,
that much.
but every time this has come around, they still keep talking shit about Fury. So this is like the first time they've actually acknowledged that the fight's gonna happen.
Shit about him.
So.
Hey, it's happening at a good time, bro. I mean.
Bro,
Fury happens on the 23rd, and Fury is fucking on the Forbes list for sure. That's number one.
I know I'm talking like a fanboy, but Fury came in, took out Wilder that AJ doesn't want to fight. Till this day, he doesn't want to fight Wilder. You know, he went in, had a few bullshit fights. Yeah, obviously the first couple fights were bullshit. It was like tune-up bullshit fights that he could have stopped them guys, but he was trying to get like.
Waleen's fighting right now, actually.
Oh shit! Yes, I have it up too.
Got Steve right now. Got Steve's walking him down.
Is that ESPN Plus,
These
bro?
dudes
The
get a little bit
Wallin
shorter
shit?
than they were.
Is it on ESPN Plus? So I could check it out. Cause I got
No,
the ESPN
bro,
Plus.
it took forever to find it. If you go on the Discord, BDA Discord, click on Knockout Ned's link.
Wait a minute. The fight's happening right now, bro?
It's the fourth round. It's 38-second mark of the fourth round.
Holy fucking shit. I mean, I'm on a different fucking stream then. Shit's not the right one.
Wallin's pretty. He's on the back foot. Wallin's on the back foot. Gassi's trying to walk him down. You know, Otto Wallin's southpaw. He's moving him. He's turning him. Gassi's so small, bro.
Last I heard, Gassi was a fucking cruiserweight. Fucking Usyk beat him for the title,
they
right?
look like two different weight classes. Completely two different weight classes.
Yo, anybody ever notice
Gassi was
that?
on a disadvantage then, bro. Wallin is supposed to win, but let's see.
Anybody ever notice that Fury kind of struggles with the smaller guys?
I mean, a lot of big guys do though.
Yeah, I don't know, man. I think Fury's just in the zone right now. I don't really think anyone's beating him.
Does the narrative that originated with fucking Cunningham with the Cunningham fight because Cunningham dropped Fury?
But a lot of people.
That was his hardest fight.
Flash knockdowns. He gets up. He mauled Cunningham right after. Cunningham didn't stand a chance, bro.
Well, Fury said that was his hardest fight.
The USSA, baby.
USS Cunningham, yeah.
So named after a battleship.
Cunningham is just a blown up cruiserweight, though. Just like Usyk. Usyk's just a blown up cruiserweight. Yeah, but I do think it's a pick 'em fight, though. I believe that Fury could beat Usyk, and I believe that Usyk could beat Fury. Like, there's really no time.
I think Fury is just too skilled, and he's gonna keep the distance and just pop his head off, just jab his head off.
I think he's gonna stop him. Honestly, I think he's gonna stop him somewhere around like maybe 9, just like
it
this
doesn't
fight.
help that Usyk's older too, and that he's been slowing down a little bit. He's looked vulnerable
He has
in past fights.
But I think
I got Fury, bro. The
It's
fucking
just all
jab.
Fury, and that's it.
Fury got a long ass jab, bro. I don't know how fucking Usyk is gonna get over
I don't
it,
know how he's
to be
gonna.
honest with you.
And Fury's smart enough to be able to use that jab, not like AJ.
But I think honestly, man, Usyk's gonna get him the inside, man. Usyk is he's smart, man.
Good luck.
He's
Fury's gonna lay on you, bro, like he did Cunningham.
Nah, he gonna be able to. He's probably gonna try, but I think Usyk ain't Deontay Wilder. Usyk's very smart. What
if he goes on the inside and he gets clinched? What if fucking Fury starts clinching, bro, on the inside?
But the thing is, though, that power that Deontay Wilder had, it still wasn't enough to beat Fury. Maybe the power isn't it.
So why do you think Usyk's power is going to be enough?
It's not. The thing is, but he's smart. The dude has really good ring generalship. I mean, he's a technician, man.
I mean, they're both smart, bro. They're both smart when it comes to boxing.
I think Usyk's just gonna outbox. He's gonna just try to outbox him. He's gonna play it safe. I think he's gonna just try to outbox him. I don't think he's gonna try to get into a fight.
Don't underestimate fucking Fury's intelligence in there, bro. He's a smart fighter himself too, bro.
He is.
I've lived around Irish gypsies, Irish travelers, bro. All they do is fight. That Fury's probably been fighting since he was like 3 years old, bro.
But he is beatable.
The way that I could see Usyk beating fucking Fury is with body work, but the thing is, I've never seen Usyk use body work on nobody like that, where he focuses on that shit. And I say that because the body's gonna be there. You get me?
Well, bro, you think he has enough power to hurt him in the body? Come on.
Yes.
I don't think so,
yes.
bro.
Usyk has enough power to keep him honest.
I haven't seen that about
He has enough power to keep
in the
him
body.
honest.
I don't know.
Have you ever seen Fury hurt to the
The
body?
heavyweight division, all them
Never,
dudes
bro,
can
it's
get
never
hurt.
happened.
I don't know. I think people have tried. Like, I mean, you can try, but it's not going to do anything. I don't think.
We seen Tyson Fury hurt before. We seen Usyk get hurt before. In the heavyweight division, anything could happen, bro.
We never really seen Fury concussed and doing the stanky leg though. Like he gets flash knockdowns, gets up, and then goes right back to it. That guy has really good recovery. And every time he gets knocked down, he's always looking at the ref. He's
But that's
never out of it.
You know what's the you know what's the best thing about Fury? The best thing is every time he gets knocked down, he comes back up, this is what defines him as great for me. Because when he gets back up, he's better than when he was up already. He's like a lot better than what that just throws me. I'm like, what the fuck? This guy was.
Make him sharpen up. He just sharpens up.
Yeah, which is ridiculous. And Terrence has that same shit too. Terrence, when he got dropped, even though they didn't count it as a drop, he was better when he got back up. Then when he was
that dog.
Yeah, dog.
They got that dog, man. They got that dog. You hurt me, so now I'm gonna hurt you. Type shit. They got that dog, man. They got that grip.
Exactly.
So you just got the fucking punch resistance, bro.
And that's one thing Joshua ain't got. Joshua ain't got no dog in him.
Zero dog.
He has no dog in him at all.
The only time he had dog was against Dillian White, and ever since when he got the dog knocked out of him by Ruiz. I'm telling you.
He gets, you know what it is? He gets discombobulated. He gets
that fight changed him, bro. That shit changed him. After he got stopped by Luis, that shit changed him.
Just like how Fury changed Wilder with that first knockdown in the second fight. Fury changed Wilder with that knockdown, bruh. The one where he said he put the dent in his fucking head with the egg weights. Yeah, that shit changed him forever. His whole life. He can't even walk, bruh. Wilder can't even move around a ring like without looking awkward.
Wilder was never really. Wilder never had good ring generalship. I mean,
look at his feet now. Look at the one round with Hellenius. Look at the one round with Hellenius. It was awful, bro.
For some reason.
That's why I think that fight was fixed because his feet were all over the place.
You're saying that his footwork and everything's a lot worse now than it was before. I agree.
Oh, he could barely stand, bro. He's got like neurological, and then it's moved down to his body. He's fucked, bro. He should not be. I don't know how doctors even clear his ass, to be honest. Look at that first round against Hellenius.
They do a diagnosis. They're like,
bro?
He got a lot of dog in him.
Wilder's fine. Wilder never had good footwork. He's fine. He's just
not that foot. It's the way he lands on his step now.
Yeah.
It's the way he takes a step. It's all
he's fine, man.
Like
he's never been.
Legs are like shaking.
No, I agree. I agree with I am your leader, bro. I made the same observation off that one fucking round he had with Hellenius, bro. I don't know, there was something wrong with Wilder's legs. I don't know if he did a lot of squats or what the fuck happened, bro. But the legs were not there for whatever reason.
Wilder never had good legs, guys.
Right?
I agree, but it was noticeable, bro. If you actually go back,
not this time.
And then I'm gonna say it like this also. And then I could believe what you guys are saying, because when you get into them wars, I mean, them dudes had a trilogy, and then when you have wars like that does take something out of you. You leave a piece of yourself in the ring that night, like. And I think even with Fury, Fury left a piece of himself in there. You know, I don't know what. He did. You know, but I think both fighters left a piece of themselves in there.
30 seconds of that fourth round, Wilder really didn't do anything. That was a beatdown, bro. That was the second knockdown was more of a push, bro. The second knockdown and that he like pushed him behind the head and went down. That really wasn't a hard.
What, in the third fight? In the third fight?
The third fight.
Yeah, man.
That moment in that fourth round, that shit was a murder. That shit was a legend.
Yeah, I agree. Like, okay,
that was
all
a
being said, I don't believe that Wilder is like severely fucking damaged. He could be, but I haven't seen it myself. But let's just say you're right. What do you think with AJ versus him?
Fuck, it's a 50-50 fight. That's how poorly I think of AJ.
Yeah, he
probably have Wilder, bro. Against AJ, they're both fucked mentally, bro. So they're equal.
So you got a guy that's
AJ survived the first 6 rounds.
Scared.
AJ survives the first 6. If AJ survives the first 4 rounds,
then do it.
At least Wilder's all the way there mentally. Like Wilder has heart. He has that dog. He has that grit in him. Wilder, he would knock AJ out. AJ, he just.
I think AJ body holds up. If his body,
so he's not a boxer. He's not a boxer.
His body keep up. He get AJ out of there.
No, he's Wilder's not a boxer. He just got a fucking shotgun. That anytime if he likes that shit, you're fucked.
Yeah,
that's what that
I agree.
is.
He's a brawler.
That's what you need with AJ though. At least this version of AJ, it's very tentative. It doesn't want to push.
Any version of AJ gets knocked out by Wilder, bro, because he doesn't have the same level of heart. Yeah, I think
AJ used to be better when he was younger, man. Like when, like how you guys said, when he fought Dillian White, he was good. Like, man, I don't know.
The AJ that fought Klitschko could give Wilder some work. The AJ that fought Klitschko, yes, he could. That's not all the way true.
No, you see, yeah, but he's not the same fighter. He is not that Klitschko fighter anymore. Not
yeah, he's not, bro.
Neither of them are the same fighter. I still want to see the fight though.
And Wilder isn't the same Wilder that blasted out Stavern. He's not that. He's not quick like that. He doesn't move like that.
Wilder was never good. See, Anthony always went back and forth on his learning curve, but Wilder was never good.
I think the difference here for me is that I think AJ is going to be overthinking everything, and I think Wilder is just going to go for it and knock him out, bro, to be honest with you.
I think so. I think and AJ just scared. He didn't want to engage like that.
Yeah, Wilder's going to be the one willing to land the second punch. That's all it is.
Right? You can shit on Wilder's skills all you want, but I one thing he has that is significantly better than AJ's, and I've noticed it. He's more defensive sound. He's more defensive, and he's faster. Yeah, he's more defensive. It's what he does when he is like on his back foot. He leans back to a certain distance where even if the guy does land on him, it takes a lot of power out of that punch.
Man, while
AJ on the other hand, AJ takes the whole fucking front force of that punch, bro. He takes the whole thing. He just like eats it, and that's why his shit is the way it is, because he just constantly gets punched straight to down the pipe and absorbs everything behind that punch. Wilder on the other hand, back foot. That's why he lasted as long as he did with Fury, because he's back footing and he takes away the oomph of the power, the punching that's coming out of that whoever he's facing.
This fight comes out to actually who hits first, because this is just heavyweight, but like I don't see either guy. Like I said, Wilder's damaged goods, AJ scared goods. It's really who hits who first. But like I said,
don't think Wilder can take AJ's power. Not anymore.
Yeah, he eat that shit. He'd take it. If he could take it.
So. I think either one.
I also want to say this, right? I also want to say this. Wilder is good because that was a tall task for Fury to beat Wilder. He really beat
Fury. Fury was really out of shape. I don't think Fury took that fight seriously at all. I think he was out of shape.
I think he did. I think he just figured him out. I think he went to the lab, and I think this Wilder is dangerous, man. The only reason he figured it out. Like, it is so when people try to like downgrade Deontay Wilder, it's also kind of downgrading Fury because you don't want to take anything away from their accomplishment.
I am downgrading Fury because he came in as a fat ass.
I am going to down. Yeah, they both came in as a bet. That honestly, I think, my friends from the UK, right? Me and him were watching the fight in my apartment, and he was rooting for Fury. I was rooting for Wilder, and bro, that was probably one of the best heavyweight fights I've ever watched. It was so action-packed.
Me too.
Yeah, exactly, bro. Exactly. It was pretty fucking impressive watching them fight.
They picked the fight of the year. So yeah, it's better to pick the fight of the year.
I had that shit on the projector.
Fury was worried about that right hand the whole time. Once Fury just accepted that and just took his best, whatever, it was a wash from there. It was really just up to Fury in his mind. Fury was worried about that shotgun. That after he took that shotgun and he saw what it was about, it was a wash. It was none of that. Fury did it to himself in that first fight. Just really like once he started leaning on Wilder and really like putting those little Bambi legs to the test, that's when it was over. It was never a contest. It was all up to Fury. It was never a contest.
Yeah, that's true. Yep.
Yeah, but every second was danger, bro. Every second, even at the first 5 rounds. Sorry about that, bro. Like the first 5 rounds, like both of them dropped each other, and then what happened? Wilder touched him up in like the 9th or the 10th, man, and he still hurt him, bro.
For like 1 wobbly, dude. Maybe for like 10 seconds.
Oh, you hurt him, man. You gotta be fucking kidding me. You didn't notice that shit, bro. His legs were not there, bro. Like, luckily the round finished.
Who, Fury's legs were not there? No. Fury even moved his gloves and was like, here, hit me, and moved his head forward and was like going towards. He was playing with him, dude. The fuck?
I don't know about that. His legs, I mean, that's
he
the
literally
composure.
took his gloves and said, come here.
Yeah,
and then took another big right hand and walked right through him and put his head forward. I remember that.
Obviously, he's going to say that to make him believe that he didn't hurt him.
No, I watched it. I'm not saying it. I watched what he did. Like, he wasn't hurt. He moved his gloves. He took his gloves like, come here, and then moved his head forward, and he took another big right hand, and the round ended. You know
what I'm talking about? The round 9 or 10? Which one
yes,
it was?
I am. That's the exact one I'm talking about. He motioned his glove for Wilder to punch him again.
I don't know, man. To me, that looked like his legs weren't there quite. Like he wasn't completely out.
You would have went down. We've seen it when this dude goes flash knockdoons, bro.
So let me ask you guys this.
And then he knocked him out the very next round. He literally knocked him out the very next round, bro.
Do you guys was it like 2 rounds after that? Maybe I don't remember exactly.
No, the next round. That was the 10th round. He took that shot.
Absolutely. You guys think that any other heavyweight could take Deontay Wilder's power on the chin like Fury did?
No, many fighters can. Many fighters can, bro. Nothing's possible.
Yeah, of course. If they see it coming, why not?
Maybe Zhang can do it, but definitely Joyce won't be able to do it. AJ won't do it.
AJ how old is Zhang? I don't see it. Zhang probably could. I could see Zhang taking Deontay Wilder's power.
You guys shit on AJ, but AJ can definitely still beat someone like Joyce. He has the power to do so.
Absolutely.
He's done.
AJ can still beat Wilder, in my opinion.
Even Joyce, you're claiming that Joyce is done because Zhang knocked him out? If AJ fought him instead of Zhang, AJ would have still knocked him out.
Joe Joyce is so slow for any top heavyweight.
Joyce ain't done.
Gypsy, you're underestimating Anthony Joshua.
No, I'm not underestimating him.
Yeah,
I'm saying the opposite. I'm saying the opposite when it comes down to him knocking out Joyce. I think he can knock Joe Joyce out.
What about Wilder?
Wilder? Yeah, I think Wilder he gets knocked out. I think the opposite.
Wilder will catch Joyce. Wilder's faster. He'll catch Joyce. Joyce is too. He's a sitting target. He's a sitting duck. That's perfect. That is a perfect matchup.
And when it comes to Wilder, I've been always saying Wilder is the guy to knock out AJ. Because styles make fights, and his style is picture perfect, and Wilder knew it. That's why he always asked for that fight. And what did AJ do? Try to.
Wilder never wanted that fight. He was offered 100. How much was he?
Why would
he turned down the punch and running, man?
It's a payday, bro. Why would he not want that fight?
Wilder didn't want that fight. Well, maybe not Wilder himself, but whoever was managing him.
Why did Eddie Hearn offer Dylan White instead of AJ? He's like, take care of Dylan White, and then you'll fight AJ, because they didn't want him to fight that guy, bro.
Wilder didn't want to fight AJ. They wanted to fight Fury instead because they thought it was an easier fight.
They thought Fury was washed.
Joshua still knocks him the fuck out. Joshua actually knocks him out. Joshua's not gonna.
That's the reason why they took that fight. They thought that Fury was washed.
You think AJ's gonna have trouble? You think AJ's gonna have trouble catching Deontay Wilder when he fought Usyk twice and a moving target, and he even landed some punches against it. It's gonna be so easy to hit Deontay Wilder. He's right there.
I don't think nowadays maybe because he's gonna be scared.
Bucho, I don't think he's gonna have problems landing on Wilder. He might catch him here and there, but
I think Klitschko lands.
It's not gonna be enough. It's not gonna be enough. When Wilder lands, that's the question.
It's already answered. It's already been answered. Klitschko, he's harder than Deontay Wilder, in my opinion. And he landed
no, I don't think
Andy Ruiz knocked him out. Andy Ruiz knocked him down like 5 times. I don't know how many. He still got up all the time. Like, the guy has a fucking chin. He might not have the heart, but like,
ask yourself why Andy Ruiz is scared shitless to fight Wilder.
To beat a guy like Joshua, you really need to beat him down.
The people who wants Wilder, bro. They lowballing him. He just want more cash.
Wilder's easy, man. Easy. He no defense. Wilder has no defense, man. No defense. Besides, Fury, he fought that could have exposed. Wilder, he's garbage. I mean, he's overrated, man. Seriously, I'm not saying that he lands the right hand, but I think there's more of a chance of AJ landing first on Wilder than Wilder landing first on AJ.
I don't think that as well.
And AJ has like a left hook, uppercut, straight right.
AJ has a better chin than Wilder at this point.
Bucho, I bet you that Wilder will land first over AJ. Bucho, I bet
why are you going first with Deontay Wilder? Who has he's been knocking out bombs? Like, see, these are real. But like, this isn't like some audio guys about no. Literal.
He's a
and that fucking Hellenius knockout. I mean, come on, seriously.
But that trick works. He can still do that trick.
Bucho, I'm not saying Wilder's the greatest thing since sliced bread.
I know.
I'm not saying
I know you're not.
I'm saying that AJ is a guy that Wilder will knock out. That's all I'm saying. Because his style feels mad. This is perfect for him.
What style? Like you're right. What's Wilder's style? He has no style. I mean, that guy, he looks like a amateur boxer. Seriously, like honestly.
Like, okay, he has an amateur boxer that knocked out like all these dudes. Even though they were tomato cans, he knocked them out.
Absolutely.
Even though, like Ortiz, as bad as
Ortiz
and old. He was losing. How did he?
45-year-old Ortiz. 45-year-old. I mean, like, and Ortiz was outboxing him, and then he made that mistake. He made it. Like, okay, I'll give you this. If AJ makes a mistake that Ortiz did, then he gets knocked out. All right. If he stands in front of him, not moving his head, like right, like at the perfect distance for that right hand, then yeah, of course. But I don't think AJ is gonna do that. He's gonna keep his hands up. He's gonna pop a jab all the time. Like, this isn't.
Ruiz was terrified. Ruiz was terrified fighting Ortiz. He was scared getting hit by Ortiz.
Yeah.
No.
Wilder was shit about getting hit by Ortiz.
Ruiz knocked this guy down like twice or three times. Like, okay,
he did. But do you genuinely believe that Ruiz won that fight? Look at that fight carefully. Do you think that he
Ruiz
won that fight?
Ruiz beat Ortiz?
What the kind of question
Ruiz beat Ortiz. So you're your mind.
That's smart questions in this motherfucker,
What the
bro.
hell?
That's delusional bullshit, bro.
Okay. If Ruiz dropped Ortiz he did.
They should have stopped it right there. They stopped Barroso fight like nothing.
Look, man, I know Ruiz. I like Ruiz, bro, but Ruiz has been out of his game for a long time now. Ruiz gets dropped twice by Ortiz, but the rest of the rounds he's losing.
Ruiz didn't get dropped by fucking Ortiz, bro.
He wasn't.
He was, bro. He was getting out punched. Look at the fight.
You said he got dropped. You said he got dropped, bro. Yeah, when did he get out punched, bro? Go look at the punch stats, bro. Go look at the punch stats before talking shit, bro.
I mean,
Gypsy. I don't understand what you're saying, Gypsy. You're saying
go look at the punch stats before talking bullshit.
Gypsy, you're saying that despite the two knockdowns, Ortiz was so dominant that he still won the fight, even though he got dropped twice. That's how much dominant, like how dominant.
That's retarded, bro. That's retarded, bro.
That's why. I mean, if that was the case, Ruiz would have finished him. He would have finished him. Let's be real. He's an old man. Think about it. He would have finished him. He didn't.
I'll give you that. I'll give you this. Ruiz is not the same guy as before.
He's a tough-ass old man, dude. Anyways,
you're just moving
the goalposts, bro. You're saying he lost, then you're saying he lost because he didn't finish him. Which one is it, motherfucker?
I'm saying that he got outpointed throughout the entire fight. He only dropped him twice, and that's obvious. I looked at the fight
he only dropped him twice? Only? Come on, bro.
That was a fair fight.
What is that? 4 points? Only 4 points and loses the entire fight. Wilder dropped Fury twice, lost the entire fight.
I had Ruiz winning, bro. I don't know what the fuck you talking about losing.
Well, that's your opinion. My opinion.
Yeah, and you're expressing your stupid opinion that nobody agrees with you, bro.
I mean, I don't give a shit if you agreed or not. I'm telling you what I saw.
No, nobody agrees with you. Nobody, not just me. Nobody, bro. Not even the judges. Nobody.
I mean, because Ruiz is the guy that's the favorite. He was supposed to win that fight, not Ortiz.
He won. He knocked him down twice, bro.
But he doesn't want to fight.
How did he knock him down twice if he was losing, bro? How do you knock a guy down while losing?
Guys, I'm gonna ask you a question. What about? Hold on, Gypsy. What about Deontay Wilder versus Andy Ruiz?
He doesn't want to fight him. Andy Ruiz don't want to fight him. He's fighting himself out, bro.
Okay, let's say it happens.
He is.
He priced himself out on Fury too. He priced himself out on Fury and Wilder.
Money. Because PBC has been. You got to realize PBC. They only get so much money per year to put on these fights, so they have to spread it between all fighters. I do think they are kind of lowballing Luis because you can't forget that Luis was the unified heavyweight champion after he beat. Yeah. I mean that's something on his resume, man. And they are trying to lowball him.
20 million.
They're giving Wilder more money, and I understand.
What was it? 10 million or 20 million? Yeah, I think he asked him for. I heard 20 million once, and then I heard 10 million once. He's asking for 10 million.
Man, well, if they could give the heavyweight division, they could work something out.
He's really asking for 50-50, bro.
Not the pay-per-view money. He's asking for 10 million up front, bro. That's what he's asking for. He's not asking
Gypsy,
for
in the chat,
money.
Gypsy, in the chat, people are saying that you are a Andy Ruiz hater.
I'm not Andy Ruiz hater. I like Andy Ruiz. I think he's been washed. I think he's not like taken seriously. No, he's kind of is, but how serious? I don't even know.
See what I was telling you, bro? Even the chat is fucking. Even the fucking comments are kicking you, bro. Saying stupid shit, bro.
I wanted Andy Ruiz. Look, man, it's just a Hispanic channel. I get it, bro. That makes sense. It's not about Hispanic and all that shit. It's about
so now there's a fucking Hispanic channel. What the fuck?
I mean, come on, bro. Like, I mean, I'm saying what I think what Andy Ruiz is, and you're like saying that, because
so everyone in the comments is Hispanic, bro, and that's it. Come on, bro.
I'm a brother. People in the chat saying you're a creep now. You're a creep.
Yo, guys, check this out. Check this out.
Anyways, let's move on.
I'm a brother.
Now it's the listener's fault, right?
I still think Andy Ruiz is dangerous. That is a dangerous fight for a lot of heavyweights, man. Andy Ruiz ain't no slouch. Look what he did to Joshua. Everybody forget about that shit. He put Joshua on his ass.
Joshua was a paper champion though, bro. Like I'm saying, that's not nothing to talk about.
Paper champion. He got them belts. He went around and gathered them belts. That's what
if you guys think I'm an Andy Ruiz hater, listen. If you guys think I'm an Andy Ruiz, I actually thought Andy Ruiz would get. I thought Andy Ruiz was gonna get robbed.
You just don't talk to me like that. And that's fine.
No. I thought he was good. I thought he was gonna get robbed against AJ. I think he was gonna go to decision and get robbed. I didn't think he was gonna get knocked out by. He was gonna knock out AJ. I thought he was gonna get robbed by AJ. That's how much I liked Andy Ruiz. But lo and behold, he knocked him out. That was great. And then I picked him.
I just don't understand how he lost to King Kong, bro. That's the issue here. You're saying he lost to King Kong.
Because stylistically, it was a bad matchup, bro. He even said it. I was worried about getting hit by Ortiz. He was always
worried. He's supposed to be worried about getting hit, bro. What the fuck? It's boxing, bro.
You can't be too much worried. He was terrified getting hit. There's a difference.
So if he was too worried, how did he manage to get that 2 knockdowns, bro? How do you lose and get knockdowns? Usually, if you're fucking getting your ass kicked, you can't get knockdowns.
He got the knockdowns, bro. He got the knockdowns because he saw the opening. He exploded on him and hit that 1 good shot or 2 good shots, and that's it. That's what it is.
Because he was winning, bro, and putting in work, bro.
And, I mean, Kirsa Algieri, not Algieri, what is his fucking name? The other guy that he got dropped by the Mexican,
body.
Areola, yeah. Areola. I mean, who the fuck is Areola drop your ass, bro?
He's a gay.
Wilder was playing with Areola.
This is the heavyweight division, bro. Anybody can get knocked down. Like, it only takes 1 shot, bro. Like, that's not saying nothing.
Division. That's why it's
also Areola never put Ruiz on his ass. His fucking did fucking touch the canvas, the fucking gloves, but that's it, bro. You make it sound like Areola put him on his ass, bro. I mean, it was just a technical knockout in the sense that the glove did touch the fucking canvas. I guess it was a technical.
Yeah, you heard him, bro.
But it's not the way you fucking make it sound. Oh, Ruiz got hurt by Areola. He got dropped. All this shit. Come on, bro.
Oh, he did get hurt.
You're over exaggerating. You're over exaggerating the whole fucking thing, bro.
What I'm trying to say is Andy Ruiz, he fucked himself over by going overweight and not really taking training seriously. He fucked himself over, bro. He could have been so much better. But he fucked himself over. He was his own demise.
Yeah, that has nothing to do with the King Kong fight, bro. That you're saying.
He was supposed to win that second Joshua fight, but he let us.
When Andy Ruiz I hope to God one day Andy Ruiz fights fucking Wilder and you see what Wilder does to him because of what he did to his body. But even at prime, if let's say he didn't fuck with his body, he was at
I mean, Wilder has had like 6 surgeries on his right hand, bro. How many surgeries hasn't Wilder had in his fucking right hand? So
how many surgeries? Because he broke his hand on someone's face. He even broke his hand in the last.
Not what he
broke his hand using PEDs his entire career, having brittle bones.
I don't know how many, but
the thing is, you're saying Ruiz is washed and all this shit. Like if fucking Wilder didn't have injuries himself, bro. Like he was the perfect fighter or something.
Okay, I get it. They're both damaged goods in a way. I get it. But
when's the last Wilder fight anyway? Wilder's not even in fight right, like literally, like literally.
I know Wilder's not fighting anybody, not yet, anytime soon. But
I don't think
I hope to God, I hope to God Andy Ruiz fights with Wilder. So you know what I'm talking about. He's gonna knock him out.
They need to work that shit out.
I mean, they were supposed to fight according to a WBC convention that took place in Mexico back in 2022, bro. They said it was happening, but I think the PBC's protecting Wilder because they want to make Wilder versus AJ, to be honest with you, bro. And the WBC was supposed to enforce that fucking fight, and they couldn't do shit, bro. WBC is the problem, bro. Let's keep it real.
Yeah, I could agree with that because these sanctioning bodies, they be getting in the way of a lot of shit.
You know, there was one video. I mean, you guys gonna hate me for saying this, but Wilder said, well, not Wilder. It was a point where the talk started with Usyk and Fury, and they thought Usyk's team thought the fight was probably not going to take place with Fury, so they wanted to fight Wilder instead. And Usyk said himself that he's going to be at the Hellenius fight, just to promote the fight to make the fight happen between him and Wilder. No show. Didn't even come. Even if the fight's not going to take place, he wasn't even there. I wonder what happened there.
No money.
What do you mean there's no money, bro? What the fuck do you mean no money, Wilder and Usyk? Bro, that's a fucking massive fight. That's a mega fight. What are you talking about?
Wilder has been displayed. No, listen. Wilder has been displayed twice or whatever.
I'll pay $200 to watch that fight. $200 to watch that fight. That should be
I pirate that fight. The only fight that I'm watching right now, like literally in the heavyweights, is literally like if when they're bringing the titles together. Like Wilder is not a contender anymore. AJ was always carried by Matchroom, no matter what. He was carried damn near. He wasn't even supposed to lose to Ruiz. Ruiz was a replacement. Like literally, he was a replacement. Like what are we talking about?
I mean, yeah, he was a replacement. That's true. But Ruiz, surprisingly, they thought him was a pushover. He was not even close to being a pushover. Yeah.
First light heavyweight champion ever. He's the man. But like I said, like AJ, like come on now, and Wilder, like that's if they fight that the most money they'll make.
AJ, them last minute replacement opponents are dangerous, bro.
Well, because you don't
have enough time to study them and everything. Yeah. You're prepared for one style, and then you go in there. And then you fight a completely different style. Them last-minute replacement opponents are dangerous.
Bro, the reason let's talk about AJ for a second. The reason AJ isn't fighting right now is because most people are expecting Fury to beat Usyk, and they're going to set up Fury versus AJ, and that's why AJ's been shelved. I mean, he has had 2 fights since losing to Usyk, but he's not going to fight Wilder because it's too much risk. No one's going to see a Wilder fight. So,
bro, you have any idea what happened to AJ if he lost to Fury? He will never be the same. You'll see him like, I don't know,
he would just be tired. He's in his 30s already.
He's like 3 losses.
He'd be fine. He'd probably be looked at as a hero over in the UK. Because over in the UK, they value their fighters a lot more than we value our fighters.
He looks at Fury as a nemesis, like his arch nemesis. That you don't see it, but I don't know. I've seen it in that little table that they had with Lennox Lewis and Bruno and who else was over there. Johnny. He looks at him as a nemesis, as his worst enemy. Like if that guy beats him, he is never gonna be the same. He is gonna be a cross-dresser in some fucking, I don't know, Sunset Boulevard, bro. That motherfucker, he's never going to be the same anymore. His mind is going to be he's already gone. It's going to be completely gone.
We're not that far off. I'm about to say, like, literally, like, but I would say this, like, he does pause. I'm saying this in the strangest way possible. You know, he has a nice physique. He's an action movie guy. He could be like the next Rock, if you will. Like I said, literally, like, looking at life after boxing anyway. Like, AJ's like damaged goods. He's done. He's done.
Yeah, I agree with that. You guys think that AJ Wilder? I'm sorry, I just got back into the conversation. Do you think AJ Wilder's still a big fight?
Yes.
It's a huge fight. It's still a big fight. But I think
not as big as before.
Here.
It's not a 120 million fight like before, whatever it was worth.
I agree with that, but at least it's
still a good ass fight. Just because two fighters got losses on their records, man, fuck that shit. Everybody back in the day was whooping each other's asses.
Well,
it should be able to sell, right? It is a big fight. I guess.
Started that bullshit about nobody want to let their old go, man. Back in the day, bro, all the motherfuckers was losing to each other.
Fuck all that shit, man. Let that old go, man. You let that go if you need to. That's how it works.
I don't think it's the old that matters. It's just these guys are not what they used to be, bro. These guys are past their prime. Like, forget about that they lost. Who gives a shit, right? But I think like when you look at AJ, he's fucking scared to pressure now when he's supposed to be a physical fighter that uses the physical advantages on his opponent. He's not doing it anymore. He was scared to push fucking Hellenius, bro.
Push. You know why? Because Ruiz, when he pushed on Ruiz clobbed him with that fucking hook, and he said that was touched by the gods and all that kind of stuff, and his head is never going to be the same. He knows that he can't be that person. Even before he wasn't the same person. If he goes in like trying to kill the guy, going with them hooks and uppercuts that he's throwing at close range, if he got caught with like someone like Dylan White, he was hurt, man. He's going to get hurt. And Andy Ruiz was the worst one to get to because he throws much more punches at close range, being with the short arms and everything.
I agree with you, but I mean,
you would think
AJ is not gonna become a fucking boxer like Usyk all of a sudden, or like fucking.
But he's improved though. He's improved though. No, skill wise he's improved. Yeah. But when it comes to minerals, like being ballsy and shit, get the job done. He's still lucky.
And that's what he needs because he's a big motherfucker, bro. He's supposed to be that guy, bro.
Has AJ improved? What has he improved?
He hurt Usyk in the second fight like he never hurt Usyk in the first fight. He never even actually hurt him at all. Usyk was playing with him in the first fight. The second fight he hurt him. Yeah, the second fight he hurt Usyk with the body, and he could have kept going. As soon as he went to the body a few more times, Usyk kind of caught him going to the body, hit him in the head. That was it, bro.
Usyk wasn't playing with him in the first fight. Usyk wasn't playing with him in the first fight. Boy, you're exaggerating, bro.
Yeah, am I? That's why he told him. That's why when the fight ended, he's like, I don't have to knock out my opponents all the time. I mean, they have families and everything like that. Come on, bro. Let's be real. Like, you know why he said that? It's because at the 12th round, you saw what he was doing to him, right?
He said that because he knows he can't knock out. That's why.
I don't know, man. I don't know. His eye. I don't know. What is it? The 5th round or 9th round? His eye was gone. He said. AJ said I couldn't see with my right eye or my left eye. I don't know what you're talking about, bro. With that shit.
In both fights, though. AJ hurt him in both fights, like for one. But like I said, because like Usyk is not a real heavyweight. But like I said, I still think his best days are behind him. Like AJ,
I don't hate AJ, man. I don't know you guys thinking like that now. I used to do. I don't really hate him anymore.
You'd have thought he would have grown like after fighting Ruiz and like Usyk, like because like Ruiz, I think I would safe to say like that's the person with the fastest hands that he's ever fought. You would think he would get better with his distance and like and using that stick, but like AJ hasn't improved. Like even when he went to Derek, I think it was a bad move going to Derek James. Like those Southern cats can't box. Like they're so basic.
No, I don't think it's bad to go to Derek James, but I think defensively that's not going to be a good idea when he fights Wilder, because that bomb is going to land. Yeah.
Well, you know what Southern boxers are good at? Your Southern trainers are good at, and this is something from a little bit of experience between like going from the south to the north, like the northeast. The Southern trainers are good at training guys who are athletic, like elusive is the better way, to say it. Like these guys who are like lean and they got a lot of movement on them, whether they back foot, side to side, that type of fighter. That's what they're good for. What they're not good at is fighting, like just straight up fighting, like a guy who can stand,
a brawler,
pretty much in the middle of the ring.
Boxing. You say fighting? Do you mean fighting or boxing? Brawling or boxing? When you say
it's still boxing. It's still boxing. What I'm saying is a guy who could like stand in the middle of the ring, fucking weave punches and catch it with a shot.
Oh, that's boxing and punch. That's boxing puncher, bro. That's boxing puncher, not like
a brawler.
What I'm saying is the Southern trainers don't really train. They don't. I'm not saying I don't want to paint the brush, but they don't usually teach that. They don't. That's not their focus point.
AJ should have went to the Kronk gym with Sugar Hill. Like I think he would have been better off going there. Like if he would have went, Detroit and learned from those guys. Because like I said, like he was saying, like the Southern guys, they don't really have much nuance. Like, it's not like Philly, New York. Like I'm here in Jersey, so I can tell the difference. Like it's not they're a little bit more behind. They're kind of behind as far as technique concerned. Now they're strong. Now they're country strong. Like they've been on farms and shit like that. So I mean, I get it. But like as far as like the nuance,
You're from Jersey, right? What does Jersey likes to teach you? How to counter punch in the middle, right? Right in the middle of the ring. That's their thing.
Absolutely. I'm in South Jersey.
Yeah, you're about like Philly.
Right. We catch everything. Like maybe anything from New York fighters, even because DC guys are really tough. Like they're really tough. So like there's a little bit more nuance there. Now the LA guys are different. Like California boxers are awesome because they can do a little bit of everything. But he does have like a good saying on that. That's those Southern guys are just kind of. I see the best Southern boxing I've ever seen was George Foreman. Other than that, everybody's a wash. Everybody else is a wash, literally.
And by the way, guys, Otto Wallin beat Gassiev. Otto Wallin beat Gassiev on a split decision.
That's what I expected. But I didn't get the chance to watch the fight.
Gassiev was in the center of the ring, but he couldn't land much. Otto Wallin was blocking a lot of his shots, and Wallin's a pretty slick southpaw. He's going to give a lot of heavyweights trouble, no matter what.
Sure.
Oh, isn't Otto Wallin fighting today with this kid?
I just said it. Yeah.
Yeah, it's a split decision. He won.
Oh wait, the fight happened already.
Yeah.
I don't know why I couldn't get the stream, bro. I couldn't.
Wallin won, right? Wallin won. Okay.
Yes, he did. Wallin won pretty comfortably in my eyes, but it was a split.
Yeah, they were trying to rob him. Is that what was happening? They're trying to rob him.
Well, it was a Russian promotion in Turkey. I don't know if Gassiev is Turkish.
No, Gassiev is Russian, but I think he might be whatever.
But it was a Russian promotion.
I think he's a little bit
Khabib he's some of that.
I think he's a little bit Armenian, but I'm not sure. Murat, that name. I'm not sure though. I can't speak on that. I don't.
I mean, he lost.
I thought they had it at a different venue for political reasons, but I could have been wrong.
Yeah, Russia bad.
Yeah, he's Russian, but I don't know why they had the fight in Turkey.
Yeah, political reasons is what I'm guessing.
He's Armenian.
I am Russian, but I don't like Putin.
See, you guys checked it?
I don't like Putin. I don't like Putin. I don't like
it. He does look Armenian to me, bro. He looks very Armenian.
He definitely looks Armenian. I have Armenian friends. That's Armenian.
I don't like Putin.
I don't trust Armenians. I don't know what it is about them.
They're in some shady businesses. They all got money though. Every Armenian I've met somehow has money. They own like supermarkets, Russian supermarkets.
I don't trust those Armenians. What do you feel about that? How do you feel that?
I mean, I got an Armenian friend. He's pretty crazy.
Puerto Ricans, bro. They're fucking shady as fuck.
I don't know, man.
In LA, they have gangs. They have like Armenian gangs in Glendale.
Like the Kardashians.
Like
I feel like in LA, they have every gang. I think LA has LA is gang central, bro. That's what that
I know, but Armenians are known. Like they have a little area in the valley, and then they also have Glendale, like this little area, and it's kind of like famous.
Yeah, there's a lot of Armenians in Glendale. I hate Glendale, though. I'm not a fan of that place.
Oh, Little Armenia.
Yeah, I don't like it. Little Armenia is the thing. Hollywood. Straight up Hollywood.
Oh, yeah, it is. Yeah, you're right. Yeah,
they're good at like opening liquor stores, right? That type of shit. Dispensaries. They know the law. They know the law.
We open up a lot of shit. Let's just say that much. We open up a lot of shit.
In New York, they open up restaurants. That's what they do, the Armenians. And they do it like in Greek areas for whatever reason.
Yeah, my Armenian homie has a supermarket in San Francisco, a Russian supermarket in San Francisco. A really nice one, like bougie as hell.
Balling, bro. He's balling.
For sure.
In North Jersey. For sure. They got law firms in North Jersey, for sure.
Seen how many cars this kid crashed. He gets a new CTSV, crashes it. He gets another one, he crashes it. I don't know why They're like, and they all live in like one home, big ass mansions. They're really family oriented. They don't leave the house.
We're family oriented. That's definitely true. The one, even attorney wise, they're fucking awesome. I didn't even know there was an attorney somewhere in LA, in Calabasas, I think. I forgot his name. I got his card, but I forgot his name. That guy is like really good at like cases and shit. Makes a killing, millions in some of these cases that he, closes. I mean, I'm talking about not just millions, tens of millions. To I think one of them was 100 million something. It's a ridiculous amount of money, man.
So what's after today? Like each guy wins. Like what's Canelo doing after he wins, and what's Charlo going to do after he wins if he wins?
I think that Benavidez, bro.
I think Charlo's going to be a interesting case if he wins. I think it's just a rematch with Canelo at that point.
Look, the shit on Charlo. That's not the whole point, but I think if Charlo wins, the stain on boxing. I thought about this like yesterday.
Why?
You know why? I'll tell you why. I'm saying not because I hate Charlo or I like Charlo. It's absolutely nothing to do with that shit. If Terrence Crawford, for instance, beats Canelo, that's not a stain on boxing. But if Charlo beats Canelo, I'll tell you why. Because the level of competition, he's like the weakest undisputed. The weakest undisputed. And when you look at his resume, then all the other undisputeds we've had. Best on his resume.
What about Haney?
It's horrible. Like, you mean I achieved all this shit? You're gonna come here and take it when you're one fucking bullshit ass Castaño. Best win you had. That's all he had.
He comes in second to Haney, honestly, because like I said, Haney's the weakest undisputed. But go on.
Yeah. Even Haney's win was like a stain, but it's not much of a stain compared to if Charlo does it and moves up one more division. You know what I mean? It looks like shit, but if Crawford does it, that's impressive, and it's not a stain on boxing. Honestly, it's pretty like GOAT status for me. Honestly, I put him up as a GOAT, greatest of all time if he pulls off that victory.
Look, bro, if Canelo wins, he's gonna have to fight Benavidez because Sulaiman, the WBC, already said that they're gonna enforce the mandatory. The deadline is March. I don't know what day of March, but it's supposed to be. That's supposed to be the deadline. So Canelo has choices. Either he fights Benavidez or he vacates the WBC. Which in the scenario that he vacates the WBC, it's gonna look be honest with you. It's gonna look like he's straight up ducking Benavidez straight up. And if Benavidez beats Andrade, which most likely he is, but anything could happen, and Canelo don't fight him for doing that, Canelo's ducking, bro. Like that's gonna be the narrative.
Bro, Canelo has cojones. He's not gonna do that. If push comes to shove, he's gonna push, bro. He ain't gonna fucking back down. He's not gonna. Even if he's afraid of a fight, he's gonna take that fight, bro. Even if he is. That's his character. I already know it.
I agree, but on the scenario that occurs, what I just mentioned, then it's gonna look like he's fucking ducking. But I think Canelo versus Benavidez is gonna happen in the next year, 2024, like in the first quarter or second quarter of the year.
Yeah, he takes out Andrade. Benavidez takes out Andrade. That's like, I fought the guy that you didn't want to fight. Where are you now? And that's gonna be the narrative. That's gonna be the narrative, and he's gonna eventually. Canelo's gonna have to take that call.
Andrade's undefeated. So if fucking Benavidez takes his cherry, then Canelo needs to fight Benavidez for sure. Because Benavidez beat Plant, but Canelo had already beat Plant, so that's not like something big. You get me? But if he beats fucking Andrade, that's huge because Andrade's undefeated, bro.
I think Canelo should fight Benavidez if he's going to stay at 168. But let's be honest, man. That guy didn't want to take any risk. He just wanted the Canelo fight. That's all he wanted.
Honestly, if he never fights Benavidez, I don't shit on Canelo at all whatsoever for not doing that, because he's at the later stage of his career. If this was him like after the Golovkin fights or whatever, I would be a little bit different. But I mean, he's old, man. Like, I mean, that's like asking Golovkin, go fight Caleb Smith right now. Is he gonna do it? Like, it's in his later part of his career. Is he gonna do it? No, he ain't gonna fucking do that shit. He doesn't even want to do it when he was better. He was younger. He didn't want to do that shit then, man.
Let me say this with Canelo. The reason why we're seeing him slipping is because he's not really putting guys. He's not really putting them away really as fast or as he used to or like as quick as he used to. Because basically when you're fighting at a higher weight, it does get harder to get. But like I said, I think he's kind of wearing down. He's because his sparring partners are saying they're saying he's not as interested. He's got a lot of money, and how Marvin Hagler always says you have to sleep silk sheets. It's kind of hard to get up before him to run. But I don't know if Canelo is as motivated as this guy is serious. But I do look at him win this fight out of experience as far as his level of competition. But Charlo has better endurance, and I think this is a battle of attrition. If Charlo can actually get this guy tired, if he can get Canelo tired, I think he can get him out of there. All of Canelo's sparring partners are saying after a few rounds he's gassed out, he's tired already. But
I don't know about that one, bro.
A fatigue KO. Interesting.
No, I'm saying, well, like I said, he would have to actually probably knock Canelo out to win the fight, honestly, because they wouldn't give Charlo a decision. But I'm saying, but the more tired you get this guy, if you can get this guy tired, make this a battle of attrition. Let's say take this 8 rounds. Mind you, Canelo's not a volume puncher, and he punches less and less the older he gets. He likes to throw those the BDA calls them sledgehammers. He likes to throw those and make every punch count. So he's not coming there to throw volume punches. I think Charlo would have to beat him to the punch and kind of wear him out a little bit. I think that's the only way Charlo wins.
The fight with John Ryder. You guys saying he's on the slide. He could be slightly on the slide. He could be, but the thing is, he chose to fight like that with Ryder. And what did he do with Golovkin? He boxed him out and then chose to let Golovkin hit him the last 2 rounds to make it interesting because the whole crowd was booing him. They were saying it's too much of a mismatch because Golovkin's older, get it, but he was making Golovkin look stupid for 8-9 rounds.
How many years ago?
Golovkin had power, bro. Golovkin still had mad power. The difference was the speed, bro. The speed is what made it hard for fucking Triple G.
I'm trying to say is he had improved greatly from the last fight with Golovkin. Even though Golovkin was older and his reflexes not quite there, Golovkin couldn't touch him at all for 8-9 rounds. He couldn't touch him, and then he decided to make the same fight that he did in the second fight, get close, let him have a few licks in, and that's why he ended up kind of bruising Canelo at the end of the last 2 rounds to make it so the fight doesn't become boring for the public, because it would be like a Bivol fight, because he was training to beat Bivol. That's why he was training to beat Bivol, and that's why he chose to fight Golovkin in that fashion. That was the whole thing, and the fight never took place with Bivol, so he's gonna move on and do other things. He fights John Ryder. John Ryder's not a bad fight. John Ryder was a good fight actually, and he chose to walk John Ryder down, and he got he got a few licks in from John Ryder, and John Ryder's tough. I didn't expect John Ryder to get knocked out in that fight. I expected him to lose, but not to get knocked out in that fight. I think it was tough. If anything, he was gonna get stopped in the late rounds. And when it comes down to him being on the slide, bro, let me tell you something. If Canelo moves in with his high guard and everything, just like how Isaac Cruz did to Tank Davis, and Charlo just wails on him, I think Charlo will break his hands. Honestly, he will break his hands.
It's really hard to hit. It's really hard to hit.
What happens if Andrade beats fucking Benavides, bro? That's the question that some people in the comments are fucking asking, bro. What happens then? Does Canelo have to fight Andrade? Pretty much, right?
I think he should fight Andrade, because that's a fight that he's really not interested, because it is a difficult fight for Canelo, because it's not an easy fight. The guy is, that Andrade is as big as Usyk, height-wise. I'm not talking about size and weight and all that shit. No, reach and height-wise, he's as big as fucking Usyk is.
He is, bro. I haven't really checked. I think Usyk is 6'3", bro. So Usyk's a little bigger.
Yeah, a little bit bigger, but they're about the same height-wise, not weight-wise and all that shit. And him being like a guy that likes to pop and move, it's gonna be a difficult fight, and he knows it, and that's why he's like, "Fuck that fight. I'll get him when I want him. Like I'll get him when."
Canelo doesn't like fighting movers. He doesn't like fighting movers at all. Yeah, but I would say, but like I said, his fight. Like I think after this, Canelo might have maybe 2 to 3 fights. I think we're seeing the last days. Honestly, I don't think he's going to fight himself into a grind. But I think after this fight between Benavidez and Andrade, maybe a shot back at Bivol, maybe, because after that, there's nothing left out there for him. Like these are the last days of Canelo. Honestly, there's nothing out there left for him after this. Like literally after Char, maybe if Jamal, if they can conjure that up, make that look good. Yeah, but I think after that, maybe Andrade and Benavidez, and then we'll have a card, a curtain call, or whatever, and that's it. It's over.
I'm gonna tell you one thing. Once he leaves, your haters are all gonna miss him. You're gonna wish him back. You're gonna miss him. Trust me, bro. You gonna miss him. You are gonna miss him, bro. If you're a hater, you're gonna miss him. Trust me, because he is the face of boxing. He is the face. If I had to teach my son or whoever, a kid that I don't know, fucking brought in my life and shit, who's the role model for boxing? The best role model is Canelo.
That's true.
The thing is, I don't think there's no one from Generation Z that could fit Canelo's fucking shoes, bro. This Generation Z fighters, they're not it, bro. All of them are weird to me, bro. Even Ban Rodriguez, who I think is badass, technical, he does everything good in the ring. Outside the ring, he's still weird, bro. All these fucking Gen Z fighters are weird, bro.
All of them are weird. Fury's weird. Fucking Terrence is weird in his own way. Charlo's weird in his own way.
And these guys are older. I'm talking about the youngsters, the fucking
Shakur's and the Tanks, and you're talking about those guys?
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. I don't see nobody from Gen Z that's gonna be fighting 4 times a year, 3 times a year to fill in the Canelo shoes. You get me, as the face of boxing, do pay-per-views, all that shit. I don't see it, bro.
Once Canelo leaves, man, boxing's gonna be in a bad way once Canelo leaves, man. Unfortunately, it's like you said, like these guys are they don't fight, man. They scared of each other and they barely fight. So it is what it is, man. So
I'm not hating, bro. I wish a Generation Z fighter would come out
is the face of boxing.
And do all this shit,
be
bro.
the face of boxing if Canelo retires.
They're scammers.
Yeah.
They're trying to get bullshit fights.
There's gotta be someone that would be the face of boxing.
They're trying to get bullshit fights throughout their whole career and then fight each other in the end. I mean, we've seen it already.
Yeah.
Terrence Crawford, Errol Spence. That's pretty much what happened there. These guys went throughout their whole career.
Yep. And it backfired with Errol Spence's side. Like it backfired. You waited too long. You should have fought him 5 years ago.
Yeah.
Right, Garcia had the potential in terms of commercial value, but we saw what happened to him against Tank.
In commercial value, yeah, but in skills, not so much.
Errol Spence looked like he was on crack. Besides the fact that he's probably had brain damage or some shit. Yeah. I think that guy was on crack or some shit, bro. Because the way
he got Down syndrome now after that car accident. He looks crazy.
Dude, he didn't look like that when he fought Ugas. When you look at his face, it looked like he took a few bit of sniffs or fucking puffs before he got.
I'm gonna be honest with you. I think he looked like he knew he was gonna get fucked up.
Yeah. I don't doubt that the fact
that's basically what he looked
drugs.
like.
I don't doubt that.
You know what it's like the guy that came on the show, the doctor who talked about Errol Spence, like a month ago, about how his neuro problem is getting worse. Like it's like as the years go by, it's getting worse on him. Because before, like how he used to talk, I thought because of the teeth, because he had new teeth. But no, the guy is really in his brain. He's fucked up.
No, yeah, he's slower. He's slow. If you look at footage of Spence talking before the car accident, he speaks so much clearer, and he can form like sentences. But if you look at footage of him speaking now, it's like you can't compare the two.
Yep, they're two different people.
Yeah,
they're two different people.
In a way, that's true, but you really can't shit on Terrence Crawford's victory because
no. Absolutely not.
Absolutely not.
That's still on Arrow, and that's still Bud. Bud did an amazing. He fought an amazing fight. You know what I'm saying? It's no critique.
Bud beat him simple, bro. But I don't know if you guys realize, but Bud beat him simple, bro.
He did. He
just stayed southpaw and just hit him with that fucking shot with that lead right.
I think Bud would have beat him even before the accident. Bud was gonna win.
I think so. Yeah, because he beat him so bad.
Bud doing that.
The accident and the drinking just made it so much fucking easier to where it was a fucking mismatch in there, bro. That's what it looks like to me.
Errol's outside.
Didn't it look like he could just land that right and lead right all day? Like even if let's say he could take it. Let's say he could have taken those punches. Didn't it look like to you like that lead right was going to be a problem the whole fucking night, no matter what?
Yeah.
Yep. He kept cutting them all. He kept resetting them, and he was doing crazy damage at the same time. He kept resetting them. It was doing crazy damage every time he touched him with that.
He was landing a jab, and the jab had the fucking effect of a hook or a fucking uppercut, right? It was like,
what I noticed is, and I said it last time when I watched the fight like live. I was watching with recognizing shit. I said, thing looks like Terrence looks like way stronger than him. Like,
no doubt.
Like, it wasn't just stronger.
He was bigger. He was bigger too.
He was bigger than the bigger man that night, and he's just.
I remember bigger, like I guess girth-wise bigger, but like height-wise maybe not. But like he was definitely the stronger between the two, like considerably. Like the guy, like he was showing like he could deadlift like what 400 pounds or whatever. I doubt
that by itself is crazy.
I doubt Errol Spence could, dude. I doubt Errol Spence could do that shit, bro. I saw Errol Spence lifting up weights, and he was like, I don't know what he was lifting up on, maybe 120 something. I don't know. It was not even 135 pounds, bro. He had it over his shoulder, and he was shaking, doing lunges, bro. He was shaking.
He's probably stronger than Canelo. He's probably stronger than Canelo.
That's a good amount of weight for a lunge, though.
That's the crazy part, man. He could be stronger than Canelo. That's why
that's the problem, bro. That's what I'm saying. Like, he moves up in weight. He has a solid chance of beating Canelo. It might not be a ultimate 100%, but there is a chance that he can do it because of the strength.
Think about it. If Spence was having trouble with lunges like that,
Spence is not a wrestler. He's not a wrestler.
Yeah, like if you think he's having trouble training, and then when he fought Crawford, there was no chance for him to win. Like none.
Wrestlers have
And you know what? I want to say this too, right? I want to say this real quick. That like don't pay no mind what Errol Spence is talking about. He activated a rematch clause and all this, that, and the third. Man, after tonight, we're gonna see what's gonna happen because if Canelo beats Charlo, that Crawford fight is next, and they're gonna kick Errol Spence to the cook. Like Showtime ain't playing no games no more.
Well, I mean, they kind of have to honor the rematch clause, no? Because it's in the contract.
Yeah, but it's up to the network to put the fight on, though.
That is true.
It's not up to the network. You know what I'm saying? And nobody wants that rematch. Nobody wants that.
Yeah, no one wants that rematch. If the rematch happens, Spence is gonna get whooped.
It's not gonna make no money.
Even worse.
Yeah, it's not gonna make no money. So what's gonna happen? And you see on Terrence's IG, he's getting bigger. So he's getting ready for that fight. He's getting ready for that fight, man. He's getting bigger already. So
there's no scenario.
If Canelo handles business tonight, which he should, you know what I'm saying? That fight is next. Not Benavidez, which I want Benavidez too, but it's gonna be Crawford. And I love that fight too.
I mean, I said it before and I'll say it again. I think that the 3-fight deal with Canelo is going to be Charlo first, then Benavidez, and then maybe Crawford.
Fuck Benavidez, bro. Benavidez would be the last one on the last. He'd be the last hurrah, maybe the last fight of Canelo. Maybe let's put him at the last.
Talking about that fight, man.
He the easiest fight too. He absolutely the easiest fight too.
Yeah, I know exactly. I think
I don't think he's easy.
That dude don't jab.
No, Benavidez is not easy. He's not an easy fighter.
No. He's not easy, Ledge. He's not easy. He's just so easy to pick out.
Yeah, he's tailor-made. Yeah.
In that sense, yes.
Yeah, in that sense, he's easy, but in the sense that he's gonna keep coming like a zombie, no, he's not easy at that point. He's gonna try to tire out Canelo.
Yeah. The power too will be a little bit for him.
Hitting that body every time he come forward, you know, so you can be picking him off. Man, he's easy. He's tailor made for Canelo.
Plus,
man.
let's not forget that Canelo knocked out Plant. He couldn't knock out Plant.
Not only did he knock him out, he was winning the majority of the fight. Not only was he knocked him out, he was winning. Unlike Benavidez, who was on almost losing the fight. If Plant won maybe 2 more rounds, that was a definite 100%, no question. Plant won that fucking fight, no question. Like unless was there a knockdown in that fight? I don't even remember.
No, there was no knockdown, but Plant was really like the majority of the fight. It wasn't until like the 6th or 7th round where Benavidez picked up the pace and started winning the rounds.
Yeah, that's too late already. That's like
Plant won the first half of the fight.
Yeah.
You can't do that against Canelo, not at all.
And also too, like with Benavidez, he has a high punch output. That shit is going to be halved because, you know what I'm saying? Because he got what was coming back. The reason why Benavidez punches, he has a high output because he don't expect anything coming back to him. With Canelo, is something coming back. So that output is going to be halved. You know what I'm saying? He's not going to be going crazy with the punches like he did in his past fights because he was fighting bums.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? So
the only reason Benavidez was
like
at bay the entire fight because Plant was touching him up and it wasn't letting him walk forward. That was the biggest thing.
Yeah.
So look, if he goes crazy, Canelo's just gonna counter him, bro.
You know what I thought about? I thought about if Plant never got knocked out by Canelo, if the Canelo didn't pop his sherry, he probably would have beaten Benavidez.
Probably.
Probably would have beaten Benavidez, and that's why Benavidez had fear in him. That's why he was talking stupid in the press conference. Everything he was like complimenting him. Benavidez, Pelé was complimenting him, and he's shitting on him, bro. Like, it was like, what the fuck? You calling me a pussy? I'm saying you're a great fighter. He's calling him a pussy. Like, what are you gonna do? He didn't say anything. He's like, what are you gonna do? I didn't say shit. What are you talking about? Like, you want to fight here? Like, I didn't say you're gonna fight here. What the fuck you talking about?
One thing I will say about Benavidez, I do like Benavidez because he be talking that shit. Yo, he ready to fight right then and there, man. He don't give a fuck. It's like, yo, man.
Not like you though. Not like you, bro.
Yeah, it looks fucking goofy as shit doing it.
Not like you, bro. Not like you, bro.
It's
not
natural.
This body bag fool is the type of guy. This body bag dude. This body bag dude. This body bag dude.
They're 5-6
This body bag dude is the kind of guy that talks about going to your house, asking for your address. I'm gonna show up with 3 people, and then when you give him the address, he disappears.
That's a little
this body bag dude. This body bag dude is the kind of guy that wants to fight, and he says he's gonna go to your house with his friends, and you give him an address, he jumps out the chat. This body bag dude is the kind of guy that says he wants to fight, and when he goes, he's gonna go to your house with his friends. When you give him an address, he jumps out the chat
too, because Benavidez is gonna stop.
Okay, man, we got it.
Drop the Addy. Drop the Addy.
Suck my dick, nigga.
Drop the Addy.
Is that true, buddy bag? That you're asking for addresses and then you run away and all this shit?
I ain't going to nowhere. I give out
what happened yesterday, bro? Where's Swags at, man? Where's Swags at, bro? This fool was acting like he wanted to kill everybody. As soon as they gave me the address, he disappeared, bro.
Where do you guys live anyway?
I'm from
Jersey. I'm in New Haven, Connecticut.
Oh, you're far away.
You ain't coming through anyway. You ain't coming through anyway, pussy.
Drop the Addy.
Shut your mouth.
Drop the Addy, pussy.
Shut your mouth.
He said, "Shut your mouth." He's trying to talk like New York nigga.
Is it body bag? Am I talking to body bag?
He's a Connecticut nigga trying to talk like New York nigga. What's wrong with him?
You talking to the body bag?
What's wrong with him, bro?
Okay, dude, what are you talking about? I'm not.
What is that even supposed to be? Body bag New York nigga. What's wrong body bags?
What's wrong with him, man?
Nigga.
Listen. Yo, guys, I'm asking like where you guys from to get an idea, like how close you guys are. You guys talking about like moving into
school? You try to be funny, though. You try to be funny.
I'm from.
I'm not trying to be funny.
That's what happened.
I wasn't New Jersey. That's what happened. Your address, I will ask it. I'm not asking for your address.
Yeah, and I'll give it to you.
I don't need your fucking address, bro.
You don't want it, nigga. That's why.
I want it. You live in Connecticut. I live in fucking LA. Why the fuck would I want to come over there?
Well, keep it boxing. Let's talk boxing.
If you lived in LA, I would ask for your address. I'd be curious.
If I was in LA too, yeah, I'll give it to you there too.
Yeah, but I don't need your address. You live in Connecticut. I don't fucking want to go over there.
All right.
You get what I'm saying? Okay, then shut up.
No, you shut up, pussy. You shut up.
Okay, all right, vagina.
Stop stuttering too, niggas.
I'm not stuttering. I don't know. You act like
this fool has his energy for everyone else. He has his energy for everyone else but me. He got his energy for everyone else but me.
Yeah.
Let's move on.
No, he me a couple months ago.
Let's move on to the address.
Yo, I'm trying to be nice.
I'm penetrate that.
I'm trying to be nice.
Very pussy of yours, bro. Like you be talking after that.
You can't prove it to me. You could never prove it to me.
None of that shit. You ain't on none of that shit. Shut up, nigga.
Who said that I'm pussy?
I could take
You
a
was
picture and put it in your ass.
You're stuttering.
Bro, why are you getting so angry?
You're so nervous, bro.
You crazy as hell.
Just ignore them.
I will break your chin and your teeth at the same time. They'll go together.
Hey, body bag, you pussy.
Everybody up on the internet, man.
Crazy.
Are you saying that of all people? What the hell is going on?
Body bag, have you eaten fucking teeth before?
You can't even fucking talk. Shut up. You can't even talk.
I've eaten teeth before, bro. I promise you, it doesn't taste good.
Have you finished a full sentence before? No.
Bro, I'm sorry, I'm not educated in ghetto ways.
We know that.
Because ghetto. You're a hood rat. You're a hood rat, bro. Shut up.
No, I'm not.
Body bag is on Tinder.
You're acting like it.
You need a special needs class, you fucking retard. Just stupid ass. You can't even talk.
Hey, watch out with body bag, bro. He has a honey badger in his apartment or in his house.
He's gonna send that Wolverine at you.
Bro, are you trying to say that he's not thick where he's supposed to be?
Bro, you embarrassing, bro, man. Shut up. Try to talk, you stutter. You can't fucking talk.
You ain't thick like where you're supposed to be, bro. Is that what you're saying? You got a honey badger? You got your light on the ass? Is that where you're at? You light on the ass, bro?
I don't talk to retards that can't talk.
I mean, I can still hump that ass. It's fine. Don't good. That's all good. I'll make you my bitch. I'll make you my bitch. Don't worry about that.
The gang come out of them. See, you talk to a nigga long enough, the gang come out of them. Look at him.
You gotta. No, I'm making my bitch. I'm not gonna put my shit in there. I'm gonna put something else in there that you're not gonna like.
Yeah, I know. I bet you would, faggot. I bet you would.
No, I'm gonna make you my bitch. That's how that works.
Talk, bitch ass nigga.
Yeah.
Just no real life.
I'm gonna make you my bitch. You're gonna be on the top of my bunk. You're not gonna be in the bottom. You're gonna be on the top of my bunk. That's my bitch.
Yeah, nigga, sure.
You know what I mean? Yeah, exactly.
In your dreams, nigga. In your dreams.
All right,
in my dreams, I don't need to dream. I completely do that.
Break it up.
I know. Thank you, dizzy motherfucker.
You quit too easily, bro.
You're a dizzy motherfucker. You came and talk. You're a fucking retard, and you're a fucking nerd. You're a fucking nerd. You're a fucking nerd.
Where's this going? What is this achieving?
You're a fucking nerdin, nigga. You're a fucking nerdin. Shut the fuck up, man.
Because he did
He said nerdin.
Move on.
Is that even a word? Virgin or virgin? Are you a virgin? Is that what you're
This is funny. The virgin. That's a new term.
When you're a nurgin, you're like black and a virgin at the same time. Is that what that is? A nurgin?
Don't get me Let's go to modern day slaves. Nigga, you want to
be something that would be in the ocean.
You want to get racist? You want to get racist? Okay. The Mexicans are the modern day slaves. You know what I'm saying? You pay you $5. You know say.
I mean, you're making up words, bro. Like
you're just digging yourself a bigger hole.
How many Mexicans in the Honda Civic?
Bag. Why was you at the
Mexicans in the Honda Civic?
This guy is literally a fucking cartoon character.
Someone said Harvard.
He is. Anyways, we're done talking. You're out of your mind.
No, that's all box said. Move on.
Yeah, let's move on.
Yeah, Body Bag wasn't at the Wu-Tang concert. He a bitch.
Wu-Tang concert.
He wasn't at the Wu-Tang concert. He a bitch. Word. Anyway,
let's move on.
Let's go.
Yeah, let's move on. Go to sleep, legend. Go to sleep.
Hey, bro, I'm not tired. Listen, I already handled you.
I like this guy. I'm not tired.
I ain't tired, pussy.
Legend, go to bed.
No, you gotta bed.
No.
I like Legend's energy. He ain't tired. I ain't tired neither, but it's fucking pointless.
I know. Let's move on.
Yeah, let's go.
I'm trying to move on.
Let's move on to Addy. Drop the Addy.
They want more smoke. They won't shut up. Move on.
Drop the Addy, pussy.
Drop that Addy, pussy.
They can't.
Drop
See,
it.
they fags. They can't.
Drop the Addy, bitch.
They can't got nothing to talk about. You want to know come the fucking energy.
You're not gonna drop the Addy?
I'm not tired. You sound like a bitch.
He wasn't at the Wolves concert. He's a business.
Shout out to BDA, man. Where BDA at, or Bucho?
Yes.
Why you asking for help? Why you asking for help?
It's like 13 niggas in here. Nobody saying nothing but me. Talk.
No, we have a few mods in here, anyways.
All right.
Yo, why is this fool asking for fucking
BDA? Gonna win my stoppage. Stop. Tell me what to talk boxing.
Let's even talk boxing.
BDA, come and stop him from bullying me. That's what he's trying to say.
Yeah.
Well, he's gone now.
Wow, we bullied him off this camera, yo. All right, let's talk some boxing, folks.
Recognize, man. You gotta put your cousin on a leash, bro.
Now we can get back to boxing.
That was X's cousin.
Yeah, recognize, brought that guy here, bro.
That was his cousin from Wish.
Yeah, it's Wish.
He's not Legon, he's Legon.
Legon.
He's gone, bro. Man, we got like a few more hours until this fucking undercard starts. Can't wait.
What time does it start?
If you guys are watching the prelims, they've already started.
The prelims are yeah.
Are they on YouTube or something? Or
yeah, they're on YouTube. I'm watching them right now.
Alright, I'm gonna check it out because I was looking at a fucking replay of Canelo fucking Mayweather. It was just playing automatically on my TV.
Pretty sure.
Canelo still has nightmares of how he got beaten by Floyd. It's ridiculous, I know. He's that much of a fucking revenge freak, bro.
How many fights do you actually think that Canelo lost? I thought he lost to Lara. I thought he lost the first fight, Gennady, and definitely Mayweather. I thought he lost it. He beat Danny Jacobs.
I don't think he lost to Laura, but I do think he lost to Triple G.
I think he lost to Lara. I think he lost to Triple G first fight, and he lost to Bivol. That's 3. And who else is there? What else? I think there's one more, but I'm not really.
I think he only lost 3 fights.
Yeah, a lot of people thought the Cotto fight was close, but
I don't think he lost.
I got no hate for the Puerto Rican brothers, but the only Puerto Ricans think that Miguel Cotto won against Canelo, bro.
I'm just saying, a lot of people say that.
He didn't win that fight.
I feel like there was one more guy, but I don't know why I'm not. There's
Triple G.
Besides the 3.
No, I thought Floyd won, but Floyd played games. Yeah, I thought Triple G beat him in the first fight, and obviously he lost to Bivol. So
obviously, I forgot Floyd, man. The obvious one: Floyd, Lara, Golovkin, and Bivol. 4. That's
either
actually lost as an asterisk.
The fight with Austin Trout was close too. That Austin Trout fight was kind of close too, a little bit. Wasn't?
Nah, I don't think he lost.
Yeah, but that knockdown kind of edged it for him. That was a close fight, but I think that knockdown gave him that edged it for him.
It was close, but he had it. Yeah.
The Lara fight, come on, man. He was landing the bigger shots on him. The body.
Let's recognize.
He was throwing Lara around with body shots in the ring, bro. He was
around the 5th round. He gave up a lot of the first rounds.
Recognize the first 7 rounds with Lara. The first 7 rounds with Lara.
First 7 rounds? The first 7? He won those 7. He won those 7 rounds.
Yeah, Lara, and then he just started landing the body shots.
Come on, man. You're reaching there.
I thought he made the adjustment around the 5th. Personally,
I don't know. You know what he was trying to do to Lara? He was trying to get him in the body, and Lara always pop shotted him, and then avoided from getting hit with the body shot. And he was doing that, running around the ring, getting him all frustrated and everything, and landing better shots. He didn't bust it up. He didn't bust it up Lara until the later parts of the fight. Lara was he didn't have a mark on his face. He didn't have a mark on his face for the first 7 rounds, bro.
If you watch how that fight, go ahead. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I'm saying you think he can't hurt Lara? He could easily hurt Lara. Lara was, in that first 7 rounds. He didn't because he couldn't touch him.
But he didn't hurt Lara. He couldn't. I think Lara actually kind of blew both of those blows off. I said, Lara was moving. I think a lot of those blows bounced off and missed, honestly.
I think that's why he went to the body, because Lara was so on the move, and Canelo's kind of swinging the air. Sometimes he was getting hit, and he'd go to counter, and Lara wasn't there. And so I think eventually when he started walking him down, he's like, I'm going to go to the body. I get him on the ropes. You go to the body when somebody's on the ropes. When they exit, that body shot hurts more. Then on top of that, he doesn't have to worry. What?
I thought Billy Joe Saunders could do the same, but Billy Joe Saunders was not nowhere near as athletic or as.
He doesn't look good at 168 either. I thought he was much better. He's a fat ass. I don't know.
And on top of that, he doesn't keep himself fit. That's another reason why he couldn't do it. If he kept himself fit, maybe he could have done something similar to Lara, or maybe a little bit better. Because he does have the talent. He just never.
I mean, Billy Joe actually tried fighting. Lara just fucking ran the whole fucking fight, bro. There's a difference. Had Lara fucking fought the way Billy Joe did and actually stepped it up, he would have maybe gotten his face broken too. You never know.
That's
but he
the
was
Cuban
just fucking
style,
running.
though. You know how that is, though. That's how a lot of the Cuban. Well,
Yeah, that's why they lose a lot of
lighter weight Cubans fight like that.
I mean, there's not an excuse like, oh, he's Cuban, he could run because he's Cuban. Come on, bro.
No. I'm just saying, that's their style. That's like the lower, like pretty much like 160 and under. Most of the Cubans are pretty.
It's an Olympic style.
That's like me saying I can hit him in the dick because I have hybrid excellence. I don't know.
But the thing is, what
you would say that regardless.
Luis Ortiz.
Yeah, true. True.
Luis Ortiz, he doesn't really fight like that. That's a heavyweight, though. I mean, I guess Frank Sanchez is different. Frank Sanchez is a mover.
That's why I say it's an excuse. He's Cuban. Yeah, okay, you can fight the way you want, and I guess Cubans fight that way. But when you're fighting a guy who's hitting you to the body and you're on the back foot, you're gonna lose on the scorecards.
But Cubans do have that Olympic style.
Most likely.
Cubans have the Olympic style. It's more like it's not a pro style. It's more like an Olympian style. Like it's points and you move and touch and point and move. So I mean, it does have a look slight factor.
Smaller guys are
excessive movement. It's considered stalling. Why are we fucking enabling the stalling?
People enable it. You see on this panel that are saying that fucking Lara won. The people saying Lara won, they're into that fucking style. Let's be real.
I think Lara won that fight.
If you want to see
because you like dancing, bro,
I don't.
And that's cool. Boxing is a sport of appreciation. You appreciate that style. Me personally, I don't, bro.
I don't appreciate that style. You know what the style I appreciate the most right now, and right now in boxing, all the style that I like the most is Navarrete. I enjoy watching that more than any other style. Navarrete style to me is the most exciting, the best, that you could watch, and that's to me that's the greatest style to me. Like, he's full on offensive, he's defensively also sound while he's full on offensive. That to me is the best. But the only reason why I say Lara won is because he was outpointing him. That's the only reason why. I was counting the punches. I was like the body shots to the everything, and he was just making him miss and making him, touching up. I won't say making him pay, touching up and moving around. And that's why he won like the first 7, and then and then Canelo figured him out. Canelo started, or I guess Lara got tired.
You thought he won 7 rounds in a row? Lara in the beginning?
Yeah, bro.
That's crazy. I don't know how.
That's crazy.
I don't know how you see that, but hey, everybody sees different shit, I guess.
Yeah, I thought he won 7 in a row, and then he lost the last 5. Canelo was catching him.
So you understand if somebody fought 2 different rounds in the first 7 that Canelo wins, right? If they just saw it a little.
Yeah, I understand that. I mean,
it's not a robbery.
I'm not calling it a robbery, bro. I'm just saying that I thought he won, and to beat Canelo, honestly, you don't beat him by 7 rounds. You need to beat him 8 or 9 rounds to take it away from him. Because who the fuck was Bivol to take it away from Canelo? Because he beat him more than 1 round. He beat him like 2 to 3 rounds, and that's why they couldn't give it to Canelo. It was impossible. But Golovkin, on the other hand, didn't do that. Golovkin won it by 1 round, and that's why they never gave it to him. Golovkin's name is Big Bivol. He should have had superseded him, But it was just a 1 round.
I'm just glad the promoters weren't like, it's a close fight between Lara and Canelo, and they run the rematch, because to be honest, Lara versus Canelo is the worst, most boring Canelo fight I have ever seen, to be honest with you.
Yeah, it was. I didn't enjoy it neither. I hated it.
What do you guys think about real-time scoring?
Real-time scoring?
Yeah.
I think it would be great.
What do you mean by that, though?
Meaning
Scoring is a bad idea, bro, because if someone knows, because this happened during the Austin Trout and Canelo fight. And I think Canelo was about 4 or 5 rounds ahead around the 9th or 10th round. And Trout just kind of coasted because he knew he wasn't getting the knockout and he knew he wasn't finna win the decision. So I think it's a double-edged sword. So if you know you're down and you're a power puncher, you're like, I got to go for it. I got to knock this guy out. But if you're like a Paulie Malignaggi and your only chance is to outbox the dude and you see that they're robbing you every round, it's going to discourage you and you're just going to fall into a shell and just go into survival mode. So it's like a double-edged sword, bro, I think.
I think what they should do with boxing is after the score, but they will never do this, though. They will never do this. After the score has been given and there's a dispute where it's an obvious dispute, you know, a majority of people are saying they do like a poll, and if the poll says, you know, 80% or 70% don't agree with this decision, they should re-watch a fight with more judges than 3 judges on a TV. Like each one having his own TV, actually, I would say. And let's say you have like 8 judges or 9 judges. I would say preferably 9 because it has to be an odd number. And they should like rewatch it, rescore it, and then fix the actual, you know, results. If it needs to be fixed, if there's, even if that's like majority decision or whatever, even if the guy actually did win and it wasn't a split decision, they should. It was like a majority.
Or,
I mean, if unanimous decision,
get competent judges that are not going to be compromised.
Exactly.
Like the way they're supposed to do it.
Yeah,
and I guarantee you, it'll stop all the robberies. But that's never going to happen because
you're going to keep
no
sanction.
All men are equal in the kingdom of heaven has come.
You know why that won't happen? It's because of the gambling. Because the gambling
exactly,
will play.
Bro, listen,
but the thing is, though, the gambling will play a factor if on the night whoever wins. But on the scorecards, like not the scorecards, on the boxing rec, they could change that result. But on the night whoever wins, Vegas should have that rule. Like on the night whoever wins, doesn't matter if they overrule it or whatever. That's what it is. That way, it doesn't bother the fucking the betting factor of things. It doesn't bother the betting, but it doesn't also ruin the guys.
But they don't see it that way. They want guaranteed results. That's what they do. So meaning guaranteed results means like, okay, look, if the fight goes the distance and it's a close fight, can you see it my fighter's way? I mean, he's the one that draws more money, da. That's how it goes.
They're never gonna see it that way, bro. It's not gonna happen.
Sometimes it goes the other way. Sometimes it goes the other way. Sometimes it'll be like, you know what? Look, this is just my opinion. I don't know for a fact. But look what happened with Timothy Bradley and Pacquiao. I mean, Pacquiao's the more
horrible, bro. That was horrible, man. That was so bad. I've seen that fight multiple times. That was so shit, bro.
They were trying to push Tim Bradley to be the next American hero. You feel me? That's what was going on there. He wasn't that guy.
You know the crazy thing about it is, like, some people like boxing gems, right? Like, you know what boxing gems is, right? You guys know, or you don't know? Boxing gems.
Boxing gem?
Gems, yeah, boxing gems.
I like the channel, but I don't think I've seen any of their videos.
Oh well.
Yeah, I don't know who that is.
Really, like somebody
just
like
a YouTuber, right?
Yeah, he's a YouTuber. He's got like 30,000 subscribers, something like that. But apparently, he gets the nod from Timothy Bradley as a really good like analyst for boxing, and he thinks Timothy Bradley won that fight, man.
Wow, no wonder Timothy Bradley likes him. That's crazy coincidence, bro.
Yeah, really.
Go figure.
That's crazy.
You'd be surprised. Some people could see totally different. Like 2 people could watch the same thing and just see something totally different, man. I don't think he won, but I'm not gonna say for sure he's shilling for Bradley. Maybe he saw something that we weren't paying attention to. I don't know.
Yeah, most people thought Bradley robbed Pacquiao, or the judges robbed Pacquiao on that fight, and even his coach will tell you that fight got Bradley a lot of fucking haters, and I think fucking Bradley had to get a psychologist or some shit.
They just had it all fucked up though, didn't they?
Just all that fight.
The first fight, like Pacquiao kind of beat the shit out of him, and then the second fight, Bradley actually had a better showing for himself, and then they gave it to Pacquiao. So they kind of had that all fucked up.
You know the funniest thing about that first fight between Bradley and Pacquiao was seeing that full Bradley being wheeled in with the wheelchair because he tried to keep up with Manny Pacquiao's footwork. She put him in a wheelchair, bro.
That was funny, man. I thought it was really a punch that did that shit to him, but apparently it was the fucking him keeping up with him.
He said he had no socks on.
There's rumors that Pacquiao was having tax problems and something about it being like scripted that Pacquiao was gonna lose and Pacquiao knew it. Blah blah blah. All this shit.
But remember that Chingazo, remember he said something too that pissed off the mainstream. Remember he said something about
the gay people.
Yeah. He said something about them.
I agree.
Manny Pacquiao
you never know.
Manny Pacquiao said that gay people are no better than animals because even animals know not to be gay. But I mean that's funny, but inaccurate because animals are gay. They do smash whatever. They don't know no better.
Yeah. Right, but they look at it as like, nah. He's got to pay for that. You know.
That's not true. Come on, it's just not true. Animals know the difference between male and female. Come on now, that's not true.
No, animals are gay. They fuck each other. The males fuck males, bro. They don't have sexuality. They're not worried about male or female. They get hot. They see hole. They go in. Like you know.
I thought they only do that out of like reproduction, like out of maybe that's just their nature, but not like the same. I've never seen that before. I mean, if you've seen it, God bless you, but I've never. Before. That's crazy.
You've seen a dog hump in your leg, right? That's pretty gay.
Yeah.
I mean, there's gay animals out there. Like there is. I mean, fuck. What can I say? But who cares? I mean, this is a boxing show.
Yeah, you're right, Ching.
I don't know what to say, man. That's insane.
Yeah, that's a funny fucking conversation, but yeah, it's gonna be a good fight, bro. Today, fuck. I can't wait for that shit. I'm looking at the prelims right now, bro. I don't know if you guys are looking at the prelims.
Yeah, you don't see those two sleek African Americans fighting.
Yeah.
Yeah, one of them is with Manny Robles, though. The one that's being a little bit more aggressive. Manny Robles in there. I don't like the fucking ring, bro. I don't like the black fucking canvas, bro.
Why not?
I think it looks cheap, and in some cases, you don't even get to see the punch properly. Like on the fucking Anderson Silva versus the YouTuber kid, Logan Paul or Jake Paul.
Yeah,
the knockout didn't even look clean because of the canvas, bro. Kind of, I don't know, bro. I don't like the black canvas, bro. Straight up looks cheap.
I don't really. Yeah, I don't either.
I like seeing the blood on the floor.
Yeah, I prefer blue, bro. Blue is like the best one.
Too. I prefer white too. Like,
I want to see the fucking blood on the floor. I like that shit. Man.
I want to see a Spartan fight to the death.
All right, guys, I'm out. I'll see you guys next time.
All right, take care.
All right, bro. Yeah. Bye.
Take care.
All right, later, bro. Enjoy the fucking fight, bro. It's gonna be a good fight.
For sure, bro. You guys too.
Who's the undercard? Mono Ramos versus fucking Lubin, right? Lubin?
Lubin's on the undercard.
Is he the co-main, or is that the fight before that?
I don't even know because there's also Barrios and fucking Ugas. I don't know.
Let me check.
I don't know which one's the co-main.
Ugas and Marios Barrios.
Okay, and that makes more sense, actually.
Well, it's for an interim title, so I guess that's why they got the co-main event spot, I guess.
I think Lubin's
gonna... 50-50 fight, right? The Ugas versus... They both suck to me, bro, but Ugas is
Ugas can be done.
And Ugas has
not
been active, right? He's been inactivity type of shit, so... Fuck, I think Barrios is probably going to win, but both guys suck to me, bro. I don't know why they're fighting for an interim title. Another PBC fuckery, if you ask me.
I don't know. I think Barrios is the kind of guy that's just there to lose.
Yeah.
Yeah, maybe.
I mean, they both are to me, bro. Same shit to me. The one guy's older, you know? That's
kind of what I'm leaning against. I'm leaning against the age. I don't think he's that as old as they say either. I think he's a bit older.
I don't know, man. I think his age is a lot older. I think Ugas is in his mid 40s, but I still think I still think he beats Barrios.
I would probably be picking Ugas if he had a tune-up fight before this one. But fuck, bro, the last fight was when, like 2 years, a year and a half ago, and he got busted open. And he fucking lost by KO or TKO. Fuck, bro. Maybe the old Ugas beats the shit out of Barrios, but this version of Ugas, I'm thinking it's not gonna be enough, bro. And Barrios is still young, but the thing is, Barrios sucks too, right? He's not a good fighter, so fuck. That's it's not for a full title, but fuck, these guys don't even deserve that shit, bro. Isn't fucking Barrios coming off a loss or something against Thurman? Fuck.
Yeah, I can't even remember.
Fuck. When was that? I can't remember the last time Thurman fought.
Well, I don't know, but it was. I think it was pay-per-view, bro, which was weird.
Wow.
Dude, I'm tired of hearing that guy fucking talk too. He's like
the last time Thurman fought, he had hair.
Oh shit.
Yeah. That's how long it's been.
Yeah, I was saying whose hairline's worse, Manny Pacquiao or Thurman? On
Thurman by a mile. And you know what's funny? Is Manny Pacquiao's older. Manny Pacquiao's older by like 10 years or some shit.
I just looked it up. Barrios fought that guy Giovanni, the guy that got robbed against AB, and they gave AB the GIP decision. You guys remember that?
Yes.
Yep. Yeah.
So it's possible he might win though. So.
Yo, who the fuck was the guy's name? Listen, I haven't followed boxing in a while because I've been crazy busy. But who's the dude that knocked out that tall 154-pounder, the Mexican guy? What was his name?
Pandora?
No. What's the guy that knocked him out? What's his name?
Lubin? Was that? I can't remember.
No, some dude knocked him out.
He got knocked out by Lubin. I'm sorry, he knocked out Lubin, right?
Right, but then he lost.
It was Mendoza. Mendoza. Zeus fighting.
Mendoza. Okay, that's his name. Where's he from?
He's from Cali, I think, or Mexico, but he's about to fight Tim Zhu.
Shit, yeah.
He's from Sweden.
That kid has power, bro. Mendoza has power.
It says that he was born in New Mexico.
In New Mexico. Oh, okay. American.
Yeah.
Uh-oh.
Oh, he's
I always
Mexican.
confuse Mendoza with fucking Mono Ramos, bro. I don't know why I always confuse these two motherfuckers, bro.
That's why I asked because I heard everybody mentioning that guy Ramos, and I was wondering if it was him that knocked out Fondora.
Oh, you confuse them too? I thought I was the only one that got these motherfuckers confused, bro.
Yeah, man. I just saw him get knocked out. I said, damn, that was bound to happen.
Ono beat that kid Joey Spencer. Those
he looks sickly to me. You know that?
Yeah, well, he's 6'5", right? Isn't he like 6'5" or 6'6"?
Yeah, they need to move his ass up. I don't know what the fuck they're trying to prove.
That was going to happen eventually because, I mean, Fundora was giving away all the hype, bro. He likes to fight in the pocket, so that was waiting to happen, bro. He should have, if you ask me, Fundora needs to develop a good jab, bro, to keep these motherfuckers at distance and fight on the outside, bro. You're 6'5". Take advantage of that leverage. Take advantage of your dimensions, bro. Don't try to play their game, their inside game, especially against a power puncher, a guy with power like Mendoza, bro. Bro, the wrong game plan. Fundora could make a comeback, like I said, if he develops a jab, if he starts fighting at the distance, and using his dimensions properly, bro. He's not using them properly.
Yeah, obviously. Who the fuck is that tall and likes to fight on the inside? It's strange.
Yeah, he reminded me of Maurice Hooker. Remember Maurice Hooker? He was a lengthy fighter, fighting like he was a brawler.
Yeah, he lost to Virgil Ortiz and Jose Ramirez.
Yeah, it's just so weird that like his body frame and style.
Paul Williams too. Paul Williams was another one that had a lengthy body but brawled.
I'm about to say, yeah, he was a fucking brawler. He was dangerous though, man. He was a good fighter before he got fucking knocked out.
Yeah, if his chin held up.
Right.
Actually, Canelo was to fight Paul Williams. They had a fight signed, and then Paul Williams got into his accident.
Oh shit!
And
Yeah,
then
I remember that.
and then he fought Kirkland instead.
I remember back then, bro.
Absolutely
People were
cool.
saying maybe Canelo's team fucked up fucking Paul Williams' motorcycle, so he's on an accident. They were going that fucking deep, bro. Or fucking that type of theory to shit on Canelo, bro. Come on, bro. Canelo wanted Paul Williams, but hey, it's unfortunate that the guy.
If you're a boxer,
Yeah.
like fucker Diego Corrales, that's how he died too.
I'm about to say,
Yeah,
what is
yeah.
up with these idiots and motorcycles? Get the fuck off that shit. You have to make a small window to make money. If I was a manager for these guys, I'd be like, you're not writing on that. No, I'm not going to manage you if you're going to do that. There's no fucking point. You're eventually going to get into an accident, especially people that are like that take risks. They like adrenaline. That's probably why he bought it, so he can go fast.
Of course, I mean he's a boxer, so of course he likes the adrenaline. But hey, even if you don't die, you could still fucking break a bone, break your leg, and your career could be over. And look, Paul Williams is not what, like his legs don't work. What happened to him? I don't know, but the motorcycle shit and athletes,
He's
they don't go
paralyzed
well.
from the waist down. He's wheelchair bound for the rest of his life.
The same shit happened to Frank Mir, bro, from the UFC. And I do his boxing show, but Frank Mir, the same shit. It was a fucking bicycle accident, and he did make a comeback, but fuck. That's
Was
rare.
it bicycle? I think that was a motorcycle accident. Yeah, they need to get the fuck off these things. Like, there's two things that people need to get. If you're a boxer, you need to get the fuck away from a motorcycle, and you're a musician, you need to stay the fuck away from a helicopter. That shit doesn't work.
And if you're
I used to ride motorcycles.
And if you're a basketball player, stay away from the helicopters.
I used to ride motorcycles, right? And I can tell you right now, bro, that shit is like, just one little bad move, that's your ass, bro.
Yep.
Yeah, my mom was a nurse and saw way too many motorcycle accidents and said I could never get one.
I don't know why you would want one.
That would be really cool if I bought a motorcycle. She said I would look really cool on one. And I was like, Mom, when someone buys a motorcycle, their life expectancy drops to 6 months. And she's like, yeah, but it'd be really cool. I'm like, all right.
Her life insurance goes up.
She took out a life insurance policy on you.
But yeah, but I didn't raise a pussy. I raised a cool nigga. So what are you gonna do?
Silver's mom wanted him to join the fucking Sons of Anarchy, bro.
Yeah, I just wanted me to join a motorcycle gang and shit.
At the chess club?
Uh-huh.
Is there anything on right now?
The prelims, Gaucha versus Leatherwood, whatever, just some prospects, I guess. Round eight, fucking type of fight, 8-rounder. So I mean, there's not just the prelims, bro. But
who do you guys got? Gassiev or Wallin?
Wallin already won, bro.
Wallin won.
Oh shit! I didn't get. Fuck me. I called it. Then that's what I was saying earlier.
Whatchamacallit, Walling was controlling the action.
He was grabbing him to death.
Negative.
Yeah, slick southpaw on the back foot. Gassi really didn't land much. Otto Walling was blocking a lot of shots. Yeah. Pretty much the story of the fight.
That's what I thought. Okay.
Otto Walling's going to give anyone trouble. That guy's kind of...
negative.
He's good at turning people. He's a tricky southpaw.
Hey, bro, he had Fury shook, bro. He's lucky they didn't give him that TKO win.
Yeah, really?
I mean, yeah, and Walling kind of gassed out. If Walling maybe didn't gas out at the end there, maybe he could have done better himself in the later rounds, but he gassed out.
He probably got too excited seeing that cut, thinking like, man, now's my chance. Like, you know?
Yep.
Yeah, Fury fought Wilder after, bro. Like, didn't even take that long after that fucking cut where he fought Wilder. I think it was for the second Wilder fight, right? Like a tune-up.
Yeah, that was before the second one. Yep.
What are you guys eating for dinner for this fight?
Hamburger.
Egg.
Nice.
I'm probably ordering a pizza, bro, because I don't want to.
That's what I'm thinking. That's what I'm probably
or
gonna do.
anything, bro. I want to focus on the card and everything.
Fight,
you know?
So I'm gonna make
grilling steak.
Frozen patties. Grill that shit.
All are very good choices and appropriate for this occasion.
Margaritas and beer. Vince Vegas says, no shit. Very
Bush's
appropriate.
already drunk, bro. He already drank like fucking 10 margaritas, bro.
Well, cheers to him. Good for him.
But yeah, I don't like to be fucking grilling when I'm on this type of fight. Sometimes I do it for lesser fights because, I mean, just non-pay-per-view type fight. But as a Canelo fight, I gotta focus on this fucking event, bro. I don't want to miss anything.
I got some money on Ugas. You guys think that's the right pick?
I don't, but
No,
I think it's
personally, I don't think you should go with Ugas. I think you should go with
Barrios
Barrios.
is gonna slick American style his way to a win.
I get good odds.
I got a low dollar bet on Ugas.
How much you got on him?
Just with a friend, $20.
All right. Well, who cares?
Yeah, it's just $20.
Yeah,
You know,
you can
Barrios
recover
is
from
never-
that.
The reason why is because Barrios has never impressed me. He actually got, he got a gift decision against that AK guy. I forget his name, but the fight before Gervonta, he got a gift against Eastern European Russian. The AK guy beat his ass, and then he got a. And then after that, Gervonta Davis cherry picked him. Of course, Gervonta didn't choose AK, chose Barrios. And I don't know, man. That guy's never impressed me. He's 140-pounder. Ugas has naturally been fighting bigger guys. Ugas has probably got a better style. That's why I chose Ugas.
Nah, I think he has the style. I think Mario Barrios has the style advantage.
I think he has the age advantage. That's what I'm more leaning on, personally.
I think Barrios is just athletic, man. I think Barrios is just an athletic guy who doesn't know how to fight.
Yeah.
I think Ugas has been fighting longer and just is more comfortable in the ring in general, just coming from Cuba and shit.
He gave fucking Spence problems.
Yeah, he gave Spence problems. He did. Yes, he did. Spence is a lot bigger, and I think that's why he got to Ugas. Because even after he dropped Spence, Spence did that funky thing and spit out his mouthpiece. There's moments in that fight, Ugas hit him to the body one time and hurt Ugas, hurt Spence, and then another time too. But yeah, he fucking worn down because I think Spence was just too big in that fight for Ugas.
Agreed.
But Barrios, fuck Barrios, dude. What the fuck has Barrios done?
Not much.
Nothing, but this is a good fight for him at least. That's not a bad name. If he wins, that's good for him.
Yeah.
He gets a fake ass title. He's next in line for. I doubt Crawford will fight him. He'll probably end up vacating the belts eventually, but that's good for him.
Yeah, Crawford, I don't know what he's trying to do.
I don't think anybody does. He has a lot of options.
He has a lot of options.
Crawford don't know what he wants to do, bro. Because I think he's trying to get that Canelo fight. Because of course you got to maximize your paint.
Probably. I mean, I
think he'll do that in the third, though. Like after Canelo, they said Canelo has a 3-fight contract, right?
Yeah. That's probably what he's gonna do.
I'm thinking he's gonna go for it.
I think it'll be the third
in
fight.
May, bro. I think Crawford's really gonna go for it in May, bro. Because the way it's lining up, if they're both fighting very close to each other, they'll both have enough time to train and get the promotion going by May. And in that time, Jamal will have fought Jose and probably won. So then that will give him time to set up that third fight between him and Canelo. If you get what I'm saying.
That's a good point.
It's PBC though. They like to marinate spam, and I think
they might not be in business much longer.
Yeah, well, this is what I would do if I was, in charge of their crappy organization or whatever you want to call it. I would have Canelo fight the Charlo brothers, and then have one of them rematch. Then I would have him fight Crawford and then Benavidez. So I'll get him in a total of 5 fights. And maybe give those guys, depending if they're competitive or not, a rematch. So that's potentially 6 fights you can milk off Canelo.
I got a question. Depending on how Charlo loses the fight, do you think he still is open to a fight with Crawford?
Yeah. Oh, money. Fuck yeah. I think that's why I think Benavidez is going to get kicked to the curb a little bit.
Probably.
Everybody talks about like, well, that's the fight that should be in line. It's yeah, of course that's the fight he should take, but he doesn't demand any kind of monetary value really. Nobody's going to give a shit.
Yeah.
Or he's not going to give a shit, and so you can't make him fight him. So what are you going to do?
Wait it out, I guess.
You know, he has to get in line. If he was smart, kind of what some of the guys were saying earlier, Benavidez should have won on a hunt, and he should be taking guys out. You know,
he should be more active, really.
Yep.
He should really be more active. I mean, he's good. He's a good boxer. But he should be more active. If he really wants this fight with Canelo, he should be more active. Because the more activity and the more experience you're going to have in the ring is going to aid you in a fight against Canelo.
Well, if you're not a pay-per-view fighter on the PBC, good luck getting a fight.
That is true.
Well, they have no syndication. Yeah, you're right. It's crazy. It's gonna be interesting what they do when they're done with, or when Showtime's done with them, rather. They're gonna have to ban up and do like some kind of app.
Yeah,
it'll be terrible, man.
They're just going to start fighting each other.
Like 2011, we had HBO, we had Showtime, we had Premium Cable Network, NBC had shows. We had boxing almost every weekend. Now it's looking
boxing like 3 days a week sometimes. That was awesome.
Yeah. It looks like we'll have no network soon.
I don't get it.
The Zone is not happy with boxing, from what I'm hearing. The Zone's not happy, and then
ESPN's not happy.
Yeah, PBC Showtime rumors. It's not looking good.
They're gonna have to band up together, and they're gonna have to get like a singular app because they don't have enough money to just have like a proprietary app like the UFC does. They're going to have to band together, and they should probably have to kick in equal amounts of money. There's like 3 big promotions. If you want to include Oscar, maybe 4. They should all kick in, and they should create their own network because nobody else is going to take them on, it looks like.
Yeah.
Sad.
Yeah, it is. It is.
Yeah, bro. HBO used to have, Bad Boxing After Dark on Fridays.
Oh, yeah.
And then we'd have championship boxing on Saturdays, World Championship Boxing. They had 2 different productions for that. And then Showtime had Showtime Championship Boxing and then Showbox on Fridays. Yep. And then ESPN had Friday Night Fights.
Yeah, they had Wednesday Night Fights.
Putting on shows. I remember NBC put on Fury versus Cunningham on fucking cable network TV. Like, bro, there's just more avenues, more boxing. Yeah. Now, as a boxing fan, it fucking sucks.
Yeah, we were talking about this last night. Like, it's almost next to impossible to actually see a fight being broadcasted on cable television.
You can't do it. And you know what's even crazier about it is that there's other sports that are subsidized, like say like the WNBA, right? Nobody watches that, right? But I can literally go through my my fucking channels, and I can land on 5 of these fucking games. It's like, why is this on here? Nobody's watching it. It's subsidized directly from the NBA just for it to survive. But you won't put boxing on. People would watch it. Yeah, it's not as popular as it used to be, but they're acting like it doesn't have an audience anymore, and that's incorrect.
It's just, it sucks because if boxing was televised, there would probably be more eyes on it.
Oh shit! King KO said Tuesday Night Fights on USA Network. Fucking shit! That brings me back.
Yeah, really.
He must be older. Damn.
And for me, it looks like Al Heyman. I know he's like a bug. You can't squash him. You can't die. But it kind of looks like he's burned his last bridge. He's done a deal with every major cable network, and every network has left him. I don't know how they would welcome him back. So I don't know what happens.
Well, they're gonna milk Canelo, so.
Do you think that's a scam that he's running, and the networks are down with it for some reason? Because he has a bad reputation by now, right? Supposedly, he's supposed to have a bad.
Already dropped them, like slowly but surely. PBC had everything.
What I'm saying is, why would anybody even take a chance with him? It almost makes you question the people that are taking the chance with him.
Yeah.
The only thing I can think logically in business, because sometimes you need a high, like say you made a lot of money off like their other series, and like fuck, Like your accountants come back to you and they're like, you made too much money this year, you're going to pay a shit ton of taxes. Or you can take on something like that, you can declare a loss and wipes that out a little bit, and you take a risk of like maybe it does well too. Then you're in another tax problem and you have to run things over to the next year. But point being is, I think they probably looked at it, it's like, well, if it doesn't work out, I'll just write this off and we'll shit can it. And that's pretty much what it looks like they're doing. Showtime doesn't look interested in renewing their contract whatsoever, so they must not have made money.
Yeah, it's hard to gauge what kind of money Showtime has left if they're not going to be
Espinosa's stupid. Espinosa's stupidity is
legendary.
Primarily the reason behind that.
Frank Sanchez is on, if anyone's wondering, in the on the prelims.
I'll check him out. He's not bad. He's kind of a weirdo, but
hopefully he gets 10.
It reminds me of like
he's coming off very aggressive in the first round. That's for sure.
He always fights like that.
That is true.
I don't mind him though. He's trying.
It's impressive for a 50-year-old.
Is he 50 really?
He's a little older.
Let me see.
He's inspiring for fighters plus 40.
Hey, go to BoxRec. Go to BoxRec, and whatever age they say he is, add 10 years.
What if he's Cuban? Add 20.
He's 31. He's 31.
This Frankie Sanchez that he has, Sanchez that he has, as a like proof of his age, that's probably his son.
Probably.
Dude, it's I know it's a joke, but like there's people that actually do that shit.
Yeah,
I'm not saying just in boxing, but they actually do that. Like they'll be like, you know what, I'm gonna take my son's birth certificate.
Ooh.
Fucking, you know.
Frank Sanchez got hurt. Really?
Yeah,
bad.
he just got wobbled.
Frank Sanchez got rocked.
Have you guys seen that meme where Mike Tyson was in his prime?
Oh, he's hurt.
And in the background, there's Luis Ortiz, and then Frank Sanchez as a little kid. And you guys see that meme? You guys know what I'm talking about or no?
No, I've never seen it, bro.
Yeah, oh my God.
You got a World War II picture of with Sanchez and what's his name, Rigondeaux in it.
Yeah, Rigondeaux, Frank Sanchez, Luis Ortiz, and then it's like Mike Tyson in his prime.
Frank Sanchez kind of looks like Ortiz.
Probably related, bro.
Probably.
Cuba's a small island.
Yeah, it is. Cuba's a small island.
I rolled a fat ass joint, y'all. I think I meant to roll with this big.
Nice. Enjoy it. Shit.
Well, I'm about to pull off the stash too, man.
That was a nice right hand.
Joint or blunt? What did you say? Joint? Oh, okay.
Joint, yeah. Blunt's all right, bro. It's just too harsh.
Yeah, I don't fuck with that no more.
There's no way this is gonna go the distance. That's for sure.
Y'all talking about that Sanchez fight? Is he getting his ass whooped or what?
Yeah,
he got hurt.
Yeah, he got real hurt.
He's a bum. I'm just playing. No, but he's about. They say he's 28, don't they? He just had his 28th birthday a couple months ago.
Get the 28. Look at that receding hairline. Get the fuck out of here.
Like I said, bro.
28 Frank Sanchez coming out here.
That's definitely his son.
He's the oldest, youngest person I've ever seen in my life. Well, actually, Luis Ortiz.
He's 28 going on 45.
It's like, crazy the fact Luis Ortiz could be considered a contender. Oh.
You know what's crazy, bro?
Did you see that knockdown?
That just sound like you hit a good one, boy.
It's kind of a push.
I think Never Silva's got hit hard.
Yeah, I don't know.
I still want to see that meme, man.
Send that meme, man.
I'm still laughing off that shit.
Yeah, I'm still. Well, I have to like find it and dig. It'll take me.
Yo, if you find it, man, please just send it to me. If you find it, that shit will be.
You're gonna fucking die laughing.
Frank's pissed.
Yeah, really.
Oh. That's too funny, man.
I've never seen Frank fight in the front foot like this.
Yeah, I've seen him do it when he tries to get a quick knockout.
Did he get dropped?
I've seen him do that.
No, the other dude got dropped.
He's now he hurt him with two uppercuts.
Oh,
who's he fighting anyway?
some dude named Alexander.
Fighting hurt him. He ended
with 9
a
knockouts.
decent fight.
But I mean, but Sanchez got rocked in the first round. So
this guy, Raider Reaper, is saying, I just saw a video of Oscar Valdez saying Canelo sparred Sanchez and hinted to knocking him down.
You
got an old mansion?
Have you guys been saying the super chats?
I haven't seen it. I haven't seen any, to be honest.
I'm back though, by the way. No, I
didn't think we still on the air. Holy shit.
Yeah. I'm just looking out for the stream.
Oh, thank you. Now I'm back. I just finished making some shit to eat and have my drink.
You're done making
go take a shit.
You're done with the.
Took a shit. I took a shower. I'm fucking ready.
Are you done making the meth experiment yet?
The what?
Yeah, the meth you were talking about. You made some meth earlier, cooking meth.
I made some salsa, man.
Oh, you made some salsa, bro? That's what's up. My girl makes real good. I would like to learn how to make salsa. It's not that hard to make
salsa.
I don't think it's that hard to make salsa.
If you get the chile and like you kind of just grind them up. You
gotta balance it out. Yeah. I mean, it sounds easy, but if you don't balance it out, it's like fucking shit.
You fuck it up, right?
Did someone teach you?
No, not really. No, it was me.
You taught yourself how to make it?
Yeah, it's a bucho salsa.
Bro.
It's a bucho salsa.
Trial and error, basically.
There's like this one dude in the audience that has his phone raised up, like, this is a great fight!
Yeah, there's nobody in the crowd. Who wants to watch this fight?
I usually watch the prelims because there's.
Oh my god! I like watching all the fights because I'm a boxing degenerate fan. So.
Really? No, I skip a bunch of fights.
I'll be doing what I'm doing right now. I'll just kind of spark one and passively watch it, and if they're knocked down, I'm like, oh shit. If there's not, I didn't really miss it. Like, you know what I mean?
Yeah. If it was a good fight, there's usually sometimes some pretty good fights in the prelims. It just depends on who's fighting.
Exactly. Yeah. You don't know who's gonna show up on that night or not. You know, even if the guy doesn't particularly have an aggressive style, sometimes you're like, it's just that night where it's like, I'm gonna go hard today.
Like Frank Sanchez isn't really universally known, I'd say.
You know what I miss? I miss watching fights at bars. But after the COVID thing, a lot of the bars that I went to, they shut down because they went bankrupt or something. But it was fun, man. You guys remember when I went to when I was live streaming and I at this bar and I was watching Wilder versus
yeah, I remember that shit.
And then I got into a fight because there was all these black people because I was celebrating like crazy because I was
like, wait a second, I have to say something. I'm about to get into a fight.
Oh yeah, you guys remember that? That was funny, man. Yeah, it was some guy from Somalia or some shit. I don't know what the fuck he wanted.
Well, why would they even care, bro? If he's from Somalia, like,
yeah, he's not even. He's an American or anything. He's just because I don't know. I don't want to get into it, man. You guys know what I'm talking about.
Yeah, but what the hell?
Yeah, they were all pissed off. I was like, well, I did over celebrate though. I gotta admit though.
I'll tell you, Bucho, I didn't almost get to fight over, but I did make a bunch of African Americans look sick in the face.
Just getting beaten up.
Who, the guy fighting Sanchez or Sanchez?
The guy fighting Sanchez. Sanchez is on his lead foot, just fucking pounding away on him.
Just being a little dirty.
After that second fight between Wilder and Fury, I had to go to work the next day, bro. And I'm in the South. I live around a lot of black folks, so I work with a lot of black folks. And I didn't know all my coworkers were into boxing. You know what I mean? Because I talk about I never hear him talking about it. And but this was 4 years ago, right? Obviously. And I'm right there mentioning to my cousin that was working with me, like, yo, did you see the fight yesterday, bro? Like, man, I thought Fury about killed this man. Did you see the blood come out of his ear? And I kind of was just mentioning it, talking about it, and I look over, we're on a smoke break, everyone's outside smoking cigarettes, and I see the look on everybody's faces, bro. I swear, bro, they all look like they all just lost like a parent. When they heard me like talking about it,
emotionally attached to Wilder, bro.
All their faces dropping. The more I talk, bro, the further their faces drop. Like I could see the sadness. I could see their eyes, bro. I'm telling you, bro. Yeah, this look was crazy, and then I was like, oh my god, they know what I'm talking about. So I just started going harder. I was like, dude, bro, I've been watching boxing for fucking 15 years. I've never seen someone bleeding out their ear like that, bro. I swear it was brain. He's never gonna fucking be the same, dude. He might not live till next week, and I just did all kinds of wild shit, to hype up the ass whooping, and nobody said nothing, dude, but their faces said everything. You know what I mean? They were just so sad, bro. It was hella funny, bro.
It was funny. I saw some Uyghurs. Uyghurs was there too. They were like pissed off. Man, it was a great night. It was a great night.
Yeah,
now we gotta watch the fight.
At the fight, and they said like almost the whole crowd. A lot of them were like going for Wilder, especially like the white guys. But then by the end of the fucking fight, all of them were going for Fury. Everyone, bro. Like the whole black everything, the walk-in turned a lot of people off. Right?
Come on, bro. Exactly. How are you gonna be like, I'm gonna make you part of Black history and then knock the fuck out, bro?
That turned a lot of people off, bro.
But they were surprised. That was crazy because I knew he was gonna win. I even remember, guys, my prediction. I said this time he's gonna stop him. And then I remember there was only one guy who went to have a smoke outside, and it was this French Canadian guy, and he was like, with his French accent, he's like, yeah, I always like Wilder was we're gonna lose the fight because like same arguments that we were making. So I'm like, okay, so there's at least some people that knew what was gonna fucking happen. These other guys, man, they were shocked. Man, he was so fucking funny.
They're like, but he has those tattoos. How did he lose?
Yeah, exactly.
Well, he was blocking with his face. That's how he lost.
I remember seeing that fight after the first round, dude. I was like, Fury's knocking this fool out, bro.
It was
when
over,
he came at him,
yeah,
I was like, he had nothing for it. I was like, bro, after the first round, I was like, he's knocking out. It's over with.
Even if you didn't pick Fury to win the fight after 1 or 2 rounds, you should have realized, what's happening, man. This guy's getting knocked the fuck out.
They're saying Sanchez.
That was a very fun night, to be honest. That was a great boxing night.
Yeah, that was awesome.
I was happy.
Hey,
now I'm pissed off.
Here's another one, guys. Here. Canelo versus Charlo. Here's another one.
Yeah, hopefully.
Yeah, it was gonna be good. This is gonna be good, but a lot of
Charlo
fans, but they're not even saying, like, they're not very loud. They kind of, from time to time you'll see a comment, like Charlo's gonna win, but they don't say it out loud. A lot of them.
I've still seen a lot of brothers down with the Charlo.
One dude just like straight up left from the crowd.
What are you talking about? The unemployed Phantom?
Yeah, Phantom's going. He went. I couldn't get him to bet, but
me either, bro. He was talking all kinds of shit, bro. And I was trying to put a bet on it, then, man. Bet your boy by KO, and I'll bet Canelo by KO. And I was like, if there's no KO,
all
there's
the
no
black
bet.
people, all the black people on that panel have chosen Charlo.
No shit.
But I mean, not just black people. A lot of motherfuckers
So
don't
the
even like
brothers
Canelo.
are down. The brothers still believe. Like that's not a. They're all.
No, I mean, it's the same thing, bro. When when Floyd was about to fight what's his name, Robert Guerrero. There was
Yeah,
you could catch a couple Mexicans that would have bet on Guerrero. You know what I mean?
Dude, Guerrero's from my area. He was never gonna play with her.
That's
But
what I'm saying, bro. Like, you could have caught somebody that would have believed in him. You know what I mean? Look, it's Andre Berto, though.
Yeah, that was a messy, dirty ass fight. He managed to hurt so early and then just mauled Berto.
You guys know what Dwyer, the betting guy there? He has a YouTube channel, Dwyer. He's like an African American. He gives you betting advice, but not really gives you advice. He has a YouTube channel. Okay, well.
Oh.
Anyways, he said that Robert Guerrero is gonna Floyd problems. After watching that fight, I stopped listening to him. So I was like,
yeah.
I listen to him. I go the other way around. Whatever he puts his money on, I got the other one.
He gave him problems like for 3 rounds. The first 3 rounds he did, and it was crazy because it's funny because coincidentally that was, I think, the first fight in a long time that was playing in the theaters, and today the fight's also live on theaters.
Oh, that's gonna be badass. But yeah, if someone's trying to give me advice to bet on Robert Guerrero, I'd be like, bro, you're a charlatan.
no.
I never want to hear it. I never want to hear you again.
I had a million chance of something.
The last thing The last thing I remember about Robert Guerrero is when he tried to change his style. You guys remember that?
Yeah, when he tried to be because he tried to be a CrossFit fighter. He was like the first CrossFit fighter, and it didn't do anything for him.
I was like, wow, is he serious? But I mean,
he was advertising the fuck out of CrossFit though. He getting his ass whipped in there with shit.
Damn, Frank Sanchez looked pretty impressive right there.
Yeah, he did.
Stopped it finally.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, he just threw a bunch of uppercuts and stopped him in the corner.
Good.
Okay, someone in the chat says, Quinn Lassiter, what's up, bro? This dude's been on YouTube for a minute. He says, Dwyer's best prediction was P-Rock beating Jacobs.
I guess that'd be a good prediction.
Yeah.
Yeah, I would say so. I mean, if you're an American and you can see that P-Rock is going to take out the undefeated American.
That's one of the few ways you can actually point out Al Heyman in the crowd.
Oh, shit. That's when he stopped coming to front row. He's like, you're not going to have me fucking looking disappointed on camera. Fuck that.
Yeah, no, there's a few, like, you can catch him in the crowd, and it was all around that same time, bro. And all of them were epic losses, like, from his fighter. Like, he was there for the Paul Williams, Sergio Martinez knockout, and he was for Paul Williams. And then he was there, Jacobs, for Pirog, and Jacobs got knocked out. And then he was there when Virgil Forrest lost to Mario.
When he got beat up by Mayorga.
Yeah, he was there for that too. And those are all pretty heavy losses from and he was there at Pavlik Jermaine Taylor, and Jermaine Taylor lost. So he's been at a lot of fights where his fighters have gotten knocked out.
They call him Al the Wrench Heyman.
Yeah.
Oh,
that's kind of shitty. All your fighters, you go, bruh. You look pissed off. After a while, he started showing emotions. Catch that guy in the crowd. Only in those old fights, not anymore. You never see him.
They're saying he was there for the long count versus Dempsey.
Yeah.
Oh man,
I am your leader.
Like, what?
I am your. Did boxing already start today? Is there boxing
right now? On YouTube.
Yeah,
it's on YouTube.
Yeah. Okay.
The prelims are on YouTube. You can check them out right now. Frank Sanchez, I think he just got a W, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, he just knocked out this guy pretty
well,
viciously.
I guess Carmel Moten is not going to be televised, y'all.
I don't care. That guy's a hype job.
You don't want to see the future?
No.
You don't want the next
I saw him in an amateur fight from 2021, and I really wasn't that impressed. I don't know what's the big deal about him.
The matchman, just wait for it.
He's
People
just with
are calling him
Mayweather.
the Gervonta Davis 2.0.
He just hit puberty faster than most teens. That's why.
5'2".
Yeah, but he's wider than most kids his age. That's why he
Yo,
probably.
I think we got a Charlo fan in the chat. We got if I could slap the shit out of everyone on the call right now and they wouldn't do shit. LL, jump on the panel, bro, and slap us around, homie.
Nice. A virtual slap.
Let's spice it up.
Yeah.
Well, come on, we're waiting on it.
I'll virtually shoot him if he does that.
Oh, shit. No way.
Virtually speaking.
It'll put the whole legendary situation to shame.
I know you follow, fan. They put a bet on the fight, bro.
Yeah, the few Charlo fans they're not being vocal about it, but they're picking him. So I'm not expecting a bunch to come on here.
There's an alternate reality where
and then if for some reason, some way, Charlo gets a miracle victory, they're not going to be able to shut the fuck up. But right now, they're being real quiet.
That would be insane in the membrane.
Insane in the membrane.
Yeah, man. I'm telling you right now, I'm gonna go live for the fight, and if this fool Canelo gets knocked out, dude, I'm gonna cut that shit.
There's no way fucking Canelo's gonna get knocked out with that fucking chin. There's no way.
Yo, imagine. Just imagine.
Ain't no way.
I'm gonna cut that shit without saying nothing, bro.
Hey, Bucho, do you remember you guys recognize some of the older guys when, well, Bucho's not that old, but when Chavez got dropped by a straight right by Frankie Randall, that shit was crazy for the first time.
Oh,
damn.
Fuck.
I was so heartbroken.
Yeah.
I remember I was a kid, but I remember it. I remember when he lost.
It was like a perfect punch, a perfect right hand, bro.
Oh, hey, let me ask you guys. So what happens, bro? What happens if you know? I think I brought this up on my channel too. What happens if it's a nightmare situation and Canelo comes in, he dips in with the overhand right, and then Jermell catches him like he caught Lubin with on top of the head with the uppercut, and then Canelo falls over, ass out in the air, shits his pants. It's visible because he's wearing pink. So he got shit running down the back of his leg, and he's like sleeping on his face, and he's trying to get up, but his leg's stiff, like he got electrocuted. How y'all gonna react?
I would turn it off, and I was like,
I would be like, wow.
I would turn it off, and then I would throw something on a wall.
I wouldn't be that bad.
Open the champagne.
Remember Trinidad Joppy?
Oh yeah.
Imagine Canelo's like William Joppy. He's falling down like 50 times. He's like, he's under the rope. I remember that fight. Like the crowd was insanely loud. I don't know if you remember that. That was peak Trinidad. Like that was the peak, man. And he's destroying William Joppy, and the crowd just going fucking wild. Like he couldn't hear the announcers. You couldn't hear the commentators. You couldn't hear the commentators. You couldn't hear the commentators. It was so fucking. It was crazy.
So all the fanboys that got Canelo by knockout. Canelo's gonna destroy Charlo. Is that the?
He's gonna destroy him, mate. He doesn't have
He's gonna disappoint you. He's gonna disappoint you.
He doesn't have it.
Hey, Mirage, why don't you go to sleep?
Rider, he ain't gonna knock out.
Wait, Mirage. I think it's morning over there, so go enjoy your day. Go do
morning,
something.
and I'm ready to go, man. I'm fucking warming up.
Go do something else. Why
did he just arrive? Did he just arrive?
Yeah,
Mirage?
Yeah, he did.
Same fucking time, seriously. 24 hours in a day, dude. The same time. Really, dude? No, seriously, man. I don't even dislike the kid, right? Like, seriously, I got nothing person against him. But come on, dude. I just don't want to hear that fucking shit, dude. Like, you guys were talking about all this different kinds of shit about Bradley. Dude, wrong place, man. Ask the group. Does anybody really want
It's the same shit.
Come on, Mirage. Talk about something. Mirage, I'm not saying you gotta go. Talk about something different, bro.
What do you mean?
Talk about Wilder. Everybody was just talking about Wilder being a cheating scumbag. That's the reason why he never caught on.
I'm
talking about it.
I can chop up Wilder if you want. There's a number.
Yeah, please, just don't go about that because then it's just everybody yelling at everybody and shit. Just, yeah.
Joke. Who's he fighting next anyway? Do you even know? Like, yeah.
Well, the money was just pulled from Saudi Arabia. They just pulled the money back. He went back over there. He was spending all kinds of money going back and forth. I'm sure Shirley Finkel's like, because he's probably still, having Finkel pay for it, even though he's got his own money. But, and the money was pulled back because, listen, they know what it is. It's not just, they don't go by pay-per-view numbers. They use simple things that any one of us here can go to Google, is it Tracks or Facts? Yes. Well, that's the one you pay for. There's an analytic one, and then there's other ones that just it shows the basics. How many times he's been looked up for video? How many times he's been looked up in print? Like it tells you right there, worldwide. And Google handles 86% of the world's search engine, so they can get a pretty much grasp of who this dude is, and then they can follow threads. The computer will break it down. Is it negative? Is it positive? What's to talk about? All right. And if you go into Google Analytics, dude, it's always about something negative. Listen, here's the thing that bothers me. Remember how I said before he grew up, he was the captain of the basketball team, right? Big man on campus in high school. He was very popular. And I just knew the kind of life this kid led. Sure enough, in an interview I just stumbled across, he says, I never experienced, and I grew up in the heart of the, fucking slavery South. I never experienced racism in any way, shape, or form. Ever. My whole life, I was lucky enough, I never experienced it. So you see what I'm saying? So they make it all that much more of an act. And it's usually something to do with the bitch they're with. And I think that chick he ended up with is one of them woke knuckleheads. So, but anyways, it all ties into it. Just, he didn't catch on with this country because of that. He polarized himself, chose to start doing only talk with the LDBC. Then he picked up that, black militant fucking making poems about the white man and shit. Jimmy, and that was it.
Jimmy, yes. Can I show you what Jermell Charlo said at the weigh-in, and you just give me your thoughts, okay? I'm going to play it.
Baby!
Sure thing. Oh, hold on.
I do this for that coach they talk about. I do this for the culture that they hate on. Hey,
It's time.
Did he really say that? Did he really just say
Baby,
that?
I do this for that culture that they talk about. I do this for the culture that they hate on. Hey, it's time.
Wow.
What does that mean? What does that mean?
Well, the culture means one thing, dude. It's you do it for the culture. You'll see it with the Black Foundational Americans. That's you do it for the culture. It's doing for black people, not the tethers. That's what they call Africans or blacks from Europe. You know, they're just as, trust me, a lot of that bullshit, they're just as nasty to other black people that they don't consider foundational black Americans, or, you know, guys who were born here. They literally call them tethers and all kinds of shit, but that was straight up. That's what he was doing. And you know, it's one thing to say I'm doing it for the culture. Okay, you went through a little hood in there, brother, fine. But for that they hate on. Now, because people send me videos, I have a fucking I couldn't even play it so fucking long. I'd have to chop it up into 10 videos of black American fighters say some of the most racist shit imaginable just in the last 5 years. And yet you can't find one fighter who's not that race, bad-mouthing other along racial lines. Wilder, a whole 2 minutes on that knucklehead. It's just insane that they hate on.
Why can't he say I'm doing this for America? What's wrong with waving an American flag? Because I see Mexicans waving a Mexican flag.
You did that with Castano. Where did that go, bro?
It's divisive. It has to be about. It's all about divisiveness now, man.
Yeah,
because you're not. There's no exactly. Why would you? Because if say he did that, pulled out an American flag, then the people in charge, and it's not. And I'm not just trying to make it political, because culture is downstream. All right. Of politics. It really is. Culture creates almost everything. And right now, part of culture is, if you're waving an American flag to a lot of people on that side of the, you know, woke stream, that's like a racist, you know, so like they don't want to be patriotic, man. It's strictly for the culture, or he's going to get called, to which he has been, for some of the things he said in interviews, you know, and Uncle Tom, blah, blah. Look what they did to Shakur Stevenson for just saying his father was Spanish. Dude, they made video after video after video excoriating the young man.
No, but
it was insane.
The thing is, they're trying to paint the picture that Shakur Stevenson is this innocent kid when he's hanging out with.
Dude, listen, and punching women and shit. Yeah, fuck him, dude. Yeah, dude. Trust me, I got no respect for that bullshit.
That girl fucking threw down though. Did you see that? That was crazy shit. She took his shots. He couldn't drop her.
Yeah, that's my video. Here, let me post
Listen, a girl puts your fucking hands on you. Anybody comes swinging on you with hands, there's ways you can handle that without closing your fist. You know what I'm saying? You grab her, you kick her feet out from under her. Grab her by her hands, slide her feet, or just, if you have to, worst case scenario, open hand slap. To keep her down.
Jimmy, Sean Connery. Sean Connery said that, remember?
Yeah.
Actor Sean. He said I never hit him with a closed fist. You always with an open hand. So.
Can you post that in case viewers trying to fabricate that I'm making shit up?
Oh no, it's obvious. His buddy was running his mouth with this kid, and this kid was by himself with two girls, and him and his buddy, who was also a professional fighter signed to the PBC, I don't know if he still fights or he's retired, both started throwing hands on this guy and the girls, both of them, without hesitation, started throwing fists at women's faces.
Fucking
That's some bullshit, man.
It is.
It's bullshit.
Society's fucking decomposing.
Degeneracy. It's degeneracy. Back in my day, dude, you got no respect. You would have been targeted. Like if
say that,
guys, let's enjoy the. Let's not get it political, because.
I'm just saying. But you get fucking.
No, I'm not saying, Jimmy.
Oh.
It's like, holy shit, man. Society is breaking down. But let's enjoy this night with a good fight, a good execution. As another execution. No, I think he just eats a
That's terrible he did that, though. I gotta say, man. Why would he? He's not even like that. He's not even like that. They grew up, I guess they grew up in a middle class area, supposedly, him and his brother. Like they weren't like that. It's just, I don't know. It's terrible. Fucking, now it makes me want, I kind of hope fucking, now, before I didn't really have an emotional attachment to it. And now I kind of hope Canelo
really?
because Canelo's Charlo's at the end.
Football practice, Jimmy. Charlo's daddy used to drive him to football practice, just like
exactly.
They're fucking pretenders. Those niggas is frauds to the maximum.
They're not.
They're the biggest pretenders.
Pretenders. But we'll see what happens. We have 54 minutes left. Go ahead.
Yeah, why would they put Frank Sanchez so low on the card?
Yeah, I don't know.
I'm just wondering.
Did you guys see him sparring Sanchez? Did you guys see that video?
That fight?
Because after he did a job by Jimmy, you would figure that he would be co-lining an event or something, or at least third or fourth.
Well, fighting somebody else. I mean, who was this guy? Was he good or what? He didn't look.
He's just some rando.
Why?
Jabba? Yeah, Jabba just fought too last month, I think. It's less than 2 months ago.
Yeah,
I'm glad to see him back at least.
Yeah, he fought a guy that wasn't even like on his level. He wasn't even competitive. So what's the point of him fighting? Just staying active, I guess.
I wouldn't be surprised if the guy had a tap out shirt and they're like, "Hey, you want to fight Frank Sanchez?"
Nobody has a tap out shirt. That shit hasn't been around for like 10 years.
Did you guys see that video of? Did you see the footage of Canelo and Sanchez sparring?
Yeah.
Oh no! What?
No, I haven't seen that yet.
That's old. That's old.
Yeah, I don't know what it was.
I did, Jimmy. He was taking it easy on him, but I think he just wanted to get used to like some power, and then bigger guys like that, you could kind of hit them at full force a little bit, and they don't really mind as much because it doesn't really mean as much to them. But
it's
I saw that.
It's obviously the power of a heavyweight, but what hurts them against like a middleweight, even in sparring, I've seen it. It's not like I haven't seen. I've seen middleweights school fucking heavyweights in sparring. If it's just dependent on the level of talent, plus it's hard sometimes for a heavyweight to lay hands on a smaller dude. They usually fight guys their size, and also that little dude's in front of them. They're swinging over their head. Slow down, you little motherfucker. They're yelling and shit. Fuck here.
We were talking about that like a week ago. I think we're talking about how being short is sometimes an advantage, especially if you're not used to. If guys aren't used to like punching down like that. That can really fuck some people up. I don't like fighting shorter guys at all. I rather deal with somebody taller than me.
At least a few inches. It's always better to fight somebody an inch or two taller than you, because your punch is always direct. Anything coming up from the ground. Yes, anything coming, like if you're throwing a punch, you want it to slightly up on an upward angle because you're driving from the floor. That's where your power is coming from. Your legs, your back, when you drive through the punch, but you want it on a slight angle. That's why it's always good. It's, you know what I mean? When you punch down, it's away from what, that generates the power. Plus, you run a better chance of breaking your hand on the top of a dude's head.
Are you saying that this is what's going to happen here?
What's that? No, you could be.
Charlo is
perfect height, right? Proper tight, like Plant. When he got Plant in that position, and people say that shot wasn't that hard on Plant when he caught him in the jaw. What it was is because of Plant's shoulder roll. Plant had his chin out over his shoulder, his left shoulder. So when he kind of caught him with that left hook, his head really had nowhere to go, but it bent over the back of his shoulder blade pretty good. Definitely rocked him.
Yeah, that shit rocked.
Hey, when he was speaking to Canelo in the 8th round prior to the knockout, when he says, how am I doing? I'm pretty good, huh? He was trying to soften up Canelo, right, Jimmy?
Of course. They take some of that fire out of his belly. I'm telling you, I think Charlo, that's why. Listen, Charlo usually runs his mouth. He's usually pretty aggressive out there, telling you what he's going to do to somebody.
He's a fucking church mouse now, all of a sudden.
Why fire up the beast?
Doesn't that throw Canelo off a little bit? Because Canelo's like...
because Canelo's been doing it for 60 fucking pro fights, bro. Again, he's bringing all this shit that Canelo's seen. He's been around so long. And
he's creating shit, though. That's why he was talking about, I don't forget what he said all those years ago. I think Canelo's like Michael Jordan used to do shit like that, where you go to you go in the stadium and you read the paper and you just find something somebody would say about him just to get his ass up to go to the game. I think Canelo might be doing that for this fight.
Quags, in that fight against Caleb Plant, I think it was Caleb Plant. a basketball player was talking to him, and this was like in the second row, and the camera were on Charlo and his wife. Then he was talking some shit, and the basketball player said, "Is that your division or something?" And Charlo responded, "No, that's not, but I'm not easy work like him. I'm better. I could take him on." I don't know if you guys saw that. There was some dude from the Rockets with the beard.
And then
Harden. Yeah.
It's human nature to forget and just remember the last thing you see, pretty much, without having to try to think about it. And now when you think of him fighting Triple G, a lot of people will go to, especially his detractors, will go to the third fight. He fought Triple G when Triple G was probably at 80%, 85% his first time. Was like a peak was 2014, 2015. GGG, that's when he was fucking just.
I don't think he got fucked up too in Germany. They fucked him over.
Yeah, that's the thing.
Felix Stern's an asshole. That guy is useless. We had all these idiots over. Felix Stern. Who's the other idiot? Was it?
Oh yeah, even the kid from Argentina, Martinez. He signed papers. Oh yeah, well he signed papers. They were all ready to pull in the date. He I actually told Tom McLaughlin that the papers were signed. They're just going to go over the last couple of things. And then all of a sudden, Tom's like 2 days, 3 days later. I'm like, what's up, Lou? What? I never said we signed. Like, you fucking liar.
Jeez.
Yeah, man. Tom left me a whole fucking dude. Fucking huge paragraphs. He explained the whole thing. He's like, you really want to know what it was like? And he told me what it was like trying to get it. He offered everybody at 160 a contract, more money in most cases. He said probably 90% of the case, especially once HBO was on board, 90% of the time, substantially higher money than they've ever made before, and nobody would even call him back. Everybody ranked 1 through 10 in all the divisions.
Why wouldn't they want to have a payday though? Like, I understand.
See, when he was in his prime, dude, they knew they weren't going to beat him. They knew they just weren't going to beat him. They were going to get fucked up.
What were the other options? I mean, well, I guess
not fight. Wait a minute. Yeah, no. Like I mean,
money, though. I don't. Yeah, but it's money. I'm not saying I don't believe you. I mean, obviously it's true.
Oh yeah, I know you do.
Yeah, it's stupid though. I mean,
it's just nobody remember this. There wasn't anybody who had enough fucking they didn't trust their heart and their skills enough, because that's what it comes down to. They didn't fear them. They don't fear about getting knocked out. It's not like it's not a fear like that. You know what I mean? It's more of a like, I just don't want to lose, man. I don't want to look bad. Like he was devastating, his power, because his balance was so good.
I was about to say, he wasn't just like beating people though. He was hurting some of these guys. That could show a little bit of the fear when you're going in. It's like, this isn't just a fight. This guy could actually, I might hit the hospital after this. That's a rough thing.
Constantly breaking dudes' noses and sparring like constantly with jabs.
In the chat, Quinton says Cotto was coming to the middleweight division. He was a big money fight. I think that's my possibility. You know, these guys were waiting for a payday that wasn't going to be. That, I mean, not as difficult. You know.
And speaking of Cotto,
Golovkin though himself, I wouldn't like shit on Cotto. They do the natural junior middleweight. But there's a lot of
of course, but to his degree, like to such a degree, he paid at the time was a record amount, $800,000 for Triple G not to fight him. 800 G's. That's crazy.
For nothing.
Martinez, Sturm, like all these guys could have had that all been sent offers. They all declined. That's just the reality of it. Yeah. You know, Julio Cesar Chavez Jr. turned down a career high payday from HBO and shit like that to fight Gennady Golovkin after he fought the other Mexican dude. I don't know why. He's like the tall Mexican dude. I don't know why I can't remember his name, but after he blended that guy in 2 rounds. Julio Cesar Chavez wanted nothing to do with Golovkin. So it is what it is. He's the most avoided middleweight of all time. It's unfortunate, but it's the truth.
In that situation, the sanctioning bodies actually were doing something positive, I think. I mean, because they were pushing Golovkin. You couldn't avoid it. Right? He's a mandatory now. What are you going to do? You know,
they throw the belt in the trash.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah. They just drag it out more.
And Jaime Munguia was slated to fight him, and they actually did a good thing. I think the WBC pulled out Jaime Munguia because he was going to get hurt. So there was no doubt that he was being avoided, because he was. The thing with Golovkin is that you knew that you weren't going to knock him out. So that means since you couldn't knock him out, you were going to be in that fight for as long as it lasted, and if you did well, the 12 rounds.
That's a hard.
If you didn't get knocked out, if you got knocked out early, you weren't gonna be there the 12 rounds. But if you put up a fight, you were gonna be there the 12 rounds. So that's a beating you were gonna go home at the end of the night with.
Yep.
A bunch of people here who are not even saying a word. Who are these people? We have Dora, we have Rubio, we have Amin.
What's up?
Guys, what's up? Say something.
No, I've
Welcome,
been talking
boss.
the whole time, Mucho. What the fuck?
Yeah. Well, Billy Joe. What about Billy Joe Saunders, guys? Remember that? Like, I'll never.
Terrible.
Yeah, dude, I'll never forget the time Billy Joe Saunders, when he was sitting there with Chris fucking, the kid who just won, whatever his name is, Eubank. And Eubank said something about fighting Triple G. And fucking Saunders was drinking. It was some kind of thing. And he just started laughing. He goes, "Are you Triple G? Good night," he go up. And he would beat you and me on the same night.
He did.
I mean, dude,
I remember
that's not fucking, you don't say shit like that unless you mean it. They knew. Like Billy Joe Saunders, like, I'm not fighting that kid. The other British guy, remember the kid who was close to the end of his career? Carl Froch?
Oh, yeah. Oh, he won nothing.
In 2015? Yeah, in 2014 or 2015, he said, Gennady Golovkin. What are you doing?
Jimmy.
Yes.
You weren't here before earlier. There was a whole debate about Golovkin didn't fight Andrew Ward. What are your thoughts on that?
Okay. All right, and now I'm going to fucking end that right here. Right here. This is what happened. Andre Ward had reneged on his contract, so he was put on a shelf a couple of times, a couple of years. All right. So what happened, though, going into that, HBO had signed him because he was the last gold medalist. They liked him, whatever, but he was going to be the face of HBO boxing. They were treating him as such. And what happened when he reneged and he wanted more money to coincide with being the face of HBO boxing, HBO had nobody to fight. So Tom McLaughlin, who was begging HBO to put Gennady on for 2 years, sending him tapes, saying he will do it for the shortest possible money, right? Finally said, well, we'll get the kid on. Boom, boom, the music, boom, 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 and just the crowd starts showing up. He's annihilating people, all right? So all of a sudden now Triple G, the fucking, the face of boxing, people were starting to say the face of the middleweight division in HBO. Ward, the same way he just did with Canelo after one of Canelo's victory, has to always throw fucking, throw those fucking, like, oh, he'll never go to heavyweight. He'll never compete at heavyweight and never win at that. Like, and after that, he beat Kovalev, he threw dirt on him. It's just how he is. He can be a jealous type fucking dude. So anyways, he's in training camp, mind you, to fight Paul Smith. All right. So Smith, but during training camp, Ward is supposed to be signed for 168. That's what the fight was agreed upon, a 160-pound fight after being out for 2.5 years. Okay, but what happens? He can't make the weight. He tells Smith, nah, man, we're not doing it. We're just going to have to do this at 172. We're not doing it at all. Not 170, 172, we're not doing it at all. So mind you, they keep that. That's kind of an important factor. It was during about 3 weeks before the original, they changed the weight from a 68 to 78. Ward tweets out, I'll fight Little G. That was what he wrote, because that stuck with him like fucking. I'll fight Little G at 168. But mind you, again, he's in camp with Smith. Literally months, maybe 3 months after fighting that dude Smith, then that's when they start talking about him fighting Kovalev and all this other shit, which, by the way, he needed 2 warm-ups for. And Triple G punches harder than Kovalev. Prime Triple G, no doubt. Even people who spot him have said it. So what happened was that dude, I can't remember his name off the top of my head, but I will find it. I have it all. Somebody sent me the whole broken down. He asked him, so 168, what do you think? You'd be fighting 168 again? And he laughed. He goes, nah, man, 175 is getting hard to make, buddy. So that was just months after he called him up for 168. Now, mind you, don't forget, he would have needed at least 2 warm-ups, like he did for Kovalev. So that means the guy at initiated weight at 168 that he's already proven he can't get to, has laughed about, said he can't do, was going to fight 3 more times at that weight.
Could he have made an effort? He have made an extra effort to stay at 168 just to fight Golovkin, or like he was just?
But for what though, right? Because like he said, He never did anything. One thing about Ward, he never did everything. He had the advantage for everything. Location, thickness of the pad. He allowed only certain bunch, like he didn't allow horsehair gloves, certain horsehair gloves rather, a bunch of different things. Remember him during the Super 6? Like he wouldn't go over anywhere, fight over in Europe. It had to be in his backyard or in Vegas.
How dumb is that?
Yep.
Dude, he'd have the referee. Like, dude, it's just how he was because he was HBO's guy. So there's a guy who never fought unless he had everything in his advantage. You think was going to go to a weight that he tried to, and he had to, at the middle of fucking camp, say, okay, we have to renegotiate this. This can't be at 68. There's no way I can make it. So now he's already admitted there's no way he can make it, but he's going to make it at least 3 more times. Come on, dude.
That's just how these scripts move. They call out fighters and never send contracts to them. They're not doing they did it to build up their resume.
But the thing is, there wasn't even a contract. All it was a tweet. It was just a tweet.
Exactly. But Jimmy, Golovkin said he would fight anybody from 154 to 168.
Yes, but this is like Tom Coughlin said. He's not going to fight us at 168. That won't happen. He's already admitted he can't fight at 168. He said 175 is getting hard, and he needed 2 warm-ups. By then he was. So when Tom reached out, he's like, "Well, I already got something in the works with Kovalev. Maybe after that." And so he said, Tom asked what about 68? They never responded. He wasn't going to fight Triple G. Listen, that was one thing. That was him attaching his name. Now, he's on the show for 2 years. Nobody's talking about Andre Ward. Going into this fight, nobody's talking about this fight. Suddenly, he says that. Nobody's talking. Yes, brother.
Yeah, what you're saying is true. Like nobody was talking about it. Quinton in the chat says you are forgetting one crucial point. Golovkin would have been the A side. Ward wouldn't have that. Who would have been the A side?
Obviously, Golovkin in that
at that moment.
Okay, maybe at that moment, but here's the thing. Ward, how is he going to make a weight he's already admitted, he's proven he can't get to? Not just one time, because remember, he needed 2 warm-ups for Kovalev. He fought Rodriguez. No, not Rodriguez. I forgot who he fought. He needed a couple warm-ups.
You're right.
I know he fought. He had 2 warm-ups before he fought Kovalev.
That was the worst. Do you guys remember that fight? The ref, Jack Reese, almost docked both of them. They're like, I'm not going to let you do this any fucking longer. You guys are not going to and if you don't clean this up. That was
exactly, Edward Rodriguez, but Herrera, yes, that's right, the guy he fought. And listen, that's one thing about Ward. I've always said a very cerebral guy. He's always did what he had to do to win, but he's a smart kid, and he does know what he's doing in there, like what his limitations. But anyways, he was smart enough to know ring rust, and he wasn't going to go into a fight against the hottest punching dude anywhere near that division at a weight that he would have been emaciated at. And when you're emaciated, your punch resistance is shot. So there's no chance it would have been a 168, maybe 175, but Triple G would have never went to 175. The point being, it was a fighter on the shelf attaching his name to the most popular fighter in boxing at the time for the press, and it worked. It's still people talking about it, but it was based on nothing.
Is it only me, or do you guys feel like Andre Ward's career feels like he was incomplete?
It's terrible. He has a terrible career.
Like it's not like they make it out to be. They make it out to all these guys undefeated. He retired undefeated.
Yeah,
but there's something.
He's not that old right now. How old is he right now? Maybe like 38, but he retired what 4 years ago.
He retired. Yeah. He retired right before he turned 33. Yeah, so right before he turned 33. Oh my goodness! He was 32 years. He's young. He was retired younger than I remember. Somebody tweeted out. These are the fighters Ward is retiring right now. The guys who are still fighting. It was crazy. Like half of them were still champions, but there was all these guys, all the top guys. What was happening? Gavajic. You had fucking Bivol. You had the injuries stopped for Beterbiev. Those injuries, all of a sudden. Remember, he was on the show for 2 years doing all that. With those injuries from his wrists and shit. Suddenly he's backing around, getting banged out. They pushed him right up to the top of the, So there was no way around it. Gavajic, Beterbiev, Bivol. Ward would have to fight one of those 3 guys. I think Gavajic is probably the only one I'd say would have been a 50-50, excuse me. Fucking Beterbiev would have knocked his ass out, and Bivol would have schooled him because he was too slow.
Before everybody jumps in, Kovalev was outboxing. Kovalev was outjabbing the boxer because the American Andre Ward supposed to be the Olympic gold medalist.
And Kovalev was out jabbing him.
Yep.
In that first fight.
Absolutely.
Imagine, like Jimmy says, imagine Bivol fighting him. It would have been a very interesting fight. But I guess we'll never know.
That's one of the worst robberies I've seen in my lifetime.
Yeah,
I agree.
Yes.
Remember Ward's face? He was so downtrodden, or like he was pacing. He lost the fight. And all of a sudden, what? His eyes got like shocked. Holy shit! It was it was a blatant robbery.
There's a 116-111 Kovalev type fight. The thing is, oh shit! I don't know if you guys can hear me. Hold up. Ward's career is faded to obscurity, thankfully, and his entire career is propped up by biased American corruption. That's the reality of it, and that's why no one remembers this guy or gives a fuck about him, because he cherry-picked, ducked, was put on the shelf because he was a fucking diva. He got robbed, or he got a gift decision against Kovalev. And people don't bring this up. HBO lost thousands of fucking subscribers after that robbery. It was so blatant that fans were so disgusted that HBO literally went up and went to shit. And that was like the beginning of the end.
And there were signs that was going to happen, Dora. You know,
that's actually interesting.
There was signs that if something like that happened, right, where a blatant robbery against Kovalev, who was fucking like beating everybody up, so boxing fans were interested, that thousands of people were going to leave HBO and not want to watch their fucking events because of boxing, and they still did it.
Yep, and that's that's the beginning of the end for HBO.
Yeah.
And when he did come back, remember HBO didn't give him his slots back. He was pissed. Triple G was head bill. He got all the slots. It was the fights. So basically what that means is, say Prince, I think, represented Ward. He would have called HBO. Probably Peter fucking, at the time, that dickhead. I can't remember his last name. But, hey, listen, my guy who wants to fight, we're looking at maybe late October. Can we want to, reserve that now? Well, I have to check. Triple G might have that night. He had first billing because he was their fighter. He was knocking everybody out. He was putting in crazy crowds. He sold out in London, New York, freaking Los Angeles. You know what I'm saying?
LA, I went to those fights, dude. I went to the Monroe fight. That thing was packed.
Yep. Ward couldn't sell out fucking in his own backyard.
Oakland. Saw it a lemonade stand.
Sold it out.
What's so crazy about Ward is he had 8 or 9 world title fights, and they hail him as an all-time great. You have guys like Julio Cesar Chavez who have stopped more world champions in world title fights than even Andre Ward's had his whole career. Julio Cesar Chavez had 3 times the world title fights that fucking Ward has, and these fucking people put him up. He's on the Ring Magazine top 100 list ever. How the fuck is that bomb on any top?
I don't think he should even be in the Hall of Fame. That's just my opinion. I don't think he deserves it.
He's American. What do you expect? Of course they're gonna.
Jimmy. Yes.
Does the amateurs do?
Of course. I was just about to say, Dom, what he just said about being American, he hit it right on the head. They did take into account that he was the last American to get a gold medal. Absolutely, that went into
2004. What the hell? That's 2004. Crazy. What happened to amateur boxing? I don't understand.
Yeah, what happened to
Yeah, I guess. How was the Frank Sanchez fight, bro? I went to go get some beer, so I missed it.
He knocked the dude out.
He fucked him up.
He stopped him. He didn't knock him out.
Unloaded.
He didn't knock him out. He stopped him, though.
No, I didn't say he knocked him out. You said he fucked him up. He caught him on the rope.
But Frank Sanchez got hurt in the first round. Frank Sanchez did get hurt in the first round.
Yeah, Frank Sanchez looked like he was about to go out in the first round.
What are you guys drinking? Don't you guess what you get, Modelo?
I'm drinking Cerveza Pacífico Ballena, la cerveza del Pacífico, homie.
I got myself a 12 or a Bud Light.
Yeah.
Ballena's a 40, right? I'm drinking a 40, right?
You guys remember
it's a 32 ounce. I got 32 ounces and a tall can too. So I'm gonna have to mix it up because I got a tall can of fucking Miller Lite too.
Bucho, I had 2 Maltas. Remember those?
There you go.
Oh yeah,
Maltas, yeah.
Wow, so you guys are all like a bunch of alcoholics, huh?
No, I'm just having some rum, man.
I'm just fucking around, man. I'm just fucking.
Probably only Bucho, man.
No, I am. I'm not joking, man. I am.
He's honest.
I'm honest.
Busho's the type of alcoholic that drinks wine, so it's just like I'm.
No. I do drink wine though. I mean, everybody drinks. It's a French. No, everybody drinks wine over here.
Yeah, I was about to say I know Quebec. Like, listen, you cannot live in Quebec and not drink wine. You just can't.
No.
Wine's better
You get
for
drawn
you.
into. I wasn't a wine drinker, but then you
see.
It's such a part of the culture. It's
Right.
you know what I'm saying.
Yes. Yeah.
Guys,
I mean, you're here a fucking collection right there, bro. Fucking
Look at that
top
stash.
shelf right there, bro.
Then you start
got Bombay right there, bro. Bombay's crazy, bro. That's like
Bombay's pretty good.
50%
But that's a
alcohol,
gin.
right? Something like that.
You
Bro.
would drink gin?
Now, Bucho, are you a red? Like, do you like Merlot? Do you like white wine? What kind of wine do you like? If you have to drink it, do you prefer?
Probably red wine.
I mean, red. There's Merlot. I think that's what it's called.
Yeah, those are the two you like.
Yeah.
I assume.
Busho's like the
most
one with the
guys
most
tend to like the
liquor.
red.
The one with the most alcohol. That's what Busho likes, bro.
Yeah, exactly. No, I'm drinking rum, and I mix it with some fruit and shit. And I got a nice blender that I bought, man. It's a Ninja. Yeah.
The only wine I ever drank growing up was Mad Dog 2020.
Oh God,
$2 a bottle, man. The fucking
That's disgusting.
Oh, when you grew up you're a little kid, you stand there waiting for people going to packy. Hey, will you buy for us?
When I was in high school, I would just steal whatever was the easiest. Usually, it was like E&J and plastic bottles.
Colt 45 was my first beer. Colt 45. I don't know you have it over there.
Mine was a Pabst Blue.
Like a malt liquor.
Probably
Mine was
American.
Mine was a Pabst Blue Ribbon.
I try
a biker gave it to me. I was like 9 years old. He goes, "Here you go, kid."
9, Jesus.
Yeah, I was 9 years old. Yeah.
And PBR's
down at the regatta because they used to have the bikers, the Hells Angels, and them used to drink. And I wasn't afraid of them. I go right up to them because they used to go to my father's gas station. My father owned like 2 gas stations in Lowell. But anyways, they used to right near the clubhouse, and before they go on long trips, they would always pull in. They didn't have to pay. Basically, once a month they paid their bill, and they always did. But even if there's like 30 bikes, but they cleaned up after they always clean my dad. So anyways, I was never afraid of them. So they have their bikes roped off when they showed up at events. And I'd walk right under the rope, go up there and shit. And they were like, "Hey, look at this little fucker," right? So the kid cracked the beer and he fucking gave it to me. He wasn't a patch holder, though. Because when he turned around, I checked. I was even at 9. I knew to check his back. It was just probably a hang around.
Crazy.
But he gave me a full beer. It was ice cold, man. I slugged that shit down. And I was...
You like that shit? Like, what the fuck?
Dude, I was hammered. I was fucking hammered. It was like a 16-ounce can. I was shit-faced. I got so sick. But I was 9 years old.
Yeah, shout out to Don Chile Relleno. He says, "Salud, gents. About to drink some micheladas and throw some carne asada on the grill. Can't wait to see Charlo get knocked the fuck out." All right, man. Enjoy your micheladas, man, and carne asada, man.
Good for him. Sounds good.
This summer, and the drinking age is like 18 there. I'm 20, and so I like had my first alcoholic beverage there.
Wait, you're 18?
No, I'm 20.
Oh, okay, nice.
Yeah, we used to have to drive up to Vermont, Lake Champlain, when we were 18 to drink because it was still 18 in Vermont for beer, 21 for alcohol. And I was 15. Right? I was 15 when they changed it. It used to be 18 years old.
Well, I remember going to
because of the Vietnam War. They had to lower it because of the Vietnam War because there were so many young kids over there dying.
I used to go to strip clubs at 17. I remember that shit.
Yeah.
Yeah, I went to a strip club at 16 called the Hanky Panky one time.
Well, think about it. When a drinking age was 18,
was called the Penny. Was the Penny?
Hey, there was one called
they all got good names, right?
But the best part is the drinking age was 18. Think about how many kids were 15, 16, look like they were 18. And nobody ever got carded back then if the guy looked, because you didn't get in a lot of trouble if you made a mistake, not like today where they'll shut your shit down. So people would even like, if you look like you were 18, dude, I swear, dude, my buddy Louie, man, that kid had a beard in 8th grade. Fucking, he was buying beer and anything we wanted, but of course we're broke ass kids, so it was always the ripple, the Mad Dog 2020 and shit.
When you're like 17, 21, and you go into a strip club, they almost see you like a stripper, the girls. Because they're relieved. They're like, "Oh, look at these young dudes coming to see us." instead of these fucking grease balls that come in and they're fucking old, fat, and out of shape.
Young dudes will throw the money too, without a doubt.
Yeah. Exactly. They know they're gonna get whatever they like. When you like the older guys are very picky, you know. It's like
Spanish girls, they'll be like,
especially
they'll be like,
in the military, man. The girls, yeah, the soldiers they spend on the what do you call it, on the strippers. That's a fact. They like to tip. I noticed that every soldier like that I was around, that was just the norm. You tip the strippers, even the barbers, everybody.
Yep. Dude, you wouldn't believe how many times I used to have to go and tell dudes not to come back on the property over Max 2's. I told you before how Blackie fucking, my girlfriend's father owned Max 2's, the strip club. You guys can look it up online and shit in Brica. But all the time, dude, because they get in there young, at 18, you know what I mean, night, and kids would fucking fall in love with the strippers because these chicks are old pros.
Oh my God.
They make them fall in love with them.
They don't.
The strippers, dude, Pat. And then these kids would show up. The parents are calling. He's stealing money from the house. I swear to God, dude. You would be shocked how many times that happened. It got to the point where Norman or Blackie said no more under 21. They fall in love with the strippers, dude.
Yeah, fuck it.
Yeah, over here in the border. As soon as you cross the border, there's a strip club right there, gentleman's club called La Casona. That's where everybody goes. It's almost stuck to the fucking the border, bro. So I went there when I was like 16, 17, but it's like whatever, you know. I used to.
Hey, maybe they got a tunnel. Maybe they got it's close to the border. Maybe they got a tunnel that runs underneath the border. That
they probably do. Hey, Gonzalo, you know what gentleman's club I'm talking about though? La Casona right there. Like you cross the border and it's right there, bro. Like just right there.
Where you talking about? So like where? What border?
Which city?
Right across.
Mexicali.
Oh, okay.
I never even been there.
I don't know it. I don't know it because I went to. The first time I went to California was like in 90, I think it was 98. I went to San Diego. They took me to a strip club over there. I don't know if it was close to the border or not, but oh my God, that was the greatest strip club I ever been to.
Except they take the drinks off the table when the girls are dancing back in the 90s. I don't know if they changed that.
Everything could happen. Yep. Like this strip club, like back then, like anything could happen. Whatever you want.
Yeah, they were like right on
Nevada. How it works is if it's an all-nude strip club, you're not allowed to drink alcohol.
Exactly. It was like in California too.
Yeah, it's like that in New York and Florida now too. Florida too.
Wow, not in Massachusetts, man. Yeah, but thank God. But Mucho's saying what? Because you guys don't understand. Yeah. Listen, I've been to Paris. I've been all over. That was my thing. Even my wife, she didn't give a fuck. She'd go with me. I always wanted to see the talent. Without a doubt, hand to God, Montreal. For consistency, the hottest strippers I've ever seen. Consistently, like you go on a Tuesday in the afternoon, there's going to be at least 2 smokers. Like I'm telling you, outside of like you go to Boston, most places, Tuesday afternoon chicks. Like I remember my cousin come down from Montreal, right? He's the one that got that fucking. He goes, I swear to God, dude, the last chick had bullet wounds. He goes, what's up with this?
You're right, because I've talked to people, foreigners, and they all say like the best chicks are here. Like for the strip clubs, man, you're gonna find them over here.
Canadians are hot.
No doubt about it. They're French Canadians. I think it's French Canadians. That's the thing.
And on top of that, what it is because if you can become a breakout star there, that's huge. So these girls will come from Australia at 19 to strip in Montreal. Because if you because that goes with you. You're in Vegas, they'll say fresh from the strip in Montreal. You know what I mean? St. Catherine Street. Because that carries weight.
St. Catherine. Yeah.
See, exactly, brother. That's how we'd always announce them. Straight from St. Catherine Street. So that would get everybody's attention. Like, oh, this girl's going to be hot. And they have, not only are they hot, they don't just go up there. There's a lot of hot chicks, but they can dance.
They know the move. Yeah, they practice. They don't just show up. They don't just walk around the pole and no, they actually like do
dance.
The thing, you know.
They're talented. That's why they call talent. Yep.
I met some girls from Canada one time, and it was me and my boy, and we were hanging out with them, and we was like,
you told
me in New York. And anyway, I don't want to get too graphic, but one of the girls were getting real crazy. They're like, "Oh wow, you really into this?" They're like, "Yeah, we're from Canada. That's how we do it."
Have any of you guys been to Mayweather's Grow Collection over there in Las Vegas? I never been to it. I've seen it, but I never went in.
I'm sure it's a hellhole.
Well, do you guys know why he made that?
Jimmy, didn't you say there's probably girls locked up in the back and stuff?
Well, you guys know why he had to do that? Because he was kicked out of the top strip clubs in Vegas. He lives right there, so he's always in the strip clubs with his boys, and he was kicked out of like 3 of them.
Why?
Because he would get aggressive.
The areas where the strip clubs are in Vegas are really ghetto and grimy. I mean, I would be careful out there.
Okay.
Yeah, what wasn't he complaining about?
That's what I know.
Was he? Yep. Sorry, recognize.
I think that even outside the boundaries of Vegas, of Las Vegas. I'm sorry. Sorry, Gonzalo. I was gonna say that some of the strip clubs that are like pretty shady in Vegas, they're a little out. From the way I understand it, they were a little outside of Vegas.
They're on the other side of the freeway because they can't be on the strip.
Yeah,
they're like,
right. And those shits were ghetto, bro. Like you said,
really ghetto, ghetto, man. I had to go there for work. My work was headquartered in Vegas. I had to go over there and stay like weeks over there. It was awful.
Why was it awful?
Well, they had me stayed at the Palace Station. It's not the greatest hotel, man. And you'd get crazy people. I'd stay there for weeks, and then the people. One time, I walked out of my hotel, I saw shampoo like sprayed everywhere, just people acting a fool. And then Vegas is pretty ghetto, dude. It's basically like South Central, except for the Strip. Like it's not a nice place to live. There aren't.
It's fast money. It's fast money. You can be rich one day and then be totally broke the next day.
And
they'll even hire people. They'll even hire people that sleep under the highway to like spread the tickets for discounts.
Yeah. I go to the sports book at the Palace Station, and you know what I always see bet. I don't know if you guys know him, but he was Jake Paul's trainer. I'm blanking on the name. He used to be a BJ Flores. I see BJ Flores come down there and act a fool and act like he owned the place and bet a whole bunch of money. I don't know if you guys remember that guy, BJ Flores.
I remember him, but I don't remember. Holy shit! So he what? He lost?
Oh, you would always it's a degenerate. A lot of people in Vegas are degenerates, bro. They're just fucking gamblers.
Yeah, a lot of people are gamblers.
They chilling. You see the same people in the lobby at the casino you're at. You see the same people there every day.
You know what I noticed that in Vegas is supersized, but like all these little casino towns, these little cities like Atlantic City, I remember Foxwood, that's in Connecticut. It has the same vibes. A bunch of degenerates out there.
I know. Here we have the Montreal.
You know what it is about that place? You could get used to that shit because it's like this. Okay, so everything is flying high. You got a little bit of money on you, let's say to lose, and maybe spend, and you think that shit's gonna be like that every day. Those towns have the most depressing fucking atmospheres, like once the party is over.
And that's the vibe I got when I was in Vegas for weeks at a time.
Yes, me too, man. Fucking same shit. I got the same vibe. I was like, yo, this is a bigger Atlantic City. This is a bigger, like me coming from the East Coast, right? It's just like a more, it's just like the prototype, in other words, it's just
like you're in Sodom and Gomorrah,
Same thing with fucking Atlantic City, man.
A fucking desert too.
Same thing with
Atlantic City is the most dangerous, depressing town.
Dude, it was crazy, bro. Yeah. Like this, you're on the boardwalk. And you got the Taj Mahal. You got all these fucking hotels back in the, 90s, late 80s, early 90s. They don't even
heights there anymore, bro. They used
it took over Vegas for years. It was always Atlantic City. From like 1988 to like 1998, most of the bigger fights were happening out, because they were given bigger site fees. They were paying crazy site fees.
Yeah.
But here's the thing, right? The minute you step off the boardwalk, right, at the end of the hotel, that next road, dude. It looks like fucking Fort Apache, the Bronx in the 70s.
Dude, no, Jimmy. It makes you say, I want to go back to New York in the 90s, in the 80s.
Yeah.
That's how bad it was. I was like,
dude, every other store is a pawn shop, dude, right? Every other store in the corner is a pawn shop.
It was like New Jack City or what?
It was downtrodden. It was unemployment rate was one of the worst in the country. It was short housing money, violent pawn shops everywhere, and right across they're looking at the glitter. People flying in, betting $1 million a hand. And these motherfuckers across the street are fucking, oh man, walking around picking up cans.
I heard it's getting gentrified nowadays. I've never been to New York, but that's just what I hear from people.
Oh yeah, no, New York is 100%.
Yeah, New York is
like
crazy.
even the more classic, like like I'll give you an example, like Harlem. Yo, you won't believe how many white people are there. Even in East New York, one of the worst neighborhoods in all of New York City, I see a lot of white people over there. A lot.
You know when you would see more white people, especially at night in Harlem. Harlem at one time was the epicenter of nightlife in New York in the 20s and 30s, and all those Hollywood guys would go there, have no problem walking in. It wasn't an issue. Like Thomas Sowell, I'm getting that from one of his books and shit. He talked about it. It was just crazy, but obviously drugs ruined that. Once drunks came in, then that's when the violence came. But I'll tell you, I don't know if any guys from New Orleans or from that state, Louisiana, and I don't mean you any disrespect if that's your place, but you've never seen disgusting. Like if I was a national, like a holiday thing, don't ever go to Mardi Gras. I'm just telling you, don't do it. It's fucking
Louisiana.
I've been there.
Oh shit.
Dude, if you're sent,
I like the French Quarter, bro. I didn't have a problem.
You know what it was? I'm scent fucking like certain scents sensitive. Like I can't stand certain smells. Like I don't want to stale. Like the smell of stale urine.
Yeah, that's what I heard.
Sick.
Don't
like,
ever go to Venice, then. Don't go to Venice, Italy, ever in your life.
Yeah, that's what I heard. I heard Venice.
Oh yeah, it's a sewer.
True?
Venice, Italy stinks.
It's a sewer.
Yeah. Well, you know what it is. It's the same thing. If you go to a marsh, it's a marshland. Venice was built on marshlands.
Yeah, because
when the water gets so low,
but water is dirty.
It's dying vegetation. Ever go to a marsh, any marsh, even thousands of miles away from civilization, it'll stink, and that's dying bacteria. That's what you smell. So that's what you're smelling in Venice.
People in Venice used to the smell, and that's why they don't give a shit or what's going on.
Yeah, some people. My sister lived up in Seabrook, and right near the marsh. And certain summer days, the wind would come by, and I'm like, her and her husband's wealthy. Well, her husband is it's like $1 million house.
Certain streets are worse than most. Certain streets are good. Certain streets smell like shit.
Yeah, but also in Louisiana, it's a fact. Because I've been there, and it's real crowded. That people take pisses on the corners.
Yeah, that's true.
Dude.
Yeah,
that's a fact.
And you know another thing, I don't like.
It's like collective people take pisses on the corner. What's going on?
Well, there's no bathrooms to like available. Even if you walk into some place, there's probably a long ass line, and everything's crowded most of the time.
And I don't like people.
The nicest part of Louisiana is Gulf Coast.
Yeah, I know that is nice area.
That's beautiful.
Very nice, yeah. But if you like, I don't know about you guys, but I hate people bumping into me and fucking crowds, sweaty people and shit. Yeah. Being in a crowd tight, like I don't like it. I get really kind of I don't know weird about it.
You mean?
Yeah, I am a little bit, but I just don't like being. I don't like being in control of my environment. You're in a crowd there sometimes. Everybody dumps into the street. You're like you fuck people touching you and shit. Yeah, I don't like it at all.
Ain't easy like that.
Yeah.
Even old beer smells bad. Like if you throw it and it's warm, it's hot. That shit smell.
Skunks up. Yep, exactly. No, it was very humid. I lasted 2 days. Gone. I'm like, I'm out of here.
Well, yeah, that's another thing. The humidity, for sure.
Yeah,
sweat like a slave, dude. Step out of the AC, dude. Your shirt's stuck to you. And the chicks, all the chicks bearing their tits, they had all grandma titties, all the chicks flipping their tits. I'm like, oh, here, I'll give you some beads if you fucking lift your shirt on, bitch. I don't need to see that shit. You big sweaty knockers.
I took a chick up to a fire escape because like everything was like rented or busy. The hotels.
Good for you. Yeah, that's a fucking Marine move, right? Army rather. We're above the stench. Yeah, it was dirty. And everybody's trying to sell you shit off. It's just it wasn't for me. I never go back. Paris,
I've never been there.
I never tried to sell me more shit.
I've passed through the casinos over there in Louisiana, but I never got off the car. I just passed by.
Yeah,
Yeah, the
Louisiana.
casinos are all right, but they pay out, I think, some of the worst in the country for payouts. Foxwoods, I think, was one of the highest payouts.
Well, there's
or
a
was for
Harris
while.
in downtown New
You talking
Orleans.
about Foxwood, Connecticut?
Yes.
Yeah. That sounds about right, Jimmy. That used to be my little stomping ground, man. Back in like the late '90s, early 2000s. I love that.
It's only about a 4-hour ride from you, right? Back when you lived in New York.
Well, what I would do is we would plan it, right? We would go to Long Island, like all the way to the
Oh, okay.
the last stop of Long Island. Like you can't go any further than that. You'd be in the
Hamptons?
right past it, actually, like Montauk. You heard of
Okay.
that?
Oh, yeah, you're all the way.
Yeah.
Yep. Okay.
So we would go over there, park our car there, take a boat,
Take a ferry over. Yeah.
Yeah, take the ferry, go into Foxwood, and we'll chill out there for the weekend.
Nice.
Yeah.
Yeah, that ride going to fucking Montauk's no joke, though.
It's Atlantic City and Louisiana over there, the same, like, run by the mob. You know how Vegas was pretty much funded by the mob, but still is controlled by the mob.
It was.
Corporate now, but yeah.
It was absolutely right up to the probably by one guy for the longest time. One of the most feared guys, and he was a little dude, like 5'3", glasses. He's the one the Kennedys dropped out in Guyana, or French Guyana, I believe. Just picked him up and deported him in the middle of the night. Even if he's from Sicily, they dropped him in fucking Guyana with no money. That's the reason. That Marcellus, they just to break his balls because his thing was he was never arrested. He had no criminal history, and he was the Don. Yeah, he was the mafia boss of New Orleans for decades, and they hated him.
Like on the De Niro movies, right? It's always the short guy, the most aggressive, Pesci or whatever his name is, the actor.
Yeah. But in real life, that character in real life, he was actually a pretty tall dude.
It's like taking a Puerto Rican, right? And you say, "Yeah, I'm gonna deport you," right? And he's thinking he's going to Puerto Rico. They send him somewhere in Cuba. They're like, yeah, right here, motherfucker. He's like, wait, I'm from here, you motherfucker.
They did it because the dude always was known to wear like French cufflinks, and silk ties. Like he was always dressed to the nines. This dude, and they did that because, like, imagine they said when they found him, he was covered in mosquitoes. They dropped him off like near marshes and shit. Yeah, no, it's crazy. But he never became an American citizen. So they fucked with him like that. So, but yeah, that's the reason why, if you look at what the CIA says, the plot between the CIA, the mafia, and, the dickhead there, I'm a patsy. They say he was the mob on the fucking, everything came out of New Orleans. I don't know if you ever saw the movies and shit, but it would have been because of him. And rightfully so. He's the mobster who said, if you want to kill the snake or whatever, you don't, because they wanted to get Bobby Kennedy. He was the AG going after the mob. And they said, take out the snake and then, kill the head, and then he'll have no teeth. But think about it, the mob put Kennedy in fucking presidency, dude. They delivered the unions in Chicago. That's what got Kennedy in the office.
It's kind of a weird.
They got him in the fucking mob. And the first thing that they do is turn around and go after the mob.
They kill him. Yeah.
I'd be pissed too.
That's strange.
Yeah, sometimes the mafias care more about the people than the actual government. In some cases, not always, of course, but
they ran Sicily there was almost no government there for centuries. The old Mustache Pete's ran it.
That's why the mob is so sophisticated when it came here. So they're almost, as you said, they're almost like running a fucking country when they came over here, and like just running like a fucking business or things of that nature, and that was easy for them.
Back then,
the Yakuza, whenever something happens over in Japan, they're one of the first ones to try to help out. And even the Mexican cartels are assholes, but even sometimes they do send some money when they build schools. Sometimes when on some locations, something like I said, sometimes it's the mob, the one that actually cares more for the people than the actual government. Obviously, I'm just talking about certain cases because in general, the mobs are a bunch of fucking assholes.
I hear you.
They did back then though they were called they would have been called the Hand because they were the Black Hand Society.
Right.
But Omerta was always a part of it. You talk, you die. Like that's That always the thing. That was always the mafia's strength. I mean, the FBI denied their existence until they finally caught them all up in upstate New York. All the heads of the mob were there. Fucking idiots.
They have to do that shit though. Our government's so fucking weird when it comes to that kind of shit. If they don't have a handle on something, they'll deny that it exists until like, and then when they open, it's like, oh, we made this big bust. It's like, so it did exist. It's like, what the fuck are you guys talking about?
They deny it, and then they'll admit it 10 years later, and they'll be like, nah, I don't remember denying it. I don't remember denying that.
The guy that arrested him to die. You know, they can't have any fucking proper interviews anymore.
It was 1959 when they finally had to find out. But I mean, they were the most powerful, of course, by 59. But yeah, the guy testified in the Senate. And he had to explain, Senator, he was kind of a doofus fucking New York guy, not a very intelligent dude, but, then you light the thing, you roll it in your hand, you say some things in Italian, and then, they come around, kiss you, and then you're made.
Hey, Boxing Prophet is asking, what are we talking about? No, Boxing Prophet, today it's a long show, bro. We've been... for hours. It's a countdown, so it's kind of hard to keep it boxing 100% when we're talking about 5, 6, 7, 8 hours in this bitch, bro.
You like boxing talk and girls and strippers and mafia mixed together.
I mean, it is all boxing. Mafia ran boxing. Think about it. The most powerful man in boxing was the guy who ran the Madison Square Garden right through the 70s. He was a made man. And he's because that's who ran everything. I'm telling you.
I mean, Jay Prince is a mobster, bro, and he kind of runs boxing and is at least a part of boxing in his own right.
And the reason why there was better fights back then because what does the mob? That was always their go-to thing is gambling, and nothing brings out the bets that a 50-50 fight. When you got rabid fans on both sides ready to bet a lot of money because they believe in their guy, so it behooved them to make the best fight, the best type attitude. That's why you always had so many like top guys fought top guys all the time. There was no marination or ducking; that didn't exist.
This shit was like that still.
I'm excited over the whole this card, guys. Is pretty good in general. Elijah, forgot his last name, versus Resendiz. That's a good fight.
Yeah, Toro Resendiz was busted. I'm not gonna say it was an upset because Jerry Hurd is kind of old, right? But he did get a win over Jerry Hurd, which put him up there for us to talk about.
Hey, what happened to Jerry Hurd, man?
A lot of people don't know too much about him, even myself. But we're gonna certainly learn tonight if he's the goods. The guy said Resendiz fighting.
The reason I don't think you see 50-50 fights like you used to also is because a lot of these fighters that are propped up, they're not that good. So they got to like watch their back a little bit. You know what I'm saying? Because
carefully crafted careers.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Because sometimes, look at Canelo, look at Manny Pacquiao, look at a few other names that right now I can't think of. But those guys could lose fights and they're still big draws. So that means that their zero doesn't necessarily matter.
No. Manny lost 8 times, and he's one of the greatest of his era, easily greatest of his era. I mean, because he fought the best. You get losses when you fight good guys. But for instance, want to see what happens? Lubin's a good example at the PBC. You take a loss, and your stock falls over there. It's not just an attitude; it happens. Next thing you know, you have to fight. Now once you get that one loss, you have to fight to come back.
But that's a narrative that's doomed to fail because what are you going to do? You're going to have guys in the same weight class that are undefeated? What, you're not going to have?
That's exactly my point. Now, this is why after 8 years, $750 million and over 200 fighters, in order for him to get, top big fights, he has to go and sign fighters from other promoters. Bud Crawford, fucking bring in Ryan Garcia, get Canelo over there. After 8 years, he shouldn't have had to do that.
I mean, both guys on the main event have losses, bro, but they're still great fighters, and it's still going to be a good fight. At least that's what I'm expecting out of this shit. Top level fighters.
Yeah. as human beings, sometimes we're enamored. I mean, not talking about everybody with the whole fairy tale ending. That things are supposed to be like this perfect idea of like, especially in boxing, that nobody can lose, and if you don't, that means you're like your levels above everybody else. But that's just fantasy, man. That's fantasy. But some people can't get over that hump. They can't compute that, or they wish not to know.
The reason why Andre Ward retired was not because of lack of competition. He just knew that if he kept fighting, one of those guys was going to take him out. That's basically why he stopped fighting.
Ward retired too early, bro. I was like, why is this guy retiring? I couldn't understand it. He was what, 32? He was 32, 33? Fuck, bro. You should have at least kept going for at least 3 more years. You have Big Wog coming up. You have Better Beef coming up. Obviously, Canelo later on went to 175 as well. I mean, the Kovalev win was nice, but fuck, bro. That's not enough.
Guys, all right. Yeah, like the pay-per-view card has started, and I don't know what you guys want to do. Do we keep streaming? Do we go off the air? And by the way, people, we're not showing the fucking fight here. That's highly fucking illegal. We respect.
Yeah, turn the volume down if anybody's watching.
No. I'm saying because there's some people asking if we're gonna show the fight. Like we got a bunch of people jumping on the Discord. I think they think we're gonna show the fight. We're not gonna show. Like what the fuck?
And guys,
yeah, Bush about the rights. The video is about the rights to the fight. We're showing it later.
Let me say something. I would say keep on streaming, but I don't know if I sound like a Debbie Downer. But like when somebody gets knocked down, since we're on a delay, and somebody says, "Oh, he just got knocked down," that shit pisses me off. But maybe that's just my opinion, and I should be the one getting.
Thank you.
Man,
I just mute the thing while I'm watching, but then I between rounds.
Go away. Gonzalo, great point, Gonzalo. That's why I now do watch parties. You know why? Because that happens. If you're on a delay, you're like, you're like, what? Like, I don't want to know 30 seconds before it actually happens. Yeah, I want to be surprised too. But know what, though, guys? Anybody listening?
Here's the thing, though. Someone's usually streaming the fight and sponsoring the fight. Legally,
no, I know, but
legally, of course.
But here's the thing with this, though, right? Like, if just the volume, say if somebody's watching, one of the 10 guys on this panel is watching, and they get the TV on in the background, you can get Bucho's page. I mean, this channel can get kicked off YouTube, a hard strike, just for fucking playing the volume, just playing it in the background. That's no bullshit.
It needs to be for a few seconds for a while.
Oh god, I'm dying.
So just keep it turned down. That's all. You're dying? Why? What's wrong, dude? You sick or you buzzed?
No, I'm eating
not
salsa.
You don't have to.
Oh, it's hot.
Yeah, because of Mirage's voice.
Because I've been on the Discord and I mentioned one time, guys, please don't share because there's a delay. I want to watch the fight when it actually happens. Sometimes people just want to contribute or they want to post something just to be the one that breaks the news. Oh, the dude got knocked down. But if we exercise a little patience, everybody's going to watch it in their own time. Don't try to be a hero about it. You know what I mean?
That's not going to happen. People get carried away. Not gonna keep quiet. You just have to mute.
Have a little.
No, you can, motherfucker. Come on, dude. Just shut the fuck up, Mirage.
Have a little self-control, man.
I'm saying out of how many people are
here? Mirage, come on, stop making
out of 13, some motherfucker can't control themselves. That's gonna.
Well, that's true. Well, what are we gonna do?
But you're not gonna like this, Mirage. But the reason why people should be like watching these Canelo fights, because this is it. We're watching probably the last of his kind. There's not going to be any more 60 professional fighting guys like this.
Never seen there.
The way things are going now.
Jimmy, don't burst my bubble. Don't burst my bubble, Jimmy.
Unless it's a complete do-over.
Look,
no, I mean a superstar. I want another superstar after this, you know?
I wish a Gen Z fucking fighter would come out of nowhere and just start beating motherfuckers, bro, fighting 3 times a year, 4 times a year with a title. But I think I'm asking for too much at this point because I don't see nobody coming down the pike has that style of fucking matchmaking. Everybody's very careful with their matchmaking and they only have 1, 2, 3 fights a year. And sometimes it's not even the fighter's fault. Sometimes it's the PBC not being able to get these guys fucking dates, bro.
There's not
That's
enough
true.
networks and not enough time slots. They're just
There
not
should be
putting on
less.
shows.
There should be less networks, man. Less networks,
Well-
less promotional companies make everything easy.
Well, I don't care as long as they put on boxing, but right now
Yeah.
it's looking like PBC is going down and DAZN isn't happy. So where the fuck are people going to be fighting?
I heard Top Rank
need to
isn't
make
doing
it
all that
conglomerate.
great. Either I heard the contract isn't even getting renewed. Obviously, that's
Exactly,
just rumors.
and now ESPN, people saying ESPN isn't happy. It's like, what
but
the fuck?
It sounds like every major
They're
platform is having a hard time just to stay alive and make money off this boxing shit. To be honest with you,
It's safe to say Showtime has no more network shows. That's done with in 2024. It's out of here.
Yeah.
So
Yeah,
where
ESPN is
is
definitely a
the
problem.
roster going to fight? Where are they going to fight?
You're gonna
They're
have
just
to.
going to stack pay-per-view cards? That's going to be bullshit.
There's streaming services like that have the infrastructure in place.
Yeah, but those streaming services have like our CBS, NBC. Al Heyman's already burned bridges with those people.
Yeah, then there's the smaller ones. There's the smaller ones like the one that Steve Kim used to be on. That's a smaller one, but it's set up. The one that like the one that excuse me, Crawford fought. Avanesian.
Black Prime? I
Yeah,
don't think so, man. That was, that was a one-time deal.
But they have that's something that he would have to sign up with.
Peacock is owned by NBC. NBC is not working with Al Heyman. I'm replying to the dude in the chat.
Wait. Is it a far-fetched idea that it's possible that Amazon Prime can start
That's
showing
what
it?
that's the only avenue I saw. Like when I was thinking about this, the only thing I thought about was maybe Amazon Prime. But
they've had
I know
Apple
in
TV.
Japan. I know in Japan they do boxing on Amazon Prime.
Netflix.
Amazon
Prime will take over, man. I mean, maybe boxing too, bro.
But here's the problem with Amazon and television type stuff. Their streaming services took a fucking whaling. They lost billions of dollars on fucking that Lord of the Rings debacle. It was disgusting. So they've lost a lot of money.
that was what fucked them over, the Lord of the Rings bullshit, or what?
Yeah, they lost billions, dude. Amazon, Jeff Bezos. Remember that was the thing.
Why? I'm ignorant to this topic. It failed. The Lord of the Rings failed.
That remake.
Real quick synopsis, right? Tolkien, the guy who wrote the original, he wrote a series. Right, that's not just what we see in the movies; it's a series of stuff. But
the
fans
author,
of Tolkien, the writer who's long dead, his son's in his 60s now. But his fans, including Led Zeppelin, like all their songs are about Lord of the Rings, all their album covers, all that shit. But anyways, his fans are rabid, but they want you to stick to the source material. Like what's his name? The original, like those movies we saw where they do the walk and throw the ring in. That was 100% out of his books. This one, they had a bunch of women direct it, and they had girl bosses, and they butchered the source material.
I watched 3 episodes, and that's it. That was a month ago. I stopped watching.
I couldn't even
like,
finish one, bro.
It's so not even that. It's not even that. It's poorly written. It's boring. And then when at some point my Amazon packages where the sticker that they use to put everything together, that Scotch tape, whatever, it said like Rings of Power. They were trying to promote that shit even on their packages. Like go watch it. Like
$100 million they spent in advertising.
Yeah, I don't get why everybody's going woke as a collective, bro, about these females that are warriors and they can do other jobs that the men can.
It's because like men are into objects, women are into feelings. That's just how that's how it is. So because of that, Lord of the Rings, it's battles. It's always something about to happen, right? Trees coming alive. It's always moving and it's violent. In this, it has women directors, women writers. It's so disgusting. All it is people standing around talking about their feelings. It's terrible writing, like Bucho said. I couldn't get through 3 episodes either. Halfway through, bang, dropped. And Bezos, they said, lost his mind. Because it was his first he wanted to take over that industry. And his first big jump into it failed miserably. So, that's all I'm saying. We'll see what
I wouldn't mind if there was like a bunch of fucking women out there kicking ass, but they want to portray this fake ass world that isn't fucking. It's not a reflection of society, to be honest with you, bro. Everybody plays. I'm not saying that woman role don't count. It's a huge role. We need
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
But they're not warriors, bro. So fuck. I don't know what they're getting out of it.
Think about it. Disney just made a remake, live action remake, fucking Seven Dwarfs, Snow White and the Seven Dwarfs, and because that one actor from Game of Thrones, that one Peter Dinklage, because he complained, he said, "Seriously, we're still doing the Seven Dwarfs." Because of that, this is when I think of him. This is what I think of. Like, you make it to a certain point, like most actors, very few actors get there, and you turn around, you pull the ladder up behind you. No work for you. Like, he just all of a sudden they got rid of the Seven Dwarfs and changed him to special creatures, and it's all these goofy tall dudes. Snow White says that the original Snow White was like the man, falls in love with her, he waits for her while she's sleeping for a year. She called her a stalker, and he called it weird. It's not gonna be like the dude, crazy. Rachel Ziegler is her name. She's getting crucified online.
Can I just read 2 super chats? Raider Reaper says, Charlo not moving 2 divisions, he just don't have to cut. Right, exactly. He's a big guy. It's not going to be that much trouble. It's not like he has to eat 3 extra meals to move up to 168. Marty McFly, thank you for your contribution. He says, can we all take a moment to appreciate that it's been just over a decade since the bald-headed trap hanger Cupid shuffled his way to a win over a wet behind the ears Santos Saul Canos Barragan. Kangs pay reparations tonight. Alright, bald-headed strap hanger, what? Can we all take a moment to appreciate that it's been just over a decade since that bald-headed strap hanger Cupid shuffled his way to a win over a wet behind the ears Santos?
He's talking about.
Salute to Marty McFly, but I don't know what the fuck he's talking about.
Well,
no, what?
He's talking about wet behind the ears, 23-year-old Alvarez.
Yes, because his
saying
name
because
is
he was young. Yeah.
What bald-headed? What's bald-headed?
I think Floyd Mayweather, maybe.
It's Mayweather, yeah, beating up.
Sorry, I'm drinking. I can't follow this fucking too complicated for me at this point.
Instead of calling him Canelo, he called him Saul Barragan.
People should start
shout out to Marty McFly, bro. Those Back to the Future movies were pretty cool.
As Buccio gets lit, people start sending him in fucking math problems.
Yeah, I know, right? Yeah, do it, please, guys. Like, I'm gonna fucking not at this point. But anyways, Jim, you were talking about the whole woke shit, I guess.
Yeah, so that's just it's destroyed everything it's touched. Look at Budweiser, everything. It's
my
crazy.
God, that was good. Yeah.
And it's all driven from BlackRock. The same thing behind Ukraine war, man, because they push that they have a ranking system. If you're a company big enough, they rank your system. And if you have to have X amount of minorities working as executives, you have to have so much involved in green. So, and if you don't, they give you a lower score. Here's where it affects you. When you go to get money, say you want to borrow $100 billion to fucking add more manufacturing in your corporation, all of a sudden the banks won't give you the loans. That's a fact.
My brother's in the military, right? And he joined this program where they fucking teach him how to hack and all this shit, right? Like network engineering, all this shit. Well, the bottom line is they told him, hey, since you're Mexican, they'll probably pick you over the other people for this program. They're looking for Mexicans or pretty much any minority, black, Mexican, any minority over the white people. Fuck, bro, it looks like
the word you're looking for is affirmative action.
Affirmative action.
But they need know what it is too, though. Honestly, and people are gonna say, "What?" Because I'm dead against affirmative action. But when it comes to military, I think it is important to have Mexicans in ranking, blacks. It needs to be a representation of your fighting force. There's a lot of Mexican Americans in the military, and it's good morale. Like, all right, the first Congressional Medal honor I ever saw in my life was a short little Mexican American dude, and to see full colonels, like birds, like boom, snapping to attention and giving him a fucking full salute. And he was a sergeant, but he had that thing around his neck. And it's like, whoa, and the people in the military fucking freak out. Imagine what that guy, what he must feel like walking around with that thing on his neck. Goes on any base, whether it's Marine, Army, people just like snap. Fucking having a, Congressional Medal of Honor.
Yo, why are we getting a bunch of people here, man? We're not showing the fight. Like, these guys are jumping in. We're not showing the fight, so fuck off, man.
Someone keeps spamming some Canelo.
Yeah, I noticed like a lot of different names just came out.
Yeah, what is this? Like, this guy I keep kicking out. I'm not showing the fight. Fuck off.
You think it's because
yeah, go to Sober so you
think you think because of those spammers that are advertising their crappy website?
Oh, probably right. I gotta kick one out. He's spamming my fucking chat here.
Yeah, just block that guy because that's a bot or whatever they call.
Yeah.
Mute his text. Just do that.
Yeah, it's just I kicked him out. It's different accounts.
That's crazy, isn't it?
Yeah.
Fucking Chinese hacker.
Probably.
Yeah, I'm calling him out. Yeah.
All right, we got Box. You want to say something? Box.
Smallpox.
Right.
Hey, Busho, you had a fucking funny ass show yesterday, bro. What are you fucking
it was crazy, man.
I think I even heard like a kid talking in that shit, bro. You kicked him out, bro. That shit was fucking funny, bro.
That was a good show. Hey,
Mad Dog, wasn't it?
T800. You want to say something? T800. T800.
Turn that volume down.
T800. Are you there? T800. All right. Fuck it.
That's a dope song they're playing right now. Cisco Kid was a friend of mine.
Yep.
I used to have that fucking tape, and I had a 69 Firebird in my first duty station in the Army. And dude,
That's awesome.
Jamie, I bought it in Barstow for $1,000. I
Nice.
sent it to a house and I said,
327?
how much you want for that 69 Firebird? And then later I dropped the 400 in it, and the
Nice.
transmission is more hydromatic. And I used to play that fucking the tape, the Cisco War. That's a badass song.
Okay. Yeah, me
there
too.
it is.
I used to have a 1972 Nova.
Nice. The SS.
That's not the shoebox. I like the shoebox.
Unfortunately, it wasn't.
But you know what though, with the SS is, I mean, with the Nova, if it's
It was a V8.
two-door, that's all you need. If you have a V8, it doesn't take much to turn it into an SS, so it can look just like it. Just got the hood.
Well, I ended up replacing the mortar with a 4 aluminum block that I Jimmy rigged with the
What size? A 400?
A 454. I bolted it up.
454,
Yeah.
nice.
Well, I bought it for a few $100s at the racetrack.
What'd you board? 11 over?
Well, I Jimmy rigged it. The engine was cracked, and I Jimmy rigged it with what's that shit called? JB welding.
No shit.
And it ended up working.
It held, huh?
Yeah, it held.
Nice.
I used to have a DeLorean. I went back in time.
You can buy those things pretty cheap. This guy in Texas has a bunch of them. They're getting harder and harder to find. Yeah, there were a lot of them for a while there. I mean, the only thing, they just made of aluminum. They're kitchen sink. They weigh a ton. They're not that fast. It's terrible suspension.
Have you even driven one before?
Yeah, no, I didn't drive it. I didn't want to. I was in the passenger car. I was in the passenger seat. The thing drove like a wet sponge. It was terrible. So heavy. The suspension wasn't beefed up enough. The guy, that's the reason why he got involved in cocaine. That's the reason why he got arrested for cocaine. The DeLorean guy was, because he needed the money to put into the car. He knew what he needed to make that thing great. He just didn't have the money.
Cars from the 80s are kind of overrated in terms of power because I think that was around the time where the smog regulation, so they couldn't.
Exactly, emissions fucked it all up.
The 60s and the 70s.
The only car that was in the 80s that was a rocket ship, and it's still so rare. It's crazy, well over 100,000 in most cases. A 1980, from 1984 to 1986, the Buick GSX. They're a V6, dude. The state police bought a bunch of them in Connecticut. 2-door. This thing you could put a $100 bill on the dashboard, tell someone to grab it, and you punch the gas. They're pinned to the seat. Rocket ship. GSX, Buicks.
Yeah, I bought a Camaro fucking IROC like fucking back like 10 years ago. Obviously, I sold it already, but I thought it was gonna be faster than it was, and it had a V8 and everything. I mean, the IROC is the IROC, right? That's the V8 one.
Yeah, the IROC.
It wasn't as fast as other cars that are more modern, straight up.
Well,
that's why I think those 80s cars are a little overrated in terms of power.
Yeah, no, I'm sure there's some good ones, but there's a lot that are piece of shit. Remember the Maverick, Jimmy?
Oh yeah, of course. Oh yeah, Maverick. Yep.
That car was actually defectuous because from the backside you can see the gas tank.
Yep.
It protrudes. That shit, it wasn't by design. They later found out, oh man, that's not cool. It doesn't look good.
So remember the Pacer with the glass when went all around in the 1970s. Those cars, you hit the Ford Pinto at certain like just slight taps in the rear end, the thing would explode. They had to do a big recall. It just burst into flames.
Yeah, the Pinto.
Yeah, those fucking Datsuns, bro. The Datsun, those were pretty cool.
That's the airplane company. That's what later converted into the Nissan. But the Pinto, a lot of people, like when I was growing up, they used to make jokes about the Pinto, but there's actually like a group of hipsters, nerds that think that's kind of cool. The Pinto,
they're ugly as fuck, bro. The Pintos and the Gremlins.
They're super ugly. Well, I've seen some ugly ones. They drop in some really good engines in there, bro. Be surprised.
Dude, hand to God, one of the cars, this car took a beating like no car I've ever owned. It was a 3-cylinder, 3-speed. I bought it for $80 at the dealership I was working. It came in straight, dude. Like you could barely pick this thing up, putting it apart. It was like a pregnant roller skate. But I had a nice Supra. Yeah, it was just 3-cylinder. It wasn't a Pinto. It was a Ford. It was a Ford Fiesta. The first series of the Ford Fiestas. It was a 3-cylinder, all metal car. It was like 80. It was an 81, 3-cylinder, 3-speed. Dude, I don't think I would even change it. Because I had a nice Supra and I had a Toyota pickup truck I was doing over. But if I needed to buzz around the city, go to the supermarket, I hated taking my car and shit get just like baby. I was a pussy, whatever. But this thing, I beat the dog shit out of this little car. Like I purposely, because I paid $80 for it. I drive it over fucking sidewalks and shit. This thing wouldn't die. I ended up giving it to my little brother, and he beat on it for another years. I'll tell you, I don't know. It was the inside joke of the family, man. Like it was a dirt cheap little 3-speed, but I'll tell you, it took a fucking pounding.
I would like to see the engine of that shit. 3 cylinders.
Yeah, just a straight 3. It was this tiny little fucking engine, man.
Wait, you're talking about a Honda? They had a like.
It was a Ford Fiesta 3-speed. It might have been a 4-cylinder. Maybe it might have been a straight 4, but it was a tiny little fucking motor.
Yeah, like a lawnmower engine, right?
Yeah, dude, exactly. But it was the heat worked and the AC worked on the fucking thing, believe it or not. And I used to rip that fucking thing around. Like it was tiny. It was the first little like micro car in the United States.
You took that car.
Yeah, it was fucking crazy to park and shit. It was so easy. But I had so many cars I can't remember. Last time I was at my father's. We took out last time I saw him, it was the night before he died. Actually, we're going through an album, and he saved all the pictures of all my cars. It was crazy. I'm like, cars. I'm like, oh my god, I forgot I had that Oldsmobile. Like just crazy shit. Because he worked at dealerships, I worked at dealerships. Cars were coming in and out of my lives all the time. Like you're allowed to buy 5 in Massachusetts, register, insure. Any more than that, you got to get a license. So I'd register one on my brother and my cousin.
My grandma still has a Belvedere from back in the days of 19. Yeah, come and find out, people are not so like they don't want to keep like numbers matching. But okay, now I see a lot of people. You can convert a Belvedere, for example, into a GTX. Kind of like you can convert
Belvedere's like weird numbers
into an Impala or a Biscayne into an Impala. People do that nowadays. You just got to change it, or like a Le Mans. What's the other one before that? Yeah, you just got to change some of the details.
The Pontiac Fieros, they'll try to make him look like a fucking Lamborghini. I don't know.
Yeah.
Ever seen that shit?
This is a really good fight on right now. I don't know much about these guys, but they're throwing hands.
Resendez.
Yeah. This is a really good fight.
Yeah,
there's a fucking blackout here in the Philippines. No electricity, man. But I prepared for this shit. I got a power bank, so I connect that to the Wi-Fi. Then I use 2 tablets to key into the Wi-Fi, and it's actually better now.
Dude.
Why is the blackout, Gonzalo? Just the infrastructure sucks?
That's fucked up, man. It's whatever.
They're doing that right now. They're doing that right now on purpose in Johannesburg. South Africa has fallen so much, dude, to such a degree. The infrastructure's collapsed to such a degree. Every day for 4 hours, that you lose your electricity.
Gonzalo, can file a complaint to Pacquiao. Tell about what's going on with this shit.
Yeah.
Resendez got hurt in round 1. He almost went
how do you
down.
how do you own a restaurant if you lose your electricity every day? Your food goes bad.
You gotta tell Pacquiao to fight Conor Ben, so produce some more money for Philippines.
Are you guys sold on him, Conor Ben?
No, I'm not.
I don't really like the guy. I think he's got decent skills, but he's just I don't like the dude, man.
Something about him. He's a welterweight, though. He's a welterweight fighting at super welterweight.
Yeah, exactly. They're banking on his power that really isn't there because he couldn't knock out that 154-pounder last week.
I didn't even watch that shit.
He couldn't knock him out. He was a big.
Yeah, he hit him with some of the clean shots you can punch a man with and couldn't knock him out.
Shame on him. Why would you get a guy who's never been taken off his feet? That Mexican kid he fought was a tough dude. I don't think he was ever down in his life. Like, why would you? I don't know. Like, that was a stupid matchup. Yeah, like, why would you match your guy up with him? It's just strange.
I don't know. Eddie Hearn doesn't make the smartest decisions anymore. Not like that he ever did.
He's a fucking idiot. He's a snail. He's an idiot that's kind of smart. More like I think he's an idiot. I just think he's an idiot. I can't even say that. I can't even say that.
He's really out of touch with America, bro. He signs people like Montana Love. Like, Jesus.
My God.
He ruined AJ's chances of becoming having more money, probably being undisputed. All that shit.
Hey guys, can you hear me properly?
Yes.
Yeah, we can.
Okay, so it's only so people on YouTube, you can't fucking hear me. I'm gonna stop the stream. We're gonna go off the air because it's
it's probably better, honestly.
All right, guys on YouTube, thank you for being on. We're gonna have a post-fight show. Mr. BDA will be hosting, so stay tuned for that. All right, thanks for watching, and I appreciate all the super chats and the likes.